Rue, a 15-year-old boy who still does not have any magical abilities, is often the victim of bullying from his friend Elena. Elena is Rue's friend, who mocks him in every possible way due to the fact that he does not have any magical skills. On this day, Elena mocks Rue just as usual. In this world, almost everyone has at least some kind of unique magical power, while Rue did not have it, which greatly upset him. In addition, Rue had problems not only with magic, but also with sports, which only upset him even more. Unlike Rue, Elena learned to use magic at the age of 3. As she grew older, Elena's magical skills increased. In addition, Rue was even more upset not only by Elena's superiority, but also by the fact that she would never be able to understand all his pain. Elena also trained Rue in magic, hoping that sooner or later he would also be able to gain some kind of magical power. However, Rue was not very happy with the fact that it was Elena who trained him, which the girl did not enjoy. At one point, Rue simply cannot withstand all the pressure that constantly surrounds him. Then he tells Elena that today he wants to practice magic on his own. Elena was surprised by this decision, and she begins a row with Rue, in which she told him that people like him could never learn magic alone, thereby trying to provoke Rue into fighting her. At one point, Elena cannot stand it and tells Rue that since he is unable to use even the simplest magic, then he is simply the same pathetic loser as his dead parents. These words deeply touched Rue's soul, since his parents died a long time ago, when Rue was still very young. Then Rue, not holding back all his anger at Elena, tells her that from now on he will no longer date her. Elena could not believe what she heard, which left her simply at a loss. Rue said that he did not even see Helen as a friend, as he was very annoyed by her arrogant behavior. With these words, Rue ran away from Elena towards the forest, while Elena herself could not believe all of the above. After such an unpleasant conversation, Rue was able to reach the forest after some time, where he decided to start training in magic. In preparation for using the spell, Rue attempts to use wind magic. However, Rue, as before, did not succeed, which made him extremely disappointed with himself. Rue was still haunted by what Elena said about his parents. A little later, Rue pulls himself together and continues to try to summon wind magic. After several attempts, Rue again began to think that, as usual, he was not succeeding. Rue also noticed that recently there has been a different atmosphere in the forest. Rue thinks that the atmosphere in the forest has become different because of the monsters that may live in this forest, and he decides to leave the forest as soon as possible. As Rue began to leave, he saw a very strange shining hole in the ground, from which came very strong magic that even he could feel. Rue decides to go back and tell everyone else about the pit, but due to carelessness he falls into this very pit. After falling, Rue briefly lost consciousness, and a few minutes later he wakes up and sees that he is in some strange place, in which, at first glance, there was nothing. After Rue woke up, he began to remember everything that happened to him before he got here. While Rue was thinking, a beautiful and busty woman in a black revealing robe appeared behind him. Rue was very confused at the sight of the woman, because he had never met such beautiful women in his life. Taking a closer look, Rue notices small horns on the woman's head, believing her to be a demon. Rue read in a book that demons are extremely cruel and treacherous creatures that can control very powerful magic. The beautiful woman confirmed Rue's guesses, telling him that he immediately guessed that she was a demon. Out of confusion, Rue somewhat awkwardly introduced himself to the demon and said that this was the first time he had seen such a demon. The demon was very surprised by Rue's courage, despite the fact that in his village the elders told the children about demons, that they are very dangerous for people. Despite this, Rue said that he was apparently not afraid of this demon due to the fact that she was very beautiful. These words made the demon very embarrassed, because for the last tens of thousands of years no one had praised her for anything, especially for her beauty. Rue noticed how embarrassed the demon was, and he immediately began to ask her forgiveness for such unexpected words. After that, another girl appeared behind Rue, who was smaller and had tan skin, and she also had a long scaly tail and wings. Rue greeted the girl, which she did not like, but she was surprised by his courage. After this, the girl introduces herself as the 7th Dragon Queen. After hearing this, Rue was very worried, since dragons were considered the most powerful race in the world. The girl was pleased with the way she introduced herself to Rue, thereby greatly surprising him. After this, the girl asked Rue if he knew who this demon was. After hearing this, the demon remembers that she never introduced herself to Rue. The woman then introduced herself as Destarasa, the 66th Demon Queen who rules over all the darkness and chaos of this world. After this, Rue was extremely frightened and greatly amazed by what he heard at the same time. However, Rue never fully understood whether they could really be the Demon Queen and the Dragon Queen. Destarasa thought that Rue didn't see her as a demon queen just because he thought she was beautiful, while the dragon queen didn't understand how Destarasa was so easily embarrassed by his compliments. After that, they started having a small quarrel, looking at which Rue thought that they both got along well with each other and were probably even friends. During this quarrel, they both decide to reincarnate and show Rue their true appearance. During the transformation process, Destarasa's clothes were torn almost completely. Meanwhile, the dragon queen's outfit completely disappeared, and a hard scaly layer began to appear in some places. At this time, Rue felt an extremely powerful flow of magical energy that he had never felt before. After the reincarnation, the dragon queen turned into a huge and formidable dragon, and Destarasa acquired a new, even more revealing outfit than she had before. After that, Rue was completely convinced that there was a demon queen and a dragon queen in front of him. Rue remembered a legend in which a long time ago there lived a hero who had talents in magic, swordsmanship and a good-natured character. One day this hero rid the world of the dragon queen and the demon queen, thereby saving people from their atrocities, after which he himself disappeared. Then Rue realized that these were the same dragon queen and demon queen that this hero imprisoned here. However, Rue did not understand why they were not defeated, but only imprisoned here. He then assumed that the dragon queen and the demon queen were so strong that he could not completely defeat them, but only trap them in this empty space. Then he thought that they might know how they could get out of here, and he decides to ask them about it. After asking Rue, Destarasa tells him that it is simply impossible to get out of here. Then Rue was in despair that he would spend the rest of his life here. The dragon queen only added that if they knew how to get out of here, they would no longer be here. After this, the dragon queen decides to show Rue her seal, which appeared on her when she ended up here. The dragon queen said that this seal was placed on them by the hero who left them here in captivity for many years. She also added that it was because of this seal that their souls are now closely connected with this place. Then Rue began to look for this seal on his body, and as it turned out, he did not have such a seal. Then Destarasa began to undress Rue to try to find the seal of imprisonment on him. As it turned out, Rue really didn't have any seal, and no one knew why exactly he didn't have a seal. Then Rue said that he got here after he fell into some strange hole in the ground. Destarasa thought that he had ended up here due to some strange accident. Destarasa also suggested that he could still get out of here. Hearing this, Rue said that he was ready to do anything to leave this strange place. Hearing this, the dragon queen and demon queen were surprised by Rue's big promises. Rue, in turn, did not fully understand what exactly they wanted from him. Then Destarasa said that Rue could make a hole in this place through which he could escape. Then Rue said that he could not use magic on his own, and thus he could not make a hole in this space. Destarasa told Rue that he couldn't not use magic at all. Then Destarasa invites Rue to train him in order to increase his magical powers. For better understanding, Destarasa explained to Rue that magic is like a muscle, and the more he uses it, the stronger it becomes. But despite this, if he overdoes his efforts, then his magic can completely run out, and then he can die from it. Destarasa also added that for the most effective training, he will have to bring his condition almost to death as often as possible. Destarasa said that 500 years of training would be enough for Rue, which greatly shocked him, thinking that he simply would not survive. Then the dragon queen told Rue that time moves differently here, and that here 1 year is equal to 1 day on Earth. Then if Rue spends 500 years in this space, then only 500 days will pass on Earth. The dragon queen said that if they trained him, he could get out of here. Rue thought that they would not help him just like that, and then they said that in return he would help them get out, and he could not refuse such an outcome of events. The next day, Destarasa began training Rue, which he was very grateful for. Destarasa reminded Rue that it would take him 500 years to master all of his most powerful magic techniques. Rue wanted to know if time really moves in this place as the dragon queen said. Destarasa said that everything was so, and that once she herself checked it with the help of magic. Then Rue remembered the elder in the village who took care of him when his parents died. He thought that the elder there would worry about him, and that after all this training he would definitely return to him. He told Destarasa that he would try his best to get out of here as soon as possible. After saying this, she pats Rue on the head, thereby praising his efforts. Rue remembered how before his mother died, he also stroked his head, which made Rue feel a pleasant warm feeling that he had not felt for a very long time. However, Destarasa asked for forgiveness if he did die here, which caused Rue's emotional mood to suddenly change to a more depressive one. During his training with Destarasa, Rue practiced his magical skills for a long time. From such training, Rue crawled to the Dragon Queen completely exhausted. The Dragon Queen realized from Rue's exhausted state that Destarasa was training him very well. Before Rue had time to regain his strength, the Dragon Queen was ready to train him. The Dragon Queen said that she would train Rue not in magic, but in a special Qigong technique. The Qigong technique was unique in that it fully revealed the full potential of any magician. There were very few people in the human world who used the Qigong technique, but this technique was not inferior to ordinary magic in power. The Dragon Queen told Rui that if he mastered this technique, he could easily defeat even a dragon. The study of Qigong technique is based on 9 exercises, which are divided into attack and defense exercises. Any person who can learn all the exercises will be able to overcome any difficulties along the way. Rui didn't understand why no one used such powerful magic. The Dragon Queen explained that this technique is very difficult to master. She also explained that in recent years it has become much easier for people to use magic, and that everyone can easily use basic magic, while the Qigong technique needs to be studied diligently for years. This didn't scare Rui much, since for him, training in the Qigong technique should be as difficult as training in ordinary magic. The Dragon Queen also added that to learn the Qigong technique, a person does not need any talent, and all training was based only on painstaking study. Rui said that he will try his best, and he can't wait to start training. However, the Dragon Queen did not mention that Rui must memorize everything he will study. After the explanation, Destarasa appeared to them and said that the training program would change every week. The Dragon Queen thought that Rui should learn Qigong before Destarasa had time to teach him how to use magic. 10 years after Rui found himself in endless hell, his magic skills became much stronger. Destarasa was satisfied with the results of her training, but she also understood that Rui needed to continue training. Destarasa noticed all of Rui's progress and saw how he became a real magician. Destarasa was also surprised by how Rui, during all her continuous training, never showed his fatigue. At the end of the training, Destarasa told Rui that he had enough for today, but Rui argued that he could still continue, despite the almost complete lack of magical energy in him. Rui also said that he tried very hard in training, and that he cannot just take it and start resting. Destarasa thought that Rui had an unhealthy desire to master magical skills. Then she decides to tell him that he is trying very hard to prove himself in all her training sessions. She also added that despite how weak a magician he was in his world, all his efforts bring him results. After this, Destarasa decides to transfer some of her magical power to Rui through her magic channel. She explained to him that magicians like him have very little magical power, and therefore she could transfer very little magical energy to him. She also explained that if he did not use this magic, his magical power would weaken, and over time he would not be able to use his magic at all, which scared Rui very much. After this, Destarasa began the process of transferring magical energy to Rui. While she was transferring some of her magical energy to him, she noticed that during all the time of his training, Rui's magical channels had become more stretched compared to other people. After transferring the magical energy, Destarasa kept telling Rui that with every training he and his magic were becoming stronger. At first, such words from Destarasa touched Rui very much, since no one had previously praised him as much as now. A little later, he calmed down and told Destarasa that he was very pleased to hear such warm words of support. Rui also said that he was very glad that he came to this place and ended up with them, affectionately calling Destarasa little sister. She was incredibly embarrassed by what Rui called her, causing her to faint. At first, Rui became very worried about Destarasa, but the Dragon Queen told him that she was just crazy and that she would come to her senses soon. After what she saw, the Dragon Queen told Rui to rest before training with her. During training, Rui was able to do 100 push-ups with a very heavy stone on his back. After this, the Dragon Queen told Rui to rest before the next exercise. She was pleasantly surprised at how the first visible results of her training began to appear. She also drew attention to how, after 10 years of training, Rui was able to master the Qigong technique. While she was thinking about Rui's abilities, she noticed how he, hiding from her, continued to do push-ups, which she did not like very much. She was very unhappy with this behavior, telling Rui that he should never overexert himself. Rui said that because he was extremely weak in his world, he should train as much as possible. The Dragon Queen kept telling him that this was all nonsense, and that his physique was more than strong and resilient, which Rui simply did not believe. He said that he was the weakest and slowest in his world, and that the Dragon Queen would not be able to understand him, because she was very strong. The Queen draconically realized that Rui was a child with complexes, and that she needed to somehow fix it. She then tells Rui that thanks to his efforts, his physique is getting stronger with every workout. She explained to him that he considered himself weak only because he simply did not know before how effectively he could use his body. She also drew his attention to the fact that his body has very efficient regeneration, and that he should be grateful to nature for the fact that he was born so strong. Rui was very touched by the Dragon Queen's words about his unique physique. After this, he decides to ask the Dragon Queen about what her parents were like. She replied that her parents died when she was very young, and that she did not even remember their faces. After this question, Rue began to feel somewhat awkward after his question, thinking that she was uncomfortable remembering it. But instead, the Dragon Queen just grinned and told Rue not to think about it, and that she also had a strong body, which she received after birth. After that, Rue could not contain his emotions and rushed into the arms of the Dragon Queen, thinking to himself that they had a lot in common. She didn't fully understand what exactly was going on, to which Rue replied that she was trying very hard too. After that, the Dragon Queen realized what exactly was going on, and after a short hug, she began to calm him down. After this, Rue felt better and said that at one time the Dragon Queen was the same as he was before, and that he would no longer whine. At this time, Destarasa had already managed to come to her senses, and she understood that everything had worked out for them with each other. In the 100th year of his stay in the endless hell, Rue became much stronger, and he could even use some magical techniques. He wanted to show the Dragon Queen his results and he called her as Rio. Then she remembered how Rue once asked her if she had a name. Before, when she terrified people, everyone knew her as the Dragon Queen, and no one saw her as an individual, and after hearing this, he decided to address her as Rio. Rue distracted Rio from his thoughts and he wanted to know if his magic had gotten better. Rio said that his magical skills have become much stronger compared to those he demonstrated in previous training. After this, Rio began to praise Rue for being able to master half of all offensive and defensive Qigong techniques in just 100 years. Rue later told Rio that every time she touches him, his heart starts beating faster every time. Rio was shocked by what she heard, while Rue continued to say that her skin was very soft and that it smelled very good. Rue still couldn't stop complimenting Rio, which made her feel more and more embarrassed. After that, she began to beat Rue for what he had just said to her, considering him a pervert. Rue didn't understand what exactly he said about her, thinking that he said too much. At this time, Rio, while still thinking about what Rue had just said to her, was also thinking about how much he embarrassed her. At that moment, Destarasa approached them so that she could discuss some issues with Rio regarding further training. Rue then decides to leave Destarasa with Rio and continue training away from them. Destarasa pointed out to Rio how they had become friends with each other during their training. She reminded Rio of how before Rue was here, they would constantly fight each other to the death. Then they both realized how much had changed in the endless hell since Rue's appearance. Then Destarasa thought about how everything had become so fun for them from that moment on. After this, Rue decides to turn to Destarasa with a question about his magical abilities. However, instead of listening to Rue, she tells him not to call her by her name anymore. Rue then tries to remember how he should address Destarasa. And when he remembered, he addressed her as little sister, which almost made Destarasa faint. After that, Destarasa attacked Rue with open arms. After this, Rue and Destarasa begin training, in which Rue shows her his abilities in using his fire magic skills. Destarasa was very pleased with how after 100 years in endless hell, his skills had become so strong. However, despite such a rapid growth in abilities, their moment of separation is getting closer and closer. At this moment, Rue runs up to her so that he can find out if she is happy with his abilities. But when Rue ran up to Destarasa, he noticed that she began to cry. Rue was very upset because his little sister suddenly started crying. Destarasa, in turn, still crying, hugged Rue tightly to her, telling him that she was crying precisely because of him. Destarasa, not holding back her emotions, promised herself that she would definitely return him to her world, even if they never saw each other again. Over 300 years in endless hell, Rue was able to learn to use Dark Flame, one of the most complex and powerful spells. Destarasa and Rio were pleased that Rue was able to master magic that only high-ranking demons could use. Destarasa explained that she transferred some of her magical energy to Rue through magical channels from time to time so that he could use his magical skills more effectively. She was extremely pleased with how quickly Rue was able to master such complex spells. Rio said that Rue was also making great progress in her training, and that he had mastered all the Qigong skills. After the training, Destarasa and Rio once again praised Rue for his efforts and determination. After training, Rue commented that it was already late and that it was time for them all to go to bed, which Destarasa and Rio agreed with. A second later, Rue fell to the ground from an unpleasant pain in the chest area, and Destarasa and Rio immediately tried to find out what happened to him. When they removed his outer clothing, they noticed a barely visible gray military mark on him. Rue was scared, while Destarasa and Rio were happy for him, because such a mark only appears on professional warriors. Then Rue calmed down and wanted to find out if Destarasa and Rio had similar marks. Destarasa then slightly removed some of her clothing so that Rue could see her mark. She said that it depicted a royal mark, which was higher in status than a military mark, and it showed that the owner of such a mark was worthy of the royal title. Rio also showed her mark on her palm, which signified her membership in the royal family. Then Rue decides to find out what exactly is written on his military mark. Destarasa and Rio read the contents of the mark, and it said that Rue is a warrior of demons and dragons. From what she heard, Destarasa was overjoyed and proud of Rue, and she immediately began to hug him tightly. However, Rio said that this mark is not finished and it needs to turn silver to be complete. Rue felt that in order to complete it, he had to train more and harder. However, Rio said that his current body has reached the limit of what it should be at his age. In the endless hell, no one ages, and therefore Rue's body does not grow, due to which he will not be able to overcome his threshold of the maximum power of his magical skills, and the only way to overcome this threshold is to get out of the endless hell. Destarasa tells Rue that his skills are now more than enough for him to escape the endless hell. Then Rue decides to rest today, and tomorrow he will try to get out. A little later, Rue returns to the small house in which he lived to rest and gain strength throughout all these 300 years of training. In a dream, Rue accidentally grabs something very large, soft, and pleasant to the touch. When he woke up, he saw Destarasa in front of him in her underwear, whom he had been holding by the chest all this time. Destarasa was pleasantly surprised that Rue immediately decided to grab onto her. This sight frightened Rue very much and he did not understand what was happening now. After that, Rio, who was also in her underwear, attacked Rue. Rue was still confused by the appearance of Destarasa and Rio, and still did not understand what exactly they wanted to do with him. Destarasa then explained to him that since he would be leaving them tomorrow, he and Rio had to say goodbye somehow. Rio said that their power and knowledge is not all they can give to Rue. Then they told Rue that they could also give him his first time. After that, Destarasa immediately kissed Rue, which made him very excited. After the kiss, Destarasa couldn't stop telling Rue how much she loved him. After Destarasa, Rio also began to kiss Rue, thereby showing all her affection for him. After the kiss, Destarasa noticed how embarrassed Rio was, which she, in turn, denied. After this, another quarrel began between Destarasa and Rio, in which they began to make excuses for the fact that this was happening to them for the first time. Rue could only silently watch their quarrel from the sidelines. After that, Destarasa stopped quarreling, and they were both ready to attack the defenseless Rue. Rue was very confused and frightened by the situation in which he unwittingly found himself. However, Destarasa and Rio could no longer be stopped, and they were ready to continue their pleasures with Rue. The next day, Destarasa and Rio explained to Rue what he needed to get out of the endless hell. Rue just looked at Destarasa and Rio and thought about the day he ended up here. He could not forget those very first training sessions, which tortured him half to death. He couldn't forget those moments with Destarasa and Rio when he had so much fun with them. Rue understood that these days of his life had come to an end, and that today he would return home. After this, Rue began to prepare one of his spells, which would create a hole in space through which he would return home. Before Rue creates the portal, Rio interrupts his spell to give him something important. Rio gives Rue his dragon fawn earring so that he can use it to create a hole in space. Rio tells Rue to take her earring and channel all his magical power into her. Ryu took Rio's earring, directed his magical power into it, and instead of the earring, he ended up with a dragon sword in his hands. Rue was surprised by how strong the magical power was coming from his sword. Rio informed Rue that this was not an ordinary sword, but a relic of his father, which was made from his fangs. She also added that there are only 2 such swords in the entire world, and she gives one such sword to Rue as a memory of them. Rue wanted to say that he cannot accept such a gift from Rio, but she does not listen and interrupts him. Rio continued to say that she was giving this relic to him for a reason, and that he should fully understand this if he did not want to accept it. Rue then changes his mind and decides to accept the sword, promising Rio that he will treasure it. Rio was happy with Rue's decision, after which she explains to him how to properly use this sword. A few minutes later, Rue was ready to use the sword to cut the space between the human world and the endless hell. Rue began to concentrate all his magical power on the sword, after which he makes a strong and confident swing. After his impact, a large crack appeared in the air, from which a bright light came. While the crack was growing and getting larger, Rue had already begun to say goodbye to Destarasa and Rio, not holding back his emotions. Before Rue leaves them, the 3 of them begin to hug each other. Destarasa wished Rue a good journey and to be careful when returning to his world. Rio wished Rue good luck and told him that they would always wait for his return. Ryu could not believe that this was the end, and that after passing through the crack he would finally find himself in his world. He also thought that he would definitely free them from endless hell in order to continue living with them. Before returning to his world, he told Destarasa and Rio that he would definitely free them from here. Destarasa and Rio just looked after Rui, who was already leaving them. A second later, Rue walked through the crack, after which it closed, letting Destarasa know that Rue had left them. Rio told Destarasa that they were now alone in an endless hell for the first time in 300 years. Then Destarasa grabbed Rio and began to cry loudly, which Rio did not expect from her at all. Destarasa couldn't stop talking about how much she was already jumping around the Rue. Rio then began to try to calm her down, thinking to herself that she had never done this before. Rio never ceased to be amazed that the Demon Queen was capable of such emotions. When Destarasa calmed down a little, she decided to ask Rio if she missed Rue. Rio said that she believes in Rue and that she doesn't feel as lonely as she did before they had Rue. After what Rio said, Destarasa's emotions got the better of her again, and then she began to squeeze Rio, calling her cutie. Then Destarasa told Rio that if she felt lonely, then they urgently needed to hug. After that, Destarasa began to tightly hug Rio, who tried to fight her off in every possible way. Rio increasingly wanted Rue to return to them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Rue was between dimensions through which he must get to his world. Rue also really missed Destarasa and Rio, whom he won't be seeing for a while. However, he pulls himself together and thinks that he will definitely save them. A little later, he finds another crack that should move Rue to his world. Then Rue takes out his sword, which Rio gave him, and hits the crack with it to make it bigger. When he widened the crack and went through it, he found himself in the same forest in which he found a hole in the ground through which he fell into an endless hell. It was only seconds later that Rue finally realized that he was finally home. Rue's happiness simply knew no bounds, and he decided not to hesitate and return to his native village. However, during his stay in endless hell, he managed to forget the way home. At first Rue wanted to get onto the tree and look around, but as soon as Rue jumped, he found himself at a very high altitude. From such a height, Rue was able to look around and see the sea in his native village nearby. As soon as Rue saw all this beauty, he realized what a small world he had lived in before. At first, Rue thought about how he could save Destarasa and Rio, but he was not entirely sure that he would succeed. Then Rue plans to return to his home first, to be sure that nothing has changed there since his disappearance. After arriving home, Rue packed some things and was going to go to a very important place for him. This place turned out to be a large stone, on the site of which Ruya's mother and father were buried. Rue apologized for his absence for so long and said that next time he would introduce Destarasa and Rio to them. At that moment, an elder appeared behind Rue, who raised Rue and looked after him after the death of his parents. The elders wanted to know from Rue where he had been all this time, to which Rue said that it was too long a story. Rue apologized to the elder for being gone for so long, and he was very happy to see the elder. Then the elder invites Rue to go to him to give him something warm. Rue created a large fireball and told the elder that he must go. The elder was shocked that Rue could create such a fireball so easily. Rue said that he is fine and that he is not as weak as before. The elder saw unprecedented confidence in his abilities in Rue's eyes, and he also said that he would look after Rue's house. Rue thanked the elder for his concern, after which he went on about his business. While Rue was walking, Elena noticed him and immediately began telling Rue about how angry she was with him. Elena thought that since Rue had returned, he wanted to make peace with her. Rue told Elena that her arrogance had not changed at all during the time he was gone, and that she should finally grow up. Elena was in deep shock from what Rue told her, since before his disappearance he had not behaved so boldly with her. Elena, in a fit of rage, immediately decided that Rue should answer for his words, and she was already preparing to strike Rue. However, contrary to all Elena's expectations, Rue manages to repel her attack without receiving a scratch. Elena was perplexed by how Rue was able to stop one of her most powerful moves. Rue told Elena that she couldn't see anyone around her, and that she couldn't see how people around her were getting stronger while her skills remained the same. Then Elena only gets angrier, and she again tries to inflict at least some damage on Rue. However, despite her fast attacks, Ryu still manages to dodge each of her blows. After this, Rue decides to use one of the techniques of the Qigong technique, during which he delivers a powerful kick to Elena right in the face. After such a strong blow, Elena fell to the ground, but even after it she did not stop commanding Rui, telling him to pick her up. Instead, Rui just says goodbye to Elena, telling her not to get in other people's way anymore. Elena still did not stop shouting after Rue that sooner or later she would still be with him. On the way, Rue remembers a conversation with Destarasa and Rio, in which they discussed a plan on how Rue could rescue them from the endless hell. Destarasa suggested that the first thing to do would be to find some information about the hero who imprisoned them, since only he knows how to remove the seals from them. Rue suggested that this hero must have already died, but Rio said that his relatives or his family might also know how to free them from here. Then Rue decides that when he returns home, he will have to find the hero's grandchildren. Along the way, Rui decides to first find out about the hero's grandchildren from people in Escadoria, the capital of the continent. However, Rui did not know which direction the capital was located, and he decided to find a large accumulation of magic. The technique of searching for magic is more often used by demons, while people need to have a lot of magical energy to master this technique. Rui then concentrates all his power on using this magic to find large concentrations of magic that may be coming from the capital. After using it, Rui finds a large accumulation of magic, thinking that the capital is located in that direction. After Rui discovered the approximate location of the capital, he decides to use flying jump, one of the Qigong techniques that allows him to develop very high speed. Rui only jumped forward slightly, and he was already able to cover a very long distance in a matter of seconds. After several such intense jumps, Rui decided to take a short break, but when Rui stopped, he noticed a large line in front of him, which was moving towards the entrance to the capital. Rui was a little worried because he had never been to the capital before, and he didn't know what to expect. Finally, it was Rui's turn, and one knight demanded that Rui show his migration card. The knight realized that Rui did not have any migration card and he demanded that Rui leave the queue. Rui was confused, because no one had told him before that he should have some kind of migration card. Rui began to worry more and more every second, while trying to somehow get out of the situation. The knight believed that Rui was going to enter the Magic Academy, but Rui did not fully understand what the knight was telling him. Then the knight told Rui to hurry up, since the entrance exam to the academy would begin very soon. Then the knight let Rui into the capital and wished him good luck in his exams. Rui was happy, and at the same time he also did not understand why that knight still let him through. Rui was in the capital for the first time in his life, and he was simply amazed at how beautiful everything was in it. Rui heard from adults that there were a lot of people living in the capital, but there were many more of them than he thought. Rui went to one of the signs so that he could familiarize himself with some of the capital's places. To the right of the sign, Rui saw a shopping area where people were selling various things in the morning. To the left was the very academy that the knight had told him about. Rui always dreamed of getting into this academy and studying there, but now he had no time for that. At first, Rui wanted to find out something about the hero's relatives in the bar, because you can always find various useful information there, but since he was still a child, he would have been quickly kicked out of there. Then Rui thinks of going to the guild, where he can get the opportunity to earn money by completing various orders, and he can also get a migration card with which he can travel to other cities and countries. After some deliberation, Rui decides to join the guild and become an adventurer. Then an old angry woman appeared near Rui, who believed that Rui had gotten lost on the way to the academy. Then the woman grabbed Rui and forcefully dragged him towards the academy. On the way, the woman told Rui that the academy was made to directly compete with the empire, which was becoming larger and larger every year. She also told Rui that he would have no problem passing the exam at the academy without presenting any documents. A few minutes later they reached the very academy where entrance exams are now being held. Rui already understood that he was now in a hopeless situation, and now he had no choice but to go to the exam. On the other hand, Rui was not at all upset that he was able to get here. After that, Rui walked up to the counter, behind which was one of the teachers who was receiving new students. In the distance, Rui noticed targets floating in the air, where new students showed off their magic skills. One of the teachers told Rui that he needed to show his magical skills, where he could use absolutely any magic. Rui noticed that one girl was completely unable to hit targets with her magical abilities. Rui felt sincerely sorry for her, while the rest of the applicants laughed at her and said that she was completely inept. The next one to show off his magical skills was Rui. At first, Rui wasn't going to show his full power, but he decided to show everyone what he learned from Destarasa and Rio. At this time, the others did not understand who it was and from which village he came here. The teacher gives Rui the command to start, and Rui created a huge fireball that should destroy all the targets at once. The others were shocked by what they saw and did not understand how Rui was able to use such powerful magic. After Rui used the magic, a large gap appeared on the ground, from which a lot of smoke came out. While the others were scared by such magic, Rui was more than pleased with his result. Rui decides to ask the teacher if he managed it, but the teacher at that moment was lying on the ground unconscious. Then Rui decides to ask another teacher if he will be accepted with such skills, to which the teacher fearfully replied that he might be accepted, after which Rui was sent to the next exam. Rui was very embarrassed by the interest with which people around him were talking about him. At that moment, Yuri, one of those who also decided to enter the academy, decided to turn to Rui. Rui didn't understand what a handsome guy like Yuri wanted to know from a country boy like him. Rui greeted Yuri and said that he was very glad to meet them, to which Yuri reciprocated. After meeting each other, Yuri decides to immediately start communicating with Rui on Tai, since everyone here was absolutely the same. Rui was very surprised by Yuri's expressive smile, thinking to himself that girls were constantly running after Yuri. Yuri drew Rui's attention to how many unusual new students were entering the academy this year. Yuri also told Rui that he thought she would be the best among the new students, although Rui did not quite understand who Yuri was talking about. Rui decides to find out from Yuri who exactly he is talking about, telling him that he only recently entered the academy. At first, Yuri thought a little, but a little later he and Rui returned to the topic of conversation. Rui wants to know from Yuri how strong she is, to which Yuri replies that she is the granddaughter of that same hero. Rui was shocked by what he heard, since he did not at all expect that the granddaughter of the hero himself would study here. Then Rui decides to ask Yuri what she looks like, which at first surprised him very much. Almost immediately, the hero's granddaughter happened to be near Rui and Yuri. As soon as she appeared, she immediately asked Rui if he was the same new student that everyone was talking about now. When Rui told the hero's granddaughter that it was him, she told him that he looked extremely pathetic. Then Yuri decides to intervene in the matter, telling her that she has no need to insult Rui. After this, Yuri introduces Rui to Charlotte Eudelia, the granddaughter of the legendary hero. Rui immediately recalls moments in his life when he admired the hero and his actions. He also thought that the Queen of Demons and the Queen of Dragons were not at all as evil as they were described in legends, but very kind creatures. Eudelia interrupted Rui's thoughts and told him that she would not let some boy just take her place at the academy. Then Yuri tells Eudelia that all the exams are already over, and that there is no way to change the situation. Then Eudelia puts her hand into her chest and pulls out a white glove. After she takes out the glove, she throws the glove towards Rui and challenges him to a duel. Everyone around was in unprecedented shock that the granddaughter of the legendary hero was challenging a simple village boy. Eudelia tells Rui that if she defeats him, he will refuse to continue entering the academy. If Rui still manages to defeat Eudelia, then she will become his personal slave. Yuri tried with all his might to dissuade Rui from accepting the challenge, because it would be a completely irrational decision. On the one hand, Rui thought that he did not need a slave at all, but on the other hand, he had the opportunity to learn something about the hero from Eudelia. Despite persuasion from others, Rui raises his glove and thereby accepts Eudelia's challenge to participate in a duel. A few minutes later, Rui and Eudelia were ready to begin the battle, while the rest of the students watched the whole thing. Regas, one of the teachers at the academy, was very worried about the duel, because if there were casualties among the students, he could suffer heavy punishment. Then Yuri reassured the teacher, telling him that he took full responsibility upon himself, because he knew that deep down the teacher also wanted to know what Rui was like. However, Yuri said that the teacher should also judge everything, which at first did not suit him very much. After this, Regas comes out and dictates the rules of the duel, in which the winner will be the one whose opponent loses consciousness or surrenders on his own. The teacher also added that he could end the fight himself if he considered that one of the opponents was no longer able to continue the battle. Regas also reminded the duel participants that killing during battle is prohibited, after which Regas announced the start of the duel. Eudelia thought that if Rui surrendered as quickly as possible, the duel would end quickly. After the announcement of the start of the duel, Eudelia took out her sword, with which she was going to defeat Rui. At first, Rui was also going to get his sword, which Rio left for him, but he remembered her words that Rui should only use his sword when there is a real threat to his life. Then Rui changes his mind about using a dragon sword in the duel, and he decided to fight the duel with his bare hands, which surprised Eudelia at first. Eudelia was already ready to strike Rui the first blow, while not forgetting to remind herself once again that she is the granddaughter of the legendary hero. After this, Eudelia ran with all her anger towards the unarmed Rui. Then Rui puts his hand forward and uses the Qigong technique, Golden Cocoon, which completely absorbed all the damage from Eudelia's blow. Eudelia was shocked by how Rui was able to deflect the blow of her sword, which can easily cut through steel. After fending off the blow, Rui says that he is neither the Demon King, nor the Dragon King, nor a hero, nor even the grandson of a hero, but that he is just an ordinary village boy. Eudelia was still shocked by how easily Rui could fend off her attack with his bare hands. The Golden Cocoon technique makes only a certain area of the wizard harder and more durable, while the Steel Cocoon technique made the entire body of the wizard hard, but at the same time his defense was less strong than that of the Golden Cocoon. Also, the Golden Cocoon did not in any way impede the free movement of the protected limb, which made it very effective. Eudelia again tried to inflict at least some damage on Rui, but he was able to easily repel this attack. Eudelia did not understand how Rui could so easily fend off her blows, because she masterfully wielded a sword. Then she decides to change her strategy to use many petal blades instead of a sword, which flew towards Rue. But despite the speed and number of these blades, Rue was able to dodge each blade without any difficulty. Then Udenlia decides to use a myriad of these blades so that they will surely hit Rue and neutralize him. The teacher thought that this was too much, and he decided to interrupt the duel, but Yuri decided to stop the teacher. Yuri drew the teacher's attention to how confident and calm Rue was behaving, which could mean that he could easily cope. Rue was surprised by how many petals were flying towards him, and he felt that he needed to use very strong magic here. Then Rue decides not to run away from the petals, but, on the contrary, to run towards these petals. Then Rue makes a high jump and uses the magic technique of a wide flame, which burned all the petals flying towards him. Udelia was in unimaginable shock at how Rue could fend off both sword and magic attacks so easily. Then Udelia was overtaken by memories from her childhood, when she trained long and hard with her father. Her father told her about the hero's mark that no one had been able to obtain, and he told her that if she trained long and hard, sooner or later she would receive such a mark, which in turn motivated her greatly. After that, a crowd of adults appeared next to her, who were touched by her in every possible way and said that she would definitely become a hero like her grandfather. Udelia promised that she would train all the time, and that when she grew up, she would become a real hero who would protect civilians from various threats. Having collected her thoughts, Udelia was again about to strike Rui again. Moments before the impact, Udelia was determined to prevent Rue from taking her place at the academy. At the moment of impact, Rue again uses the golden cocoon Shigon technique to once again repel the entire attack. Then Rue remembered those very moments from his life when Elena mocked him in every possible way, who believed that he had absolutely no talent in mastering magic. At this moment, Rue thought that Udelia had also had a very hard time before, and that she had devoted all her time to training to become one of the best. Then Rue decides to use another technique of the Qigong Golden Sword Grip technique, with the help of which he not only stops Udelia's next attack, but also grabs the sword in his palm. Udelia was very frightened by how Rue was able to grab her weapon so easily with his bare hands. After grabbing the sword, Rue prepared to use the next Meteor Fist Qigong technique, which greatly increased the power of his fist attacks. Udelia considered that these were her last seconds of life, and that she was unable to defeat Rue. However, Rue's fist manages to stop his fist a couple of inches from Udelia's face, from which she is not harmed. Rue decided to convince Udelia that the duel had ended in his favor and that they no longer needed to continue the battle. Then Udelia was very frightened, and she began to cry, while not understanding how Rue could defeat her so easily. Rue was very frightened by Udelia's state in which she was now. Then Rue noticed that no one was on them now, and then he decided to create a small dark space in which no one could notice them both. Then a large black cube appeared in front of the rest of those present, through which Rue and Udelia were not visible. After this, Rue decides to check on Udelia's condition and try to calm her down. A little later, Udelia noticed that everything around had disappeared, and that she and Rue found themselves completely alone in a dark room. Rue explained to Udelia that he created a special cube that blocked all extraneous light and extraneous sounds so that no one would see Udelia in this form. After this, Rue immediately began to draw Udelia, who was very frightened. Udelia was both frightened and surprised by such concern for her, which made her very embarrassed. Udelia decided to ask Rue why he was doing all this, despite how rudely she spoke to him. Rue just said that if someone gets into some kind of trouble, then he just goes and helps the person. Hearing this, Udelia remembered how when she was little, she also dreamed of helping people in trouble. Udelia thought about how she had never understood such a simple truth before. After this, she apologizes to Rue for her behavior and accepts her defeat. She also admitted that Rue is much stronger than her not only in battle and magic, but also in her soul. Rue said that Udelia also showed her fighting skills well, and that her latest magic especially surprised him. Rue was about to remove the black cube, but Udelia said that friends address each other as you, and that they are now friends. Rue did not object to this and they shook hands as the black cube began to collapse. Viewers finally saw Rue and Udelia finally escape from the large cube. After this, Udelia told all the spectators that she was giving up and that she fully accepted Rue's victory. Everyone was shocked by such a statement from the granddaughter of the legendary hero, and Udelia said that Rue should study at the academy instead of her. Teacher Regas only reminded Udelia of the promise that she must fulfill if she loses. Rue remembered Udelia's promise to become his slave, but he said that he did not need a slave at all. Udelia said that she would not accept the fact that Rue refused to comply with all conditions, and that she was ready to become his slave. Then Udelia began to insist that if she lost, then she must become Rue's personal slave. After that, she grabbed Rue's hand and created a slave mark on her hand, with which Eudelia must now do whatever Rue wants her to do. Eudelia was not upset, but on the contrary, she was ready to follow all of Rue's instructions. Rue was only once again embarrassed by the fact that the granddaughter of the legendary hero had become his personal slave. After the duel, Rue and Eudelia met Yuri at the academy, who wanted to ask them about the results of their exams. Yuri said that he could not imagine before that someone from the hero's family would become someone's slave, which greatly confused and angered Eudelia. Yuri also wanted to find out from them who they are to each other now. Eudelia only said that she did not tell Rue, because she believes that if she had told him earlier that she wanted to be friends with him, he would have tried to stay away from her. Rue did not understand anything, and then Yuri decides to introduce himself to Rue as Yuri von Exodoria, who was the current prince of Iskater. Rue was shocked by what he heard, since he could not even imagine that he would personally know anyone from the royal family. Then Rue decides to address Yuri as master, to which Yuri himself said that friends should not call each other master. After this, Yuri asked Rue if he had a place to stay for the night, since from his appearance it was clear that he was not from the capital. Rue said that he did not think about it at all, because he expected to resolve such issues as they appeared. Yuri said that he would try to somehow resolve the issue of Rue's place of residence. Yuri said that Rue could spend the night with him, and that he would be well taken care of there, and therefore Rue would not have to think about paying. Then Eudelia considered Yuri's generosity too suspicious, assuming that he had some reason for this. Yuri said that now there is a large shortage of population in the capital, and if thanks to students like Rue, the academy's rating increases, then students from other countries will go to the capital. Yuri also added that if Rue studies at the academy, then Yuri will support Rue in everything. Rue thought that if Yuri helped him, it would be much easier for him to get used to it, and then it would be easier for him to find the necessary information about the hero, and after such thoughts he decides to become a student at the academy. That night Rue spent the night in Yuri's room, and the next day he was going to look for information about the hero. As soon as Rue went outside, he saw Eudelia near the entrance, who had been waiting all morning for him to come out. Rue didn't expect to see Eudelia, and she said that she just wanted to come to Rue, so that Eudelia would not think that something was wrong. He told her that he was very glad to see her, after which her offense changed to joy. After this, Eudelia invites Rue to take a walk with her, while she shows him various places. Then Rue and Eudelia walked around the capital all day, visiting various places. During the walk, Rue thought that he was now in great debt to Eudelia, and that he now wanted to free Destarosset and Rio, thereby devaluing everything that the legendary hero had done for this world. Then Rue remembered his last night with Destarosset and Rio, when he all discussed together that the hero might still be alive now. Destarosset said that since the hero was able to create a place where no one ages like the infinite, then it was quite possible for him to find a way to become virtually immortal. Then Rue said that since he locked Destarosset and Rio here, he is bad, and when he finds the hero, he will finish him off. Then Rio said that there was no way for them to kill the hero, since he was too strong for anyone to defeat. Destarosset felt that the hero couldn't just attack and imprison him and Rio here, and he probably must have some compelling reasons for this. These words did not convince Rue in any way, and he still wanted to finish off the hero, since he could not just forgive him for being here. Eudelia noticed that something was wrong with Rue, to which he replied that he was fine. Then Rue came to his senses and he decides to find out something from Eudelia about the legendary hero, and she thought that Rue was one of her grandfather's regular fans. Eudelia said that she doesn't know very much about her grandfather, since 300 years have passed since he disappeared. Then Eudelia tells Rue that despite this she has several family items, among which were also her grandfather's things, which Rue was very interested in. One of these items was the sword Frauzeresos, which was used by Eudelia in a duel with Rue, and which was passed down in the hero's family from generation to generation. Rue began to look at the sword and could not take his eyes off it, because while he was looking at the sword, for some reason he simply felt good in his soul. When Eudelia handed the sword into Rue's hands, the sword began to emit unusual energy, and Rue thought that the sword was filling Rue with unusual magical power. After a few seconds, Rue returned the sword back to Eudelia, after which he felt some unusual sensation from the sword. It was getting close to night, and Rue told Eudelia that it was too late to go out and that they should both go home. At first, Rue wanted to accompany Eudelia home, but she invited him to spend the night with her. Finding themselves alone with each other, Rue thanks Eudelia for such a wonderful day, in order to somehow dilute the suddenly appeared situation. Eudelia supported Rue and said that she would like to spend the day together sometime. At the same time, Eudelia thought that she had a unique opportunity to make Rue her. Eudelia remembered how many guys from her circle began to confess their feelings to her when they found out that she was the granddaughter of the legendary hero. Despite their mutual interest in boys, Eudelia did not date these boys, since they were much weaker than her. During all this time, Rue was the only one who was finally able to surpass her. Unexpectedly for Rue, Eudelia reminded him that she was his slave. Then Eudelia said that she could do for him whatever he wanted without any exceptions. After that, Eudelia took Rue's hand and put it to her chest. Rue remembered again that very last night when Destarasa told him that even though he loved them, he should not burden his fate. Destarasa told Rue that she and Rio loved him very much, but they would both be very happy if he found someone to love for the rest of his life. Rio said that among all races, only humans can have one partner, while male dragons can have several females at once. Destarasa said that male demons are also not limited to one individual, and aristocratic demons can have several dozen females at once. Rue remembered Destarasa's words that if he finds a person with whom he wants to connect his life, then he must act. Rio told Destarasa that she was the type who was constantly jealous, after which Rio and Destarasa started having a small quarrel again. At first, Rue thought that he started communicating with Eudelia only to find out something about the hero from her. However, after the duel and walk together, he became more and more attracted to her. Then Rue realized that Eudelia had become the very person whom he wanted to protect from danger and with whom he would live his whole life. After such thoughts, Rue decided to act, and he immediately kissed Eudelia. After a long kiss, Rue threw Eudelia onto the bed and began to take off her shirt. Rue decided not to stop at the shirt and he decides to take off her underwear. At one point, Eudelia felt that they were rushing things too much and wanted to stop. Rue reassured Eudelia and promised her that tonight he would be as gentle as possible with her, which made her calm down a little. After that, Rue began to undress, and Eudelia was afraid that he simply would not fit in her. But Rue no longer listened to Eudelia, and he penetrated her, from which Eudelia experienced such unusual sensations for the first time. The next day, Rue and Eudelia were heading to the academy, and along the way, Eudelia kept complaining about unbearable pain. Rue suggested that she use her regeneration magic, to which Eudelia only pushed Rue and told him to think carefully about his behavior. Then Eudelia asked Rue to become her boyfriend and take full responsibility. Ultimately, Rue decided to take responsibility and agree to Elena's proposal. Of course, the girl was completely surprised by this sudden turn of events, and it made her heart beat faster. A stranger approached the young couple and asked a question, wondering if they were by chance applicants. With obvious confidence, the guy expressed the opinion that they were an extremely frail and defenseless couple. In addition, they showed interest and asked if the girl was the granddaughter of some hero or famous person. When the stranger tried to get closer to the girl, she firmly pushed him away and warned that if he approached again, she would take extreme measures to protect herself. Michael, that was the guy's name, told her with a pleading voice to refrain from such threats and hateful words. Rue suddenly felt the need to apologize to them, even though there was no clear reason for such an action. Elena felt pleasantly embarrassed to hear the guy openly express his affection for her in front of others. Michael didn't like the situation and decided to use his magical abilities to overcome the guy and show his strength. The main character felt confused about the motives of Michael, who decided to use magic in the city center. Of course, he couldn't just ignore it, and decided to intervene to stop the stranger and prevent the possible consequences of his magical actions. He decided to use the stone machine gun in an attempt to stop Michael and his magical actions. This decisive action yielded results. Michael flew several meters away and lost his balance, unable to stand on his feet after the force of the stone machine gun. His comrades began to worry about him and tried to calm Michael down, showing deep regret and remorse to Rue and Elena for what happened. The girl agreed with a smile to the guy's proposal to move on, realizing that this episode with Michael was behind her and they could continue their adventure. Since time was not on their side, they had to move more quickly and hurry so as not to be late. So many people gathered around the building that they felt the atmosphere filled with bustle and liveliness, and they had to walk through the crowd to reach their goal. Elena asked the guy not to stand out among the crowd, warning that his enemies might start making fun of him because they were surrounded by rivals. When the main character learned that the results might be posted there, his determination did not allow him to stop, and he headed to the place, despite the girl's recommendation. He noticed that there were classes labeled A through E. The girl was sure that they were probably in Class A. As it turned out, they were indeed found in Class Z, but none of them had previously known about the existence of such a class. Yuri warmly greeted the couple, creating a friendly and welcoming atmosphere. Together with Yuri there was a mysterious stranger wearing a helmet reminiscent of the helmets of knights. As it turned out, this mysterious stranger in a helmet was Yuri's escort. After completing the welcoming gesture, they exchanged short introductions and discussed their expectations for the search in this new and unknown class. The guy introduced himself as Jason and said that his main role was to protect Yuri. Yuri began to reveal that he wears a helmet to hide his true identity, and he hoped that he and the main character could maintain a good relationship despite this hiding his face. Her mood did not improve and she continued to remain in an angry mood caused by the previous incident with Michael. Yuri only wanted to see the girl. It was for this reason that he did not share information about the class with her, trying to maintain intrigue. It turned out that this class is new for this school year. Previously, students were distributed according to their academic performance, but this year they decided to gather students with special abilities in Class C. We can say that this is a class where talented and unique individuals have gathered. If they went by level, they would probably end up in Class A. However, their success was so outstanding that they were sent to Class C, intended for students with unique abilities. The girl could not understand whether Yuri was watching them, because it all looked quite suspicious and raised questions and misunderstandings in her. But being next to Rui, the girl felt confident and calm. Her running seemed too hot, and the guy politely asked her to slow down so they could move together and enjoy the moment. Jason remained perplexed as to why they needed to keep an eye on this couple. It turned out that this class was populated by absolute naughty people, and even Yuri found it difficult to keep them under control and keep an eye on them. Jason believed that Rui had the necessary skills and determination to meet this challenge and successfully resolve the situation in Class C. If Yuri hopes so much for Rui, it means that he has invested a lot of hope and trust in the guy, and now Rui must live up to those expectations. His interest knew no bounds and he couldn't wait to find out what Class Z was. The guy and girl quickly changed their clothes and decided to go explore the class to learn more about its students and the characteristics of this unusual group. From the very beginning, they did not notice anything that could seem strange or unusual in this class. Rui was eager to find true friends among the students in this class and build warm relationships, and he hoped that this would be possible. After recognizing the hero, they began to wonder if he was the one who won the duel during the exam, causing Rui to be slightly surprised. After a positive answer, their reaction seemed strange, as if they were ready to find out more details from the main character and were interested in his story in their own way. Elena showed a willingness to draw her sword and engage in battle if the situation took a more aggressive turn. However, to everyone's surprise, the guy simply shook Roy's hand and expressed recognition, saying that the duel was very impressive and deserved praise. The guy began to express admiration and praise towards Rui, as if worshipping him and saying what a magnificent and skillful duelist he was. Jack spoke of his skills in explosive magic, causing amazement and interest among those present, and his talents made him quite a popular figure in Class Z. Behind Jack stood a tall guy named Michael, and next to him was Alex. Jack hoped that Rui would be able to make friends with them and find common ground, which was an important aspect for him and for the entire Z class. Having received such a warm greeting from the students of the class, Rui felt that his fears and worries were in vain, and he was ready for new acquaintances and adventures in this unusual class. The girls also showed support and greeted the guys with a smile, starting to get acquainted and talk with them. Rui was attracted to one of the students and began a conversation with interest to learn more about him and get to know him better. It turned out that this student was not in a friendly mood, but instead exhibited aggressive behavior and anger, which left Rui a little dumbfounded and unsure of his actions. The main characters felt bewildered, not understanding what could have gone wrong, and wondering if they might have made some mistake or bad experience that caused this student's aggression. Since Rui was from a village, he might not be aware of some of the city's customs or practices, which could explain his negative attitude and dissatisfaction. This was because it was forbidden to have slave beastmen in the capital, but in other major cities this practice continued, which caused discontent on the part of many beastmen and created a conflict between them and ordinary people. The main character wondered if he would ever be able to make friends with this student, despite the initial tension and conflict. When the girl tried to tell the guy something, his attention was focused on one of the girls in the class, which caused some misunderstanding and irritation in the girl. He couldn't help but notice that she was amazingly beautiful, as if she had come straight out of a painting, and this caught his attention and piqued his interest. Slightly stuttering, Rui greeted the girl, trying to compose himself and be polite in front of her. However, he only received a cold disregard from the girl, which left his feelings a little hurt and disappointed. Elena could not stand this behavior and was amazed at how the girl dared to ignore the guy, and this caused her indignation and bewilderment. She exhibited pretentious behavior and stated that there was simply nothing to talk about with him, which caused additional irritation and bewilderment on the part of Elena and Rui. Elena was perplexed and disappointed by such an unpleasant answer, which completely contradicted their hopes for friendly communication with the students of the class. Her nerves were already gone, and she felt very irritated, ready to explode and tear the girl to pieces on the spot because of her rude and unpleasant behavior. Yuri noticed that the guy had apparently already established relationships with everyone, and also added that the teacher was already heading towards them, and they needed to quickly take their places. Yuri defiantly introduced himself again and greeted the guy, showing his friendliness and willingness to communicate, despite previous troubles. It was clear from the look of the main character that he felt satisfaction from the new class, since from that moment his life at the academy begins, and he is ready for new challenges and adventures. One day, a teacher was explaining something to the children with great diligence, trying to convey important information and knowledge to them. The teacher explained that in this way water magic uses moisture from the atmosphere. Rue disagreed with the teacher and said that water magic was probably also capable of controlling underground water and water sources. 2 weeks have already passed since they entered the academy, and the main characters have been actively studying magic and adapting to the new learning environment. Everyone present was amazed at how clearly the guy explained the material, and his ability to convey knowledge aroused admiration among students and teachers. When they returned from practice, they noticed that all the chairs were scattered around the classroom, which caused surprise and bewilderment among those present. It was very cruel, and the children could not understand who had made such a mess and scattered chairs around the classroom. One of the guys wanted to ask some questions and find out what happened to understand the situation better. He decided to find the one who created this mess. He is sure that he left traces or evidence that will help solve this mystery. Oscar began using magical analysis to uncover magical clues or information that could lead him to discover the villain who was causing chaos in the classroom. This is exactly what Rue expected from Oscar, relying on his magical skills to solve the mystery and find the culprit. Oscar announced that he has these magical skills thanks to the help of a guy. Thus, he was able to develop his analysis skills and ability to analyze more than just one table, thanks to the training and lessons that the guy gave after school. Oscar noticed a classmate's hair and shoe prints, which could be a clue to who caused the mess in the classroom. Oscar was truly impossible to fool, and his unique skills in magical analysis allowed him to reveal details that went unnoticed by others. As it turned out, the guy was expelled from the village for abusing magic, which explained his strange and hostile behavior. He rejoiced at the opportunity to use magic and realized that he could now be useful and contribute to solving the mystery of the disorder in the classroom. The guy provided information about who broke into the classroom and caused the chaos, sharing his knowledge and observations to help solve the incident. Oscar, not wanting to get involved in conflicts and fights, decided to stay away and not join the class that was probably going to look into the situation. Oscar could rely on his friend and assured him that he could cope without his help. At this time, Jack, Alex and Michael were nearby, ready to support their friends and help if necessary. They all had one common goal: to catch the one who broke the rules and created chaos in the classroom, in order to restore order and restore calm in the academy. Jack asked the main character if he could start already, expressing his readiness to intervene and help investigate the incident. Kicking down the door, the boys burst into the classroom, ready to begin an investigation and find the rule breaker. The boys were confident that they could win this battle and solve the mystery of the incident in the classroom. It appears that all the suspects are planning to feign innocence and hide their involvement in the incident. A stranger approached the guys, and the main character immediately felt that he had seen him somewhere before. It seemed that he was from the aristocracy or other upper class. The main character apologized for the fact that they suddenly burst into the classroom, and explained that one of the hooligans in their class disrupted the lesson, and now they are trying to find the culprit and restore order. The stranger asked if it was too early to suspect them of this, expressing doubt about their assumptions about who might have disrupted the lesson. The stranger also added that in their class there are many students from disadvantaged families, and this can make it difficult to find the culprit and understand the situation. After these words, Jack became enraged and was ready to tear the stranger to pieces, feeling anger and defending the honor of his class and friends. Understandably, Rui realized that the stranger just wanted to anger them, and he began to think of a strategy on how to remain calm and investigate the incident intelligently and effectively. He asked Jack to trust him and rely on his decisions so that the investigation would go more smoothly and efficiently. The guy began to take something unknown out of his pocket, causing interest and anticipation among everyone present. The main characters carefully examined the hair that Oscar found for them in the classroom and began to analyze it. The stranger asked how Oscar was able to find out who this hair belonged to. The guy began to say that they carried out an analysis at the genetic level and compared the data with known samples to determine the owner of the hair. He announced that he used his ability called time reversal. The stranger was clearly surprised and did not expect such an unusual outcome of events, because the return time ability was extremely rare and powerful. As it turned out, the main characters used magic that could return time, and the hair returned to its owner's head, which surprised everyone present with its unusual magical power. In other words, it turned out that the hair belonged to a stranger, and he was involved in the incident with the thrown chairs in the classroom. The stranger could not understand how this was possible, because not even all high-class magicians could use the magic of time, and this caused him surprise and bewilderment. The stranger pointed his wand at the boy, preparing to possibly use his magical powers in response to their discovery of his crime. The stranger admitted that he was going to purge and remove the main character from the class. He warned everyone present that they should also prepare for punishment and consequences. The main character noticed that pointing magic wands without sufficient reason is contrary not only to the rules of the school, but also to the law of magic in general. The main character realized that in this situation it was more of self-defense, and now he had no need to hold back. After this, classmates began to jointly develop a strategy to prevent possible negative consequences and protect themselves and their class. The man ordered everyone to shoot, calling on them to take active action in this situation. The main character noticed that people were gathering near the class, and he decided that they needed to avoid direct blows and being hit by them. Michael made the decision to take responsibility and act independently in this situation. Michael decided to use a technique known as the wall to protect himself and his comrades from attacks. Jack confessed to Michael and said that he would take further action in preparation for dealing with the situation. Jack decided to use his powerful technique, called the bomb, in order to cope with the stranger and his threats. All the wands instantly exploded in the hands of their owners, causing chaos and panic in the class. This unexpected explosion, of course, was not part of their plan, and they expected an easier victory. Now the students were absolutely sure that victory was not part of their plans. The students began discussing precautions and rules for using magic to avoid such situations. Among those present was a man who was ready to deal the strongest blow to Alex. His determination and aggression could be seen in his eyes. He was not going to allow such an easy victory for his opponent and, instead of allowing the blow, he decisively activated the power-up in his legs. Because of this unexpected reaction, the guy was unable to hit him at all. His blow was completely useless. All subsequent attempts to harm this guy also ended in failure. His incredible agility and reaction made him untouchable for his opponents. He mocked them and noticed that they were too slow, and with such ease that one could even yawn without fear of anything. They were still unable to unravel his whereabouts, and he remained an inaccessible mystery to them. It was at this time that Alex suddenly appeared and delivered his decisive blow, which proved irresistible. And in addition, apparently he also overdid it and completely knocked out his opponents. And, apparently, he not only struck, but also overestimated his strength, so that the opponents were completely knocked out of action. Rue grabbed him by the throat and asked who could be considered bad in this situation now. Under Rue's influence, he began to beg for mercy and guaranteed his readiness to fulfill any request. However, the condition was that he would have to obey not only the guy, but also everyone else, following their orders. The main character is ready to strike the decisive blow in this epic battle. The blow was so devastating that the man turned and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The blow was so powerful that he simply pierced the wall with his body, leaving a huge hole in it and causing shock among all witnesses. Such a spectacle looked incredibly impressive and epic, forcing everyone around to applaud the hero. The hero's friends were proud to have been part of this incredible victory and to have witnessed his valor. They then raised their hands to each other to symbolize and strengthen their friendship and unity. However, when Yuri learned about the boys' feat, he was overcome with rage, and he clearly did not approve of their action, not being proud of them. Jack was busy cleaning, and this was not his first endeavor in this matter. Inside himself, he admitted that it was his own fault that things had reached this extent. Yuri tormented himself with self-recrimination for simply not being able to follow them. Their promise to not allow such situations to happen again calmed them down, and they felt the obsession release from their souls. Then the main character approached Yuri and sincerely apologized, realizing that he probably suffered because of their actions. He honestly admitted that from the very beginning, when he decided to take this step, he expected that such situations would happen quite often. Yuri's voice was very tired, as if the echo of a long and restless day. Since he was still dealing with their actions, he was unable to get a good night's sleep. Rue felt incredibly uneasy and uncomfortable as he realized that his actions had led to this situation, and now his relationship with his friend had become strained and uncomfortable. At this time, the main character noticed that everyone around him continued to train, and inspired by their determination, he also decided to go for a walk in order to relax a little and take his mind off the unpleasant situation. Leaving the class, the main character noticed how a stranger, with a smile on his face, approached him and greeted him cordially. The stranger, showing interest, asked if the main character was Rui. Having apologized to the guy for his sudden appearance, the main character tried to explain that his new mood and desire to talk were the result of recent events. As it turned out, the guy's name was Madison, and he was in Class 2A. The main character warmly shook the stranger's hand, expressing his respect for him and showing his readiness for friendly communication. Madison was just curious about what Rue looked like since there were rumors about him and he wanted to see the guy in person. And oddly enough, These rumors turned out to be related to yesterday's incident that everyone was talking about. Madison suddenly began to approach Rue, as if they had found a common language, and their conversation became more frank and friendly. Madison felt ready to tell Rue something important and personal. With a look of trust, he made it clear that he had a story to share with him, and Rue was ready to listen. Rue listened carefully to Madison and realized that even he, being strong, realized that in this world there will always be people even more powerful and terrible than himself. And at that time the main character was worried about his charisma and ability to impress others. Rue sincerely and heartily thanked Madison for his honesty and warning about the powerful and scary people in this world. However, within himself he was well aware that there were at least two people whose power and influence exceeded his. Madison decided that he probably shouldn't have worried then, since meeting such people was unlikely, and he preferred to focus on what he had now. He then began to say goodbye and announced that it was time for him to go, leaving Rue with his thoughts. The main character noticed that Madison was indeed a very mysterious person, and his short meeting left a mystery in his soul. Madison hurriedly left the meeting place. Rue's gaze revealed many secrets and mysteries that he may yet have to reveal. Arriving home, Rue immediately collapsed on his bed and realized that he was extremely tired after a hard day. Rue was so physically and emotionally exhausted that it was clearly a consequence of their long and tedious labor to restore the class that had been damaged. He was proud to realize that he had worked hard despite the difficulties and was able to rebuild the class on his own. Rue woke up and looked around puzzled, having difficulty discerning whether it was already morning or still twilight. With a deep sense of confusion and bewilderment, Rue realized that he was surrounded by an unknown space and was far from his familiar surroundings. However, he was sure that even if this place seemed endless and incomprehensible, his little sister Enro would always come to the rescue and support him. Suddenly he realized that he felt nothing, and doubts that this place could be an endless hell came over him. The girl behind her suddenly walked up to Rue and gently asked him to remain calm, as if sensing his anxiety and helplessness. She confirmed his words that this was indeed the same endless hell in which they were. Inviting Rue to sit at the table, she told him that they needed to talk and try to figure out this strange situation in which they found themselves. The guy felt a slight tension and indecision, sitting at the table in this mysterious environment. Before drinking the tea that was offered to him, he wondered slightly whether it was worth it. Despite his initial doubts, Rue was pleasantly surprised to discover the exquisite taste of the tea and the warmth that enveloped him after the first sip. With a cup of tea in his hands, he couldn't help but question her identity and how they related to this strange situation. As it turned out, her name was Chris, and she was assigned to manage this endless hell. After such words, the main character instantly stood up, ready to defend, feeling an unexpected surge of tension and danger. However, she again asked him to calm down and assured him that she was not an enemy and her intentions were good. Mixed feelings of uncertainty and anxiety remained in his heart, and he felt that he needed a clearer explanation of his role and purpose in this strange reality. It turned out that the reason was quite simple. The main character accidentally removed the seal from Endless Hell. This happened because in the real world he received an item from the hero, thanks to which the seal guarding the Endless Hell was removed. The guy was shocked by what he heard, because he had just found out that he had accidentally released Endless Hell, and this was a shock to him. Remembering the moment when he supported Charlotte's sword and felt some kind of power from it, it became clear to him that it was at that moment that the seal was removed, revealing Endless Hell. He learned that if he collects all the hero's items, the seal on Endless Hell will be completely removed, and he will be able to return to the real world. Rue began to think that a joint effort with Charlotte could be more effective and safer than a solo search for an unknown hero whose fate he knew nothing about. He was confused, wondering why the girl who seemingly ran this place was willing to reveal information to him about how to unseal the Endless Hell. Chris admitted that the goal of Endless Hell has already been achieved, and now it seems strange to her that this hell still exists, and she decided to help Rue to rectify the situation. The guy was completely bewildered and could not understand what exactly the girl was talking about, since the information about the purpose of Endless Hell was unexpected for him. Rue felt even more puzzled and unsure of what was happening after learning that the girl had no right to reveal information about the purpose of the Endless Hell. After sincerely asking for his forgiveness, the girl tried to explain that she was not allowed to reveal details related to the purpose of the Endless Hell, and that she was ready to help him find the answers together. The girl explained that the main character is not here physically, and that is why he will be able to return to the real world when he collects all the hero's items and removes the seal. It turned out that he was called to this world so that he could gain the experience and skills necessary to complete the task of collecting the hero's items and breaking the seal from the Endless Hell. Thus, Rue began to understand that his role in this world became more clear, and he was ready to take on the challenge and help Chris achieve this goal, since he had the opportunity to gain skills and experience. Concentrating, Ryu tried to think about swords, and to his surprise, he saw swords appear in front of him, ready to be used. Chris, not wanting to waste time, announced that they were starting training, and Rui was ready to begin learning and using his new swords. Under the influence of unknown forces, he instantly dodged the blow without any apparent explanation, causing surprise and admiration both for himself and for Chris, who realized that Rui had unique abilities. He was amazed by this event, as his head literally almost flew off from his amazing dodging of a blow. At the very last stage of the training, she warned that if he died in this world, he would never wake up in reality. Chris reminded that everything they were going through was just training, and that Rui still had an exam that would test his abilities and readiness. Rui couldn't help but notice that the girl, despite her gender, was extremely strong and masterfully wielded a sword, which earned him respect and admiration. Chris noticed that the main character didn't seem to be taught how to use a sword, and decided that they had a lot of work to do to overcome this deficiency and achieve success. He may not have had any experience, but the guy already had some techniques that had been taught to him, and he was ready to use them in battle. He used the shine technique to create an instant flash of light, blinding his opponent and giving him an advantage in battle. However, from the expression on the girl's face, it was impossible to determine that she was alarmed by this reception, and she remained calm. Rui realized that he must use his intelligence and techniques to make up for the speed gap and be more effective in battle. Under the pressure of struggle and stress, his nerves could not stand it, and he decided to use his super enhancement to increase his abilities and chances of winning. Using his super boost, he unleashed a powerful blow, putting all his strength into it, in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Rui's strength and determination impressed even Chris, and the battle became much more intense and interesting as both fighters fought for the top hand. Using his magical body, the main character gained additional strength and agility, which made his attacks more powerful and threatening. With this powerful blow, Rui was able to establish his superiority in battle and highlight his unique abilities. Realizing that further struggle was pointless, the girl asked to stop and realized that Rui's strength lay in the fact that he was not limited to a certain form and was able to adapt to the situation. Chris, despite her defeat, quickly reacted and used her shield to deflect the guy's attack and protect herself from the consequences of the powerful blow. The main character continued to demonstrate his unique ability of adaptation and magical power, which allowed him to overcome obstacles and achieve success in battle. Gathering his last remnants of strength and determination, Rui prepared for the final blow, knowing that it would decide the outcome of the battle. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and began to faint, which caused alarm and bewilderment in both him and Chris. There were only a couple of moments ahead, and he could have defeated the girl, but sudden frostbite stopped him on the path to victory. Chris, however, had no intention of killing him, and his little body did its job to protect him at the moment when he was in trouble. Sakura, symbolizing beauty and renewal, could become a sign of hope and a bright future for a guy who has gone through many difficulties and trials. Chris understood that she relied on the main character, because the fate of the world was in his hands. When the guy woke up, he felt that his whole body was in great pain, probably from the effects of intense training and fighting in an endless hell. Rui noticed that there were no wounds on his body, and he began to realize that perhaps he had never physically been to the endless hell, and this was all happening in another dimension or state. Dimension Cut was explained as an advanced technology mixing magic and Qigong. With an opponent who was his equal in strength, Rui realized that even if he doesn't have a weapon, he can use magic to fill in the gaps in his technique and swordsmanship, making him stronger in battle. Rui had doubts that a girl might be better than him in combat or with a sword, and this could cause some self-doubt. By focusing on ball training, he realized that this was the way to improve his technique and skills, and he was willing to learn and develop to become better. The next day, when the guy came to school, he was immediately greeted. They all had nothing special to do during recess, and they decided to spend this time in a friendly conversation, discussing past events and future plans. Rui looked into the distance, his gaze rushed into the endless expanses, and suddenly his attention was attracted by the presence of someone who had already arrived. Yuri's same bodyguard, whose job it was to ensure the safety of his boss, felt surprised when the young man expressed his need for his help. With bitter sincerity in his voice, he told how he was once again kicked out of the place where he had found temporary refuge. Striving for self-improvement, the main character expressed a desire for that same bodyguard to teach him the art of wielding a sword. To improve the effectiveness of his training, he decided to turn to Charlotte asking for help. In this chaotic duel, where Charlotte attacked with a sword and the guy tried to defend himself, the main character felt an urgent need to learn both attack and defense in order to become a true master of the sword. With pride and determination in his eyes, the guy admitted that he would pass on the ancestral technique known as the King's Defense Sword. Thus, an exchange of knowledge and skills began, where the main character became a teacher in the art of magic for Charlotte. He silently watched as those around him strived for excellence, and he could not help but notice that their zeal began to have an effect on him. Of course, Rue happily accepted this dynamic atmosphere and most likely wanted to become stronger by accepting the influence of others into his character and improving with them. Thus, they decided to apply their efforts moderately, moving towards their goals and excellence together, supporting each other along this important path. The main character lent his support to the guy in his aspirations and endeavors, standing next to him, ready to help and inspire him to achieve his goals. After some time, the main character again found himself in endless hell, where he continued his training, striving for perfection. This time his outlook was more confident and he approached his training with more determination and self-confidence. This visible progress in his efforts encouraged not only him, but also those around him, including the girl. He became much better and was even able to injure a girl, which was a clear indication of his improvement and the growth of his fighting skills. She noticed that he had begun to train and realized that his persistence and determination in the process had not gone unnoticed. The main character openly admitted that he has many teachers, and he is taught by guys who have outstanding sword skills. Chris noticed that he was serious and realized that his desire to excel and achieve his goals was a real priority for him. Rue asked why his little sister Rio was not in the endless hell, expressing his concern over her absence. She began to explain that she and he were on different floors of endless hell, separating them in this world, but remaining in contact. This knowledge of the second floor aroused his keen interest and desire to explore this unexplored region of endless hell. The girl was forbidden to say who exactly was on the second floor. The main character was a little upset after these words, since the hope of meeting his sister and Rio was overshadowed by the ban on disclosing information about them. Chris admitted that it looks like the guy in his world actually met the granddaughter of the main character, which caused surprise and joy among everyone. It turned out that it was Charlotte, and the main character admitted that they were friends, which added new threads of connection and understanding between them. At first she resented him, but after a duel between them, their relationship changed dramatically and she began to see him as a true friend and ally. It turned out that she was actually very lonely, and she strives to become stronger not only for herself, but also for the sake of others. Chris was sure that she lived happily, but at the same time it was important for her to share this joy and happiness with others. The guy admitted that she also helps him with her life activities, and their interaction turned out to be mutually inspiring, because they supported each other in finding their own strength and the meaning of life. Since 6 hours have already passed and the guy has started to become transparent, they will have to say goodbye soon, leaving behind important lessons and inspiration for future endeavors. Before he left, Chris stopped him to express her gratitude and promised to continue her journey to excellence in his absence. She asked him to beware of the Genesis sect and to be vigilant, warning him against potential dangers along his path. The girl couldn't tell him the details, but she assured him that when he solved the mysteries of the endless hell, he would definitely have to contact her and find out more about the Genesis sect. She stressed that he must be vigilant and careful. After this important information, the guy began his journey back to his world. It was clear from the girl's facial expression that she was sincerely worried about the guy, and her concern was a reflection of their strengthened connections and friendship. At this time, a change came, and the guy and the girl, leaving hope and a promise to meet again in their hearts, separated for a while to continue their studies and adventures in their worlds. The main character was very bored without her, and he felt that in her absence something important and special had left his life. Since Charlotte was busy, he needed to arrange for someone to hang out and go out to relieve his boredom and loneliness. He, feeling hungry, decided to go somewhere to eat to quench his appetite and spend time usefully. At this time, he heard that a showdown was taking place somewhere in the vicinity, and this made him be vigilant and cautious before going further. The main character immediately decided to get closer and find out what the problem was, ready to offer his help if needed. At this time, it turned out that the same angry guy from the class was arguing with someone. However, it turned out that it was Wolf, and the main character was familiar with his difficult character and tendency to conflict. The main character approached Wolf and asked what happened, showing interest in what caused the argument and conflict. The guy was asked to talk to his classmate, since he was closer to Wolf. The atmosphere was very tense and everyone around felt angry and dissatisfied, which created an unpleasant environment. After the man said that it was precisely because of such aggression that he hated the sphere of people, the guy flared up in rage, as this hurt him and caused a wave of emotions. Rue intervened in the conversation and asked what had happened, revealing an interest in the conflict and a desire to resolve the situation. A classmate was accused of stealing goods from a man, and this became the cause of disagreement and conflict. The guy asked me to tell him, at least in general terms, what exactly happened, in order to understand the situation and possibly help resolve the conflict. The man began to say that a thief had entered his store, and he was sure that a classmate had stolen his goods, prompting these accusations. After he left, it became clear that the store window was broken. Immediately after calling the police, he decided to start a search himself, and his classmate actually had his stolen goods. But the man did not believe that the guy could do it alone, and was sure that he was helped. He wondered if this could really have been done by the guy alone. The boy often heard that beastmen were accused without good reason, and this made him worried that he might be caught and accused without providing evidence of his innocence. Then the main character decided that he would find the real thief, promoting justice in this difficult situation. However, these words did little to calm everyone down, and the tense atmosphere remained unchanged, highlighting the complexity of the situation. Rue wondered if this classmate was running fast, trying to find some evidence. Then the main character decided to use magic to help solve this mysterious situation and find the real thief. He decided to use the smoke veil to create confusion and try to hide, perhaps giving himself extra time to think and act. They immediately disappeared from the man's vision, leaving him in panic and bewilderment. They tried to leave the danger zone, and Rue led the guy towards safety to warn him about the possible consequences of theft and conflict. And the man could only think about where his classmates could have disappeared, leaving him in a state of confusion and unresolved questions. The man was understandably furious after such an act, and his feelings were so agitated that he could make rash decisions in an attempt to unravel this mysterious situation. He immediately began to get angry at the men standing nearby, because they could not prevent and did not see how his classmates ran away. They could not understand what to do now, faced with growing chaos and unexpected developments. They decided that they just needed to ask the academy for help, how to seek help from competent persons. One of them had to go ask for help, while the second began a search to deal with the situation as effectively as possible. All this time, classmates sat on the roof and watched everything that was happening, remaining in a safe place so as not to get into the center of the conflict. At such a dizzying pace, the protagonist, like an arrow, might even attract the attention of a local group of knights, whose determination to hunt him would only increase the tense situation in which he finds himself. The guy did not fall into pessimism, on the contrary, his determination was at its best, and he sought to find the criminal as quickly as possible. Wolf felt a little wary about this whole situation. He could not understand why the main characters got involved in this adventure, and a certainty arose in his mind that the mysterious individual they encountered was hiding some mysterious intentions. But the guy tirelessly and persistently began to convince Wolf of the opposite, revealing his motives and conviction that this adventure would lead to solving important mysteries and saving many lives. Since he considered his classmate his true friend, he decided to assist him in this difficult matter. The guy's reaction was extremely stunning, because he did not expect to hear such words at all and felt sincere gratitude. He could not understand how this happened, because every day he growled at him and expressed his dissatisfaction, and now they showed gratitude to him and were ready to help. However, he still couldn't figure out what the guy's true goal was. The main character, sharing his plan, invited his partner to go to where he discovered the mysterious bottle. However, when they arrived at the indicated place, they discovered that there were no traces or evidence left there. The guy with an enthusiastic look politely asked to give him this beautifully decorated bottle of wine for a while. After receiving the bottle, he began using magical analysis, blindingly revealing its origin. The main character enthusiastically admitted that the secrets of this magic were passed on to him by a close friend. Despite his passion and effort, he realized that his mastery of magic had not yet reached the heights his friend had reached, and that he still had a lot of study and practice ahead of him. The main character, through the magical atmosphere, suddenly explored something and broke the silence, inviting the assembled company to go somewhere, as if expecting an important discovery or adventure. Without explaining anything to his friend, he resolutely continued to run away, as if rushing towards something urgent, leaving him bewildered and intrigued. Wolf, closely watching what was happening, noticed that Rue was moving at such a speed that seemed inhuman, which caused his surprise. After these words from Wolf, the main character accelerated even more, as if embodying strength and energy. After some time, as if called by an incredible force, they found themselves in place. The footprints they noticed led inside the building, as if inviting them to explore the secrets hidden within its hideout. After some thought, the guy decided that in this situation it was better to return the bottle, because he felt that the upcoming exploration of this mysterious place could take a lot of time and effort. Wolf, stunned by the development of events, could not understand whether this was the very barn they were looking for, or whether another mystery had opened up before them. The main character couldn't wait to get inside, as if his heart was beating in unison with the secrets hiding behind these doors. In the midst of their intriguing exploration, Charlotte, who had been searching for them all this time without success, suddenly appeared, disrupting their moment of excitement and solving the mysteries. She admitted that she had come here for their own sake, expressing deep care and concern for their safety, and wanted to be there to help and support them in their adventures. The girl said that she used magical power to search for their traces. True, using magical power was not an easy task for her, and she admitted that it took a lot of effort to find them in this mysterious location. Finding themselves in this unusual situation in front of her, they instantly thought that Charlotte had come, perhaps with the intention of catching them. They breathed a sigh of relief when they received a positive response from Charlotte, realizing that she was not opposing them, but, on the contrary, wanted to help and support them on this mysterious journey. Today she was invited to the royal palace to be an instructor in magic for the warriors. Then suddenly a request came in to find them. These words clearly upset the protagonist, crushing his hopes and leaving him in a state of disappointment and misunderstanding. Wolf, not ready to give himself up to Charlotte so easily, felt an inner rebellion and determination to continue the research. However, from the girl's reaction it was clear that she was not very serious about catching them, and perhaps even shared their desire to explore this mysterious location. Then she suddenly decided to help them completely, as if changing her original intentions. After her decision to help, the main character hugged his friend tightly, feeling deep gratitude and joy that they could explore this mysterious world together. She was very embarrassed by this unexpected hug, but at the same time she felt in it the warmth and support that she had needed for a long time. Wolf decided to attract attention and began to talk animatedly, as if trying to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. He could not understand why the girl decided to help them, because she was the granddaughter of a hero and her valor could suffer if she continued to help such a beast man. She asked them not to consider his words nonsense, explaining that on the contrary, abandoning people in trouble hurts her valor, and her decision to help does not depend on how he is in her eyes. The guy did not hide the fact that he was slightly stunned by these words, feeling how the internal conflict began to dissipate, and he received support and understanding from an unexpected ally. It is not clear for what reason, but she suddenly took up her sword, as if preparing for something that might require her protection. Then, feeling the growing tension, they decided to quickly end the situation. Having opened the doors, they were stunned by what they saw, as if a world of wonders and secrets had opened up before them. There were a lot of expensive things there, impressive both in their wealth and elegance, as if they had entered a treasury that they had never even dreamed of. And inside it turned out to be even more spacious than Charlotte had thought. She appreciated the enormous possibilities hidden inside this place. By all appearances, the man inside was involved in shady dealings, and the guy was sure that many of the items here were stolen or acquired by dishonest means. Most likely, it was a secret warehouse of a group of thieves, where they stored looted treasures and valuables, and they found themselves in the very center of secret criminal machinations. The main character was sure that it was better to quickly inform the knights or other servants of the law about what they had discovered. And immediately after these words, the muzzles of pistols were pointed at them, and a threatening aura suddenly surrounded them. They were surrounded by several dozen people, creating an atmosphere full of tension and hostility. A man approached them and asked if they were lost. His name was Ghoul, and he turned out to be the leader of this gang, controlling all these people in the situation. According to their impressions, he is a fairly authoritative figure in the world of crime. For some reason, the guy had doubts that this man was really the leader of the thieves, perhaps due to his unusual appearance or behavior. He made good money from thefts, but the main character was determined not to let him make money from all this stolen property. He was determined to stop the thief and put an end to his illegal activities, even if it meant confronting an authority figure in the world of crime. The man suddenly felt that he seemed to have seen the main character somewhere. He then said that he was very lucky to see this young man, and his words aroused surprise and questions from everyone present. He did not think that his goal would come to him on its own. Charlotte resolutely drew her sword and took a stance, preparing to defend herself, her determination clear despite the difficulty of the situation. Wolf was very angry that the man had stolen goods from the souvenir shops, which could expose him to suspicion and hostility from the locals, and he strongly expressed his indignation. The man couldn't even remember which souvenir shop he stole the goods from. He did not deny that one of his subordinates seemed to have stolen something from there, and did not see a huge problem in this. Then he began to mock and show where all these goods were. After these words, the guy now definitely won't forgive them and will tear them to pieces on the spot. The man realized that the guy seemed to have gotten it for this act. Taunting him, he offered to become his master as an apology. Wolf was shocked by this proposal, and was already at the peak of his rage. He began to explain that he actually had one rich suitor for the guy. Beast people quickly break down psychologically, so they are short-lived. Wolf's nerves could not stand it, and he was ready to tear everyone and everything to pieces. but the main character stopped him in time and thereby prevented a fight. He was sure that they simply wanted to anger him, and he should not give in to it. He asked Charlotte to shut up because she was looking down on him. The guy asked him not to think about it because they don't think so, he's just talking nonsense. These words also slightly struck Wolf, because he had apparently never heard such a thing before. After that, he really calmed down a little and came to his senses. The main character hoped that the guy had learned his lesson and understood everything. Wolf's gaze switched to Rue's bloody fist. He admitted that he would repay the man for insulting his friend. The man ordered his subordinates to deal with the guy because he sees him as a huge problem. The excitement for the fight lit up in their eyes. In addition, the man asked not to hit Rue in the face, thereby mocking him. The man realized that if he sold it to perverts who loved cute boys, they would pay a lot for it. It sounded disgusting. But after some time, the man's gaze changed very sharply. He was scared. His subordinates' fingers were broken in every possible way. The main character used a technique called golden shell, and also finger removal. The man was very frightened by this and could not understand who was standing in front of him. Well, the main character was calm and noticed that the man's gun began to shake. In turn, he tried with all his might to show that he didn't care and was calm, and then he completely ordered to open fire. Well, the guy had an idea of what to use to protect them. He used a move called the crane. It was the first time Wolf had ever seen such a technique, and everyone present had already run out of ammunition, and now the friends had a chance, but they had to try not to damage the stolen property. Rue easily dealt with his opponents and did not see them as a danger, and Charlotte helped him at this time, as always. She asked to leave someone for her. Their team worked really unitedly and it brought results. Wolf was stunned by the sequence of attacks, because they protect blind spots from each other. And after some time, everyone present was lying unconscious. The man had no choice but to shoot at the standing guy. Wolf turned away at that time and did not notice the bullet flying at him. In a split second she should have approached the guy. When he already noticed this, he was very scared and did not know what to do. Rue noticed this too and realized that he needed to do something. The main character began to approach the guy in order to help him, and a split second later, screams were heard in the building and blood flowed. Wolf was informed that his arrival had long been anticipated, and the meeting was eagerly awaited, as if a harbinger of a long-awaited event. This time he was clearly late. Time flowed through his fingers like grains of sand in an hourglass. Wolf, burning with curiosity, could not comprehend the reason for his invitation. He was led outside, seductively hinting at something mysterious. The guys sought to demonstrate to their peers a creature like Wolf. Then, gun barrels were pointed at him, creating a tense moment like in a cinematic scene. It is unclear for what reason Wolf was informed that he had been lucky, and at that moment it became clear to him that they were simply going to put him up for sale as a product. Their intention filled him with disbelief, and he could not realize that their plans were so dark. Being exposed to shock, he gradually turned his inner anxious impulse into a whirlwind of anger. With a mocking grin, the boys asked him if he really believed he could make friends with people. After the incident, Wolf finally decided that he would no longer trust people in order to avoid similar deceptions and betrayals in the future. But suddenly remembering how Rue saved him from a deadly bullet, he realized that even in the darkest moments there is light. Rue justified his action, explaining that for him Wolf is the same as everyone else, and that he does not see any obstacles in the fact that Wolf is not a person. After all people, like fugitives in search of their essence, just like Wolf at the moment, strive to find their true path in this labyrinth of existence. Rue simply didn't want Wolf to become something he wasn't, because he realized that Wolf might seem rough and unapproachable on the outside, but inside he was kind and sensitive. Wolf was a target of discrimination, and he naturally did not like being the subject of bullying. Charlotte instantly ran up to the guy, trying to find out if his friend was okay. Inviting the couple to relax, Wolf himself decided to show them something extraordinary. Finally, he decided to show them the real himself, not the mask under which he walks, but his true appearance. Literally a moment later, the guy and girl witnessed a real wolf, in its true form. Charlotte assumed it was an atavism. She had heard more than once about something that she had only briefly touched upon in her previous knowledge. Long ago, beastmen had the amazing ability to change their appearance. She had heard that nowadays very few beastmen were born with such an ability, so was the guy one of those unique creatures that were legendary. All those who dared to harm Wolf deeply regretted it, for he easily surpassed their strength. The bandits desperately tried to defend themselves from the guy's attack, putting all their efforts into repelling his attacks. Charlotte noticed that the wolf moved with amazing speed, like a shadowy flashing lightning sword in the hands of an invisible warrior. Then the guy simply destroyed all the male guards. After that, Jackson began to call someone outside. In his arsenal, as it turned out, there was an unusual weapon ally, a wise parrot. Wolf was surprised to find that Jackson had such a rare weapon. Jackson tried his best to force the parrot to fly, because he was deeply frightened and could not cope with this task. The guy couldn't let the man do that. Jackson realized that he would have to sacrifice some substance. Throwing a bottle with some substance down, he ordered him to deal with the wolf. The initially ordinary and obscure substance began to turn into some kind of monster. Both of them were in a state of bewilderment at what they saw. Jackson wasn't surprised that the guy was so scared by the substance. This was a very rare representative of slimes, because it sucked things into itself and increased in size. Jackson did not want to use it for Wolf's sake, but he realized that it was his fault that he attacked him. Wolf felt that he needed to catch up with the man before he could fly away. At this time, the slime simply stood there, not posing a threat, as if remaining calm and carrying itself in a peaceful manner. But only after some time did he finally make some kind of movement, and it became clear that he was trying to grab Wolf. Fortunately, the wolf easily dodged this attack with brilliant agility. But the stranger, who was passed out, found himself under attack. Something strange was happening in that bubble. The slime began to absorb the stranger. The slime absorbed him, as if plunging him into the unknown depths of his inner world. When the enemy tried to grab Rue, Charlotte managed to save him in time. Then the monster began to attack the rest of those present. They then realized that this A-rank monster was extremely dangerous. If Wolf stays in this barn, he will be sucked in. He needed to get out. The guy realized that he would have to figure out how to fight such a monster. After all, even experienced adventurers can cope with such monsters only if they gather a group. But Rue asked his friends not to give up, because if he is not stopped now, it will only get worse. Thanks to Charlotte's treatment, the guy was able to begin to move, as if coming to life under her caring hands and regaining his strength. Rue decided to use a technique called glaciation, and strangely enough, a real block of ice appeared around the monster. He, concentrating all his efforts, tried to get out of this ingenious trap. To some extent, he managed to get out, and he attacked the defenseless and weak Rue at the moment. Charlotte couldn't just stand by and watch this. Then, at some point, it so happened that the monster literally devoured the entire barn. Wolf continued to insist that they needed to escape before it was too late. Well, the guy and Charlotte had a different opinion and began to fight the monster. The girl decided to use the heroic Sakura heart technique. Then, with all her determination, she was fully prepared to attack, as if preparing for an impressive and powerful lunge towards the monster. She, framed by an atmosphere of mystery, conveyed that she entrusted everything unspoken to Rue. Rue moved into action with strong confidence, assuring her that he would not let her down. The monster monolith, under the power of an ice spell, disappeared under a blanket of ice. There was disbelief in Wolf's eyes that they had actually held this giant. They left the ice titan behind only to begin the race in pursuit of Jackson. After this epic battle, Rue realized that his powers had not yet fully returned. With Charlotte among them, amid the echoes of the battle, it was argued that Jackson had gone far ahead, hiding in the shadow of distant horizons. Wolf, filled with confidence, assured that he could catch up with Jackson by following the scent. Showing an unprecedented sense of humor, Wolf asked with a smile if the guy was going to climb on him. With a slight wink, Wolf noted that if the guy decided to do this, it would become a symbol of absolute trust. With sadness in his voice, Wolf noted that he could not yet fully trust all people. Wolf, having weighed his experiences, realized that his characteristics were different from others, and this understanding had accompanied him for a long time. With trepidation in his voice, Wolf, eager to avoid the impression of favor, asked for help rather than doing them a favor. Charlotte, with her determination, decided to take responsibility for those who were consumed by the slug and set out to deal with Jackson. With an unexpected burst of friendship, the guy climbed onto the back of his comrade, and together they rushed forward. Using a bracelet Jackson found among the ruins of the capital, they deciphered the mysterious signs that opened the way forward for them. The bracelet was decorated with a large stone, and undoubtedly it was not just a treasure. If they sold it along with the mysterious bird, they could get a significant amount. He swore unforgiveness, deciding that by reviving his gang, he pursued the goal of taking revenge on them for all their troubles. Wolf, like a cunning hunter, sensed the man's scent and instantly set off in pursuit. With the news that Jackson had already left the city, Wolf shared the information. Wolf, imbued with a premonition of future events, enthusiastically anticipated the upcoming meeting. With the agility of a predator, he easily began to climb up the wall, like a shadow, slowly and silently. In the blink of an eye they disappeared from one side of the fence. Wolf, standing on the new side of the city labyrinth, asked what they should do next. Rue insisted that they attack Jackson without letting him escape. With a refined strategy, Rue used the medium gravity to approach his goal with irresistible determination. Jackson was faced with a lack of understanding of what was happening, while the guy, enjoying the moment, mocked him. They had to move on to the next stage of their plan. After that, it was all up to the guy, as if he were a key player in their strategy. He began to rise up in front of them, preparing for the next jump, and the upcoming jump promised to change the course of events. With a series of worries and expectations, he took off into the air, fulfilling the promised jump. With a mocking grin, the guy announced that it seemed they had not met for a long time. Jackson was amazed to understand how the guy managed to get to him. Jackson tried in vain to pay off the guy, but he, being principled, insisted that he did not need the stolen things. Even as he began to offer him a woman as compensation, Jackson was aware that the guy remained unforgiving in his beliefs. With pride and confidence, the guy said that all these attempts to pay off were not interesting to him, because he already had his beloved. The guy's next step was to hit the man. Rue used a technique called ground gold shell. The blow was so powerful that Jackson flew up several meters. With this sudden turn of events, they had the opportunity to relax. The main character politely asked the parrot if he could land. Having landed, the guy immediately began to maneuver, calling his friend to look after the parrot. It was surprising to see that Wolf had caught Jackson as he landed. The guy, assessing every word with his eyes, asked if Rue trusted him. With a smile, the main character joked that he was not entirely aware of what the guy was talking about. Now all that remained was to follow Charlotte, because she was still continuing her mission to catch the thieves. Noticing the man's bracelet, the main character somehow thought it was familiar. Wolf, turning to his friend, began to find out if anything unusual had happened. It didn't take long before they found themselves next to Charlotte. At this time, Charlotte really helped all the victims. It is quite natural that the knights came at this moment. Now they were faced with the task of proving Wolf's innocence. This was probably the most difficult part of their job. Yuri asked the knights to compile a report on the damage caused to establish the veracity of their position in a difficult situation. The guy expressed his intense indignation at what happened, and his emotions spoke the language of protest and rejection. Yuri expressed his contempt for the thieves, claiming that even his stomach became heavy from their presence. In addition, the parrot, for some reason, also seemed to be alarmed and did not listen. However, in the end, the parrot seemed to hit it off with the guy and became friends. Wolf suggested that, apparently, the parrot expressed a desire to become his friend. In addition, it turned out that the guy is able to understand what the parrot is talking about thanks to his ability. Since the guy was more of an animal than a man, he could somehow understand the conversations of animals. The guy decided to ask the manager if he could take the parrot with him. The main character could not understand why he liked this parrot so much. Wolf thought he knew the reason for this attachment. Because Wolf feels extraordinary energy and strength in the parrot, incommensurate with its tiny body. Wolf never understood why the main character always strives to help everyone around him. He may have power now, but before he was completely helpless. But one day he had teachers, like wise guides, who opened the path to potential and strength for him. He learned a lot from them, and more importantly, he learned kindness and love, so he made the decision to become one who would give rather than take away. The guy couldn't make out what his friend was talking about. Thus, he now passes on his knowledge and teaches others what he was taught. After these words, the guy, it is unclear why, took a strange pose. As it turned out, this is a pose for an animal lover, which symbolized complete obedience. Wolf admitted that he fell in love with the guy's spirit. He asked the guy to make him his attendant, as if declaring his willingness to devote himself to service and care as a sign of devotion. Rue, of course, immediately began to dissuade the guy, claiming that this was a bad idea. Wolf shared that he is also not against a simple friendship with a guy, but in the very depths of his soul he still wants to serve him. Rue agreed to the guy's proposal, but added that, nevertheless, he would always address him as a friend. Charlotte was happy with how the guys became friends. She asked her friend for forgiveness, suggesting that perhaps their friendship had a connection with discrimination against beastmen. The ogre sought to end discrimination, but died halfway. This work should have been completed by his heirs, but, unfortunately, they did not have the necessary abilities. Charlotte, wanting to end discrimination, apologizes for the misunderstandings. The guy thanks Charlotte for thinking about his race. He begins to explain that the issue is not only Charlotte's ancestors, but also that his own race bears its share of the blame. He said that through their conversation, he realized the need to study each other's races more deeply. Thus, he expressed his belief that just as he was studying his race, humans should also pay more attention to studying the beast people. Charlotte assured that she would definitely try to contribute to promoting this idea. After all, she was the granddaughter of a hero, and it was an obligation for her to keep her words. After these words, they shook hands together, symbolizing agreement. The guy was very nervous about Jackson and was afraid that the knights would find out about him. The guy was extremely surprised when, turning around, he noticed a stranger behind him. It was suddenly revealed to the guy that among his friends he was known as Thorn. After this, the mysterious stranger presented Jackson's dead head. The mysterious guy could not understand his own appearance. The moment the guy tried to escape, his plans were ruined. The mysterious stranger easily stopped him. In addition to his promises, the stranger mercilessly took his life. Having already committed many deeds, it seemed reasonable to him to leave the capital for a while. The mysterious stranger, leaving the scene of the incident, left behind a whole heap of riddles to which, it seemed, there were no answers. After some time, Wolf rejoined the class. Rue was stunned by the idea. At that moment Michael joined them. Dissatisfaction filled Michael, noticing that Rantel Wolf was silent. There was a tense atmosphere of discontent and tension between them. In this situation, Michael initiated everything that happened. In response to Michael's initiative, Wolf decisively offered him a duel. All classmates responded to this challenge in order to witness this unusual confrontation and decide who would emerge victorious in this duel. Charlotte came to the decision that things would probably be easier for them after the duel and therefore there was no need to interfere. The moment Yuri entered their circle, his eyes showed determination to share something important about the bracelet. Once in the spotlight, the bracelet was not stolen, but the secret of its creation and purpose remained mysterious. Having debunked the mystery around the bracelet, it turned out that it was an extraordinary artifact, the bracelet of the ogre himself. Yuri had a hard time accepting the reality that such an important bracelet was in front of him. The girl asked to look at the inside of the bracelet. A flower was engraved on ogre's things. Having discovered that the bracelet was a family secret, Yuri sought to keep this information secret. The main character suddenly realized that in front of him was exactly the key that was mentioned to him. At that moment, his feelings did not deceive him, and he turned out to be right, as if his intuition was leading him to the truth. Politely, he asked to be given this bracelet for a while. If Charlotte did not object, then Yuri expressed his agreement, as if all members of the group began to realize that this bracelet could be the key to solving many mysteries. The guy decided not to remove the seal right now, preferring to leave it untouched. Charlotte, flushing easily, inquired, with a slight hint of irritation, why he needed the bracelet. Charlotte, without showing indignation, only asked to indicate the time when he could tell. He politely agreed with her proposal and agreed to share when the right moment came. In addition, Yuri was also interested in finding out why the guy needed this bracelet. Late in the evening, his friend the parrot came to the main character. Wolf claimed that this parrot had wisdom. According to the residents, this parrot also won their favor. Now the guy decided to start studying the bracelet. As he put on the bracelet, suddenly a blinding light flooded his surroundings. He wondered what floor he was on this time, and perhaps he was about to encounter a hostile presence. But to his surprise, after a long time, he finally discovered his sister, Alice. At that very moment he was overcome with excitement. With caution, the girl asked if Rue was really standing in front of her. He responded positively, bringing joy to her heart. Both were overjoyed to finally meet again. Alice was indescribably glad that they were together again. The sister's friend reminded the main character that, as always, he also did not remain indifferent. But he could not understand what she was talking about, because she herself was also crying. Brother and sister continued to look at each other after a long separation. Over a cup of tea, Rue shared his story, telling what happened during all this time. Her hug was so tight and strong that she literally squeezed him between her breasts. Alice's friend, already smiling, took the guy from the girl herself. Rue, in turn, even thought that at this rate he might suffocate. She asked him if he thought she was better than Alice. Rue asked if Alice was angry that he found himself a girlfriend. Alice, with a slight smile, explained that her words were just a cheerful manifestation of good intentions. Lucy, with a peaceful smile, stated that she did not get angry over such little things, adding that in her opinion, friendship was more important. In addition, Lucy noted that her joy would not be exhausted only if Alice consciously avoided such actions. Having met again, Rue invited them to share their knowledge, expressing a desire to learn something new from them. Then, completely at a loss, Alice decided to amaze Rue by starting to demonstrate complex and incomprehensible techniques to him, revealing to him a world of unique techniques. Lucy, naturally, did not lag behind her friend, and happily shared her amazing methods and techniques with Rue. The three souls, reunited, were filled with joy, realizing that they were united again. Sparks of contentment flickered in each heart. Rue, immersed in the learning process and absorbing knowledge from Alice and Lucy, gradually became transparent. Concerned and surprised, the girls could not unravel the meaning of this transformation, and they begged Rue to explain the mystery of what was happening. Rue began to explain that his physical body was in the real world, while here, in the dimension they met, only his soul remained. It is because of this that, after 6 hours in an endless space filled with knowledge and trials, he returns back. Now, with the awareness of the secret of Rue and his travels between worlds, Alice comprehended the depth of what was happening. She hugged her brother tightly, as if she wanted to embrace this entire moment, leaving his memory in her heart before he left again. Rue, puzzled, could not understand why Alice reacted so strongly. She felt as if an eternity had passed since he left. They just asked him not to forget that he has both of them, maintaining a connection not only in different dimensions, but also in the deepest corners of their hearts. In parting, they only said that they would always be for him, supporting and protecting him, ready to be a support in the world. The girls were left alone again, but the fire of mutual support burned in their hearts. Their connection remained unshakable even in the absence of their brother, who had gone into the world of mysterious travels. Lucy confidently predicted that they would meet again. The girl believed with complete confidence that Rue, despite all the difficulties and trials, would certainly overcome his challenges. When travelers passed through the gate, they were required to show their migration card. The man, with surprise in his eyes, could not understand the reason behind the unexpected request for a migration card. The knight, trying to justify himself, explained his unexpected reaction by saying that he had encountered a samurai for the first time, turning his gaze admiringly and a little embarrassedly to this representative of a different military tradition. The man was asked, with curiosity, for what purpose he went on this journey. He replied that he had work to do, but emphasized that this was not an easy job. Upon entering the classroom, Rue happily greeted everyone, spreading a positive mood around him. His greeting was reciprocated with a welcoming response that brought warmth and friendliness back into the classroom. Silently to himself, he wished Iris good morning, sending quiet but sincere wishes to her. He was always intrigued by what Iris liked and wondered curiously about her preferences. A classmate approached Iris to ask about something. With an icy tone, she asked if the girl did not realize that she was being ignored. On the contrary, the girl was glad that Iris seemed to have finally spoken. Everyone in the class had already become friends, and only she felt the wall separating her from the others. Rue was eager to make sure there was at least some chance of starting a friendship with her, and his eyes flickered with determination to overcome the wall of misunderstanding. Rue was approached asking for help with his homework. However, it is unclear for what reasons their gaze went into the distance. Lying on his desk, Rue was dying of boredom, immersed in the monotony of the educational process, dreaming of adventures and unknown worlds that could brighten up his day. Charlotte asked if Rue was okay as he lay on his desk, expressing concern and curiosity about his emotional state. She noticed that lately he simply could not get enough sleep. Rue at this time remembered him playing with his new friend, the parrot, smiling at the memory of the joyful moments. At this time, he again felt the gaze on him, the same as at that moment in the classroom. He mused that it might be an intent to kill him, sensing signs of an invisible threat. Rue assured that he was fine and that he was almost awake, trying to dispel the shadow of anxiety. Charlotte did not argue with the guy, taking his words on faith and showing understanding. The guy looked very excited. Sitting in class, his emotions were seething. It doesn't matter where from, and he doesn't know from whom, but he's definitely next. Walking through the forest, the main character felt that he was being followed, as if they were following his tracks. He decided to try something right there, creating a mysterious moment where the protagonist's decisions and actions begin to influence the course of events. Ancient hieroglyphs had to be written around it. He drew a magic circle, embodying ancient knowledge and power in action. A magic circle could create a barrier, and that's what Rue wanted to do, magically separating his world from outside influences. Taki was able to catch someone. He felt success, as if his magic circle had worked, creating an invisible net that caught the mysterious pursuer. Rue began to build a cage around himself, as if creating a magical amulet that would protect him from mysterious threats. To his surprise, in front of him he saw Iris standing inside a magical cage. He couldn't understand where she even came from and why exactly she ended up inside his magical cage. The main character asked if she was going to catch him, but he did not want to fight with her at all, revealing his true intentions to her. Iris didn't see the point in answering the guy. She wanted to take revenge on him for her master, after which she began to attack her classmate. Rue would not allow himself to be easily offended and began to defend himself with endurance and determination. The girl used a technique called bloodshed, embodying magical power and extraordinary energy. And it really worked, and the main character lay right under the tree nearby, submitting to the power of the bloodshed technique. Now she avenged her master. Her attack led to victory. Rue, on the contrary, began to smile and said that his arm still hurt, bringing a touch of irony and playfulness to the situation. Iris couldn't understand how the guy could get up. This time she was serious about finishing off the guy and used the bloody scythe. Her gaze was confident and cool. A split second later, she began to attack the enemy. Easily dodging the attack, Rue danced among the glowing fragments. Noticing Rue's deft movements, Mistress Iris caught something unique in them. Rue, like the wind, easily dodged the attack, noticing how Mistress Iris was watching him with curiosity, and, slowing down the girl's steps, politely asked for an explanation. Erupting in rage, she realized that the guy, by not recognizing her, had become the source of her disappointment, and the fire of rejection flared in her eyes. Developing further, it turned out that her owner, who became the object of Rue's attention, turned out to be not just a woman, but a demon queen. Hearing that her owner was a demon queen, Rue was momentarily in a state of slight shock. Rue realized that his sister, who seemed ordinary in everyday life, suddenly took on a mysterious complexion, becoming a demon queen. Iris, meeting Rue's gaze, suddenly stated that she felt energy from him comparable to the power of the queen. Yes, there was truth in these words, because after living for 300 years with Alice, a piece of her strength and soul penetrated into Rue. Having discovered that his magical power truly surpasses that of a human, Rue realized that something incomprehensible flows in his veins, belonging to another, higher reality. She continued, promising to transfer only a tiny portion of her power to Rue. With a smile, Iris warned that Rue had the ability to deceive others. However, she emphasized that despite his skill in deception, she, as the mistress and queen of demons, does not fall for such tricks, remaining inaccessible to any tricks. Reporting that her magical eye has the unique ability to see magical energy, its shape and color. In her gaze, Rue had something more than just the magical energy of the Demon King. She noticed an unknown power in him. For the first time, she herself did not notice it, but on the day of the exams, when magic was the most important, she felt that there was something outstanding and mysterious in Ruya. Watching him closely during exams, she noticed how skillfully he wielded black magic. Then Rue, feeling her gaze, suddenly realized at what point he used black magic. Stunned by the flow of new information and internal discoveries, Rue felt a slight shock. He was lost in questions about who Iris even was, who turned out to be the mistress and queen of demons, with so many mysterious and hidden abilities. Having decided to reveal her secret to the guy, Iris was ready to meet him and tell him who she really is. Iris revealed that she was one of the great demon queen's subjects and a vampire, revealing her true identity. Rue was undoubtedly shocked by such unexpected news. The main character, experiencing a mixture of feelings, dared to find out if this girl was the very vampire he had always been looking for. Iris said that due to the small number of their relatives, they are on the verge of extermination. Having unraveled the plan of fate, Iris said that their family was saved from extermination by the guy's sister. Studying these new details, the main character came into increasing shock. Realizing that Alice, his sister, is in hell, the main character realized that finding her becomes an even more difficult task. Iris had finally discovered a guy in the capital, a man with magical power comparable to the Demon King. Thus, this implies that the guy who has the magical power of the Demon King is actually her real enemy. Iris began to explain that there are only two ways to take over the magical power of another. The first is to gradually take it away over a long time, but this method is not suitable for him due to his short life. Rue naturally did not agree with this, because his life was extremely long, and such a slow method was not an attractive option for him. Iris claimed that his power came from the act he committed of killing Alice, which became the source of his magical power. Doubting the veracity of his words, the girl could not believe the guy, because the idea that he received his magical power from Alice's death seemed something incredible to her. She decided that there was no point in asking him any more questions, since his answers had caused her complete irritation and disappointment. The readiness to tear him to pieces right on the spot took possession of her, and sparks of indignation flickered in her eyes. Iris, resorting to the Supreme Cross Bloody Spear, the embodiment of her power, was preparing for an act of retribution. The guy did not show much nervousness, as he believed in his strength and confidence that he could overcome all difficulties and win the upcoming fight. To ensure his protection, he activated the Satanic Ray, the embodiment of dark forces, ready to answer the challenge and take his side in the fight against the powerful Iris. In the blink of an eye, the bloody spear disappeared as if it had never existed. The girl refused to believe in his real power, as the idea of his strength was distorted in the eyes of her perplexed mind. From that moment on, she fell to her knees, facing invincibility and shock. Iris could not fully unravel the mystery of who he really was, remaining in the dark about the true nature of his power and essence. The main character began to explain that he was the same as the girl, trying to save her queen. Both, having finished the storm of clashes and conversations, sat down on a snag in the forest, surrounded by silence. The girl could not accept into her reality the truth that her queen was really alive. Ready to answer for her actions, she was ready to accept any punishment assigned to her for her actions. Instead of suggesting punishment, he suggested they work together to save his sister. To console her, he promised that the issue of punishment would be resolved after they worked together to save his sister. Realizing that revealing the fact of the lives of both kings could lead to war, they realized that it was necessary to be extremely careful and tactful. At this point, the protagonist realized that revealing this information would make it difficult to seek help from anyone else. However, this did not mean that everyone around him would automatically become enemies. There were those who could understand the difficult circumstances. As it turned out, all this time other vampires were watching them from afar. A man named Bruno appeared in front of the couple. Bruno revealed that even after 300 years, the Demon King remains the only master for this couple. The man, without wasting time, immediately asked the guy to make them his subjects. Bruno admitted that before this they did not have the slightest clue, but after 300 long years they finally met the bridge to the Demon King. Bruno revealed to them that Rue was their last hope, like a clue. To the surprise of everyone, the guy easily agreed to their proposal, as if confidence had awakened within him. Iris, feeling responsible for the noise of her partners, asked the guy for forgiveness, trying to maintain calm. She explained that all her partners were simply extremely happy. The main character was also glad that he had more friends. The girl sincerely admitted that she hopes to continue working with the guy. After all the incidents, the guy decided to take a little rest, giving himself the opportunity to think about what happened. Rue, who remembered in a dream that his room smelled very tasty. When he finally realized that there was someone else in the room instead of him, he fell into a slight shock. In front of him he saw a girl standing and cooking. On the edge of a spring morning, when the rays of the sun gently embraced the earth, Iris mysteriously greeted the guy. With a look full of tenderness, Iris told the guy about her culinary plans, promising him breakfast. The main character was curious what Iris was doing in his room. Rui had to wait for an explanation of how the magical girl Iris entered his world. Iris explained with a slight smile that she was meant to be his assistant. Iris handed him her creation on a plate. The gaze is fixed on the table, and the breakfast prepared by Iris really looks appetizing: bright colors, exquisite aroma and variety of dishes. The main character, enjoying a magnificent breakfast, sincerely thanked Iris for this banquet. When he finally decided to try something with his own hands, the main character realized how delicious it can be cooked. In the atmosphere of the class, the girl decided to reintroduce herself. This time she introduced herself as Ryu, once again rebelled and whole. Of course, everyone in the class was shocked by this unexpected news, and there was a flash of amazement in their eyes. And so, among the surprised looks, Charlotte stood out with her displeasure. With her appearance and facial expression, Charlotte literally conveyed to everyone that she was deeply unhappy with this situation. Charlotte, with a look of demanding insistence, demanded an immediate explanation from her boyfriend. At this moment, Iris intervened, deciding to hug the guy fully. Rue, making every effort, tried to reconcile Charlotte and Iris, protecting them from unnecessary disagreements. After some time, they finally calmed down, found a common language, and sat in class. The guy decided that what was still to come, written on the board, was already important, and he peered into the next chapter. The teacher stood in front of the class, arguing that it was not the race that was important, but those who had overcome the wall of power, receiving a special mark. When its owner becomes stronger, it transforms into a golden royal mark. When the teacher asked who knew anything about this royal mark, one of the boys energetically raised his hand. He began to explain that when it comes to the special royal mark, the Dragon King and the Demon King come to mind. As Demon Kings, they become the embodiment of fierce power, their power piercing the darkness and causing trembling in the hearts of those who dare cross their path. In a martial arts tournament, participants will fight the previous Demon King, and the winner will join the ranks of the elite. Of course, in this fascinating story, Iris saw a reflection of her destiny. Unlike demons, Dragon Kings are born with the mark of a king, inherited from their royal family. The teacher announced that the next step would be practice, but emphasized that this time their mentor would be a different teacher. Everyone was amazed by the news that they would now have a teacher with a general mark. Rue realized that he now had ample opportunities to gain new knowledge and experience. The teacher asked if they were Legis students. The man introduced himself as a wandering swordsman named Kojiro and announced that he would be teaching them for some time. Charlotte, full of curiosity, wondered how powerful this man was. The man invited them to fight him if they wanted to find out how strong he was. The entire class was flushed with desire to meet such a great master in battle. Wolf, with a burning desire for battle, strongly expressed his desire to fight first. Kojiro announced that Wolf and Michael could attack him together. He then drew his sword, as if unraveling the mystery hidden in the blade, and prepared his eyes for the upcoming battle. The man decided to shake their confidence and asked if they were afraid of the possibility of losing together. Their frustration grew as the man did not seem to take them seriously.
Kojiro noticed a strong spirit in them, and he became interested in what would come of this fight.
Then he announced that he was ready for battle, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes, ready to test their strength. Next, the man pushed off from the floor, as if flying into the air, and in his movements one could already read the grace of an experienced warrior, ready for battle.
Wolf didn't even have time to react when the swordmaster approached him like a shadow, silently and efficiently. Wolf's strike, compared to the swordmaster Kojiro, seemed surprisingly slow. Michael could not afford to lose this battle. Then he completely used a technique called a bomb to introduce surprise into the battle. At this point, the man had already admitted that the situation had become a little dangerous. They were furious when they saw that even a few blows did not reach their target. Now they are preparing for a new attack, as if the moment of truth is approaching again. Wolf gave him advice to bite his tongue during a fight.
With ease, Kojiro dodged the guy's attack, making it clear that for him such attacks were just an easy testing phase. And then, with ease and skill, he threw Wolf several meters away from him. Michael could not give up, because that would mean that his dignity would suffer. He stood resolutely, ready to accept the challenge and continue the battle. He was ready to use his strongest magic. Michael was slightly surprised that the man did not try to defend himself, but decided that if so, he would try to attack harder. The guy decided to use his superior radius bomb, but Kojiro still continued to stand motionless, as if his equanimity and steadfastness were a strong shield against the oncoming whirlwind of magic.
After a while, a smile appeared on his face and he was ready to strike. And just at that moment, he did what he had in mind. Michael could not believe what was happening, as if the world around him was distorted, reflecting the improbability and unexpectedness of what had happened. The man asked if they could continue by making them want to go further. But Michael ran out of strength and the desire to continue disappeared. He realized that he had lost, and, in the end, gave up. Everyone present was shocked that the man defeated them so easily. Rue was confident that now, after this fight, he would become better. The protagonist took the sword in his hands, as if feeling the weight of the weapon, preparing for the next challenge that would take his skills to the next level. The man noticed that the main character had again tensed his shoulders too much and advised him to move the weight lower, sharing his experience and suggesting how to improve his technique. The man admitted that before he was a nobody, but for a clearer understanding he added that now he is confident in his abilities and knows who he really is. His persistence gave him a mark, like a badge of achievement that showed his journey and efforts in becoming someone important. The man decided that his task ahead would be to train the prince. James said that he personally trains the prince, and the man does not need it. There was clearly tension between the two of them. The guy said that this was his duty, and he could not do otherwise. But Yuri said that the guy should not worry. Kojiro did not interfere further with all this. When the man asked if anyone else wanted it, Michael and Wolf immediately extended their hands to him. James didn't think the man was bad, but he couldn't let others get close to the prince without doing something special. Yuri was glad that he had such a guard. Rue realized that they really had a strong connection. The main character said that today James will teach him. Kojiro still suggested starting training. Rue was clearly alarmed. He didn't look the best, and he didn't do a good job of hiding it. He could not understand how such a situation could happen. He was sure that this should never even happen. Charlotte couldn't understand why Iris always goes with him. Iris insisted that she should be with the main character and advised Charlotte to think about her rebellious behavior. Usually Wolf was also with them, but this time it was an exception. The main character was asked how he was doing. The same stranger with whom he had met when named Frederick appeared in front of the guy. Rue heard that Frederick had gotten into some kind of squabble again. This was clearly not a good sign for him. Frederick asked the main character who it was next to him. He introduced his girlfriend Charlotte and his girlfriend Iris. Frederick noticed that they were very cheerful. The guy said that he had information that Rui would like. As it turned out, Frederick found a dungeon nearby, not far from them, and the main character really became interested after hearing it. But the girl, on the contrary, somehow became wary after that. Frederick decided to tell this information to Rui, because the ruins there could have a connection with the hero whom the guy is so diligently looking for. Rue's expression instantly changed. He was ready to plunge into this headlong. Frederick told the guy that he was glad that he was able to interest Rue. He found the entrance there, but there is a rather strong seal on it. So far no one has entered it, and there is also such a template on that seal. The template really had an unusual shape, and more specifically, the shape of a petal or flower. Surprisingly, Charlotte had the exact same symbol on her sword as on this template. As it turned out, this was the family mark of the family of heroes. It was not simple, but truly legendary and meaningful. So there was a high probability that this dungeon had some kind of connection with Charlotte, which could play into the hands of the main character. A girl named Kazakh was very interested in what awaited them for the treasure inside the dungeon. Frederick noticed that the girl had a rather unusual manner of speech, and in addition asked where she was from. The Kazakh woman was born and raised in Cuba, and now the guy could understand where she got her dialect from. Charlotte couldn't understand why Wolf didn't go with them today, but as it turned out, today he's training with Michael. After the fight with Kojiro, the two of them began to train very hard and diligently, which was to bear fruit in the future. Just at that moment, Rue noticed Kojiro sitting nearby, whom he remembered a couple of seconds ago. Rue had a bunch of questions, and one of them was about what the teacher forgot here. The man admitted that he was told that effective medicinal herbs grow here, so he was looking for them. And when Kojiro asked Rue what they were doing here, the guy admitted that they were going to see what the dungeon was up ahead. Kojiro warned the students that this could be dangerous, especially since this dungeon is new and it is unknown what kind of monsters and traps are there. Rue assured Kojiro that they were not going to play there, and if it was dangerous they would immediately leave the dungeon. But no matter what, they need to go there anyway because a lot of things depend on it. Kojiro will agree to this only if they take him with them so that he can look after them and help if something happens. Kojiro provided the children with a homemade regeneration potion that works on scrapes and bruises. But they still must be extremely careful on this expedition, because the potion will not be able to save them from final death. Rue was distraught at how kind the teacher was to them. Now they were clearly ready to begin exploring the dungeon, which was fraught with a lot of mysteries and treasures. After some relatively short time, they finally came to the dungeon. It's not that this was a new dungeon, the ruins had always been here, but Frederick thought that they had been plundered. But about a week ago I accidentally found the entrance downstairs, which served as the discovery of this mysterious dungeon. Near the dungeon there was a group of people consisting of 5 people. They were diligently trying to find something, but at the moment they were resting. Kazaka shared her opinion that this group of people seemed unpleasant, and she would not particularly want to be around them for a long time. The gaze of the tired men immediately fell on the girl, and indeed their appearance and gaze were not the most pleasant, very angry and cold-blooded. They rudely asked what they needed and why they came here. The men thought that someone had already arrived, but it turned out that they were just children. This clearly made them laugh. The next people they turned to were Charlotte and Iris. They told them that it was dangerous here and it was better for them not to be here, otherwise the consequences could be dire. If they walk here, they will be caught by bad adults. This behavior made Charlotte very angry. Although she did not show the full aspect of her emotions, you could still tell that she was unhappy with it. Iris even said that if they want to flirt, they must first start with taking care of themselves, because their appearance and behavior were disgusting. The man was speechless after such words, as he hoped that they would get scared and immediately run away. The man instantly became furious and even pulled out a knife, saying that the girls would regret not taking him seriously. For unknown reasons, he decided to start with Rue, then swung at the guy and was ready to strike. It is clear that Rue easily dodged this attack and it did not cause him any harm. Then the main character began to attack himself in order to show that the man has no right to conduct a dialogue with them like that. Strangely enough, in a split second the man simply lay on the ground unconscious after such a blow from the guy. The men's partners could not understand at all what these children were allowing themselves to do, and were also ready to show them their place. Frederick realized that it looked like the three wouldn't get inside so quickly, and something had to be done to speed up this process. But everyone knew how Frederick loved fun, so this fight had to be memorable and colorful. But the men didn't care about the threats of Frederick and the others because there were more of them, and he saw this as an advantage. Sometimes you need to show yourself as a hero. Frederick created a clay creature or a magic doll. In any case, this was a bad sign for the men, because now they certainly had no chance of winning the dungeon. This creature had a truly bewitching appearance. With its very appearance it could scare off many pseudo-heroes, as in this case, men. Already trembling with fear, the man said that others should not dare to retreat because they must stand before. The man even managed to hit the creature and slightly pierce its thick ball of clay, but the problem was that after such a blow he simply could not reach his weapon. Frederick commanded the golem to begin battles in order to quickly move on to the dungeon, after which the golem delivered an incredible blow with such force that the earth shook after it. Then the partners saw their friend already unconscious, lying on the floor straight, like that impudent man. Someone threateningly shouted at Rui and Iris not to move. Turning around, they saw in front of them a man holding a knife right in front of Kazakh's throat. He asked them if they understood what was happening. And just after these words, not a trace remained of the man's sword. It was not clear who and it was not clear how his sword was simply cut in half. As it turned out, it was the work of Kazakh. Because of the noise, her baby woke up. This baby was like an abnormally sized praying mantis, which instantly attacked the stranger. The insect immediately began to attack the man in order to protect the girl. The Kazakh woman immediately began to apologize to her friend and said that they were already finishing. Frederick was not at all aware of the existence of this man, and next time he would have to ask permission to look at him and find out more. The men decided to attack the opponents, relying on numerical superiority, and their only argument was that there were many of them, and there was only one enemy. The girl decided that since one of them woke up, she needed to wake up the others. Suddenly, many abnormally huge insects appeared. The man was frightened by what he saw, and this seemed quite natural, given the strangeness of what was happening. A group of men were attacked from all sides by insects caused by Kazak. With gratitude in her heart, Kazaka began to warmly express her gratitude to her friends for the help they provided. Charlotte and Iris, noticing the main character, immediately began to find out if everything was okay with him. The guy, rejoicing at the victory over his enemies, realized that it was important that they did not remember them, and now he had to do everything possible to erase his trace from their memory. The main character suddenly began to use an unknown technique. As it turned out, this was what his teachers had taught him, and he now applied what he had learned with confidence and skill. By conducting electricity through his head, the hero discovered that he could manipulate memories, effectively erasing parts of the past. Waking up, the man was surprised to find that he did not recognize any of them. After some time, they found themselves in the jungle, and the place itself seemed truly mysterious. Just a few seconds later, the mysterious seal that Frederick had spoken about appeared in front of them. In addition, this seal turned out to be extremely durable, which only increased the difficulty in front of them. Frederick asked if he could ask Charlotte for a small favor. The main character suddenly grabbed Charlotte's hand, which scared her. Rue asked Charlotte not to overwork herself if she was doing it for his sake, and resolutely began to investigate whether it was possible to somehow remove the mysterious seal in question. The girl, of course, was outraged by this guy's reaction, expressing her dissatisfaction. Thanking Rue for his care, she noted that his attention turns out to be important not only for her, but also for her own well-being. She also wanted to know what her ancestor was like and to see with her own eyes the history that formed the basis of her own origins. That is why she has nothing to fear. She strives to reveal the secrets of her past and moves forward with confidence, eliminating fear from the equation. Charlotte then began the process of removing the mysterious seal. After some time, he managed to achieve a positive result, and that mysterious seal was finally successfully removed. At this time, Frederick smiled widely, confident that Charlotte would cope with the task. Although there was nothing special inside, it was thanks to the hero's granddaughter that success was achieved in removing the seal, otherwise all efforts could have been in vain. The protagonist's gaze was gone, and for reasons unclear, he was called out and ordered to stand. Turning around, he noticed 3 strangers standing in front of him. There were now many more people in the jungle than expected. The guy asked permission to join them in the dungeon, expressing a desire to go through unforeseen trials and secrets together. Rue wondered who they were, as he could not allow them to join without understanding their identity and goals in this mysterious place. After apologizing, the guy explained that he didn't want to scare them and introduced himself as Max, the leader of a group called Jackal. The girl with blue hair was called Jima, and she was a thief. Waving her hand, she expressed pleasure at meeting him. The third girl turned out to be Melissa. Despite her status as a newcomer, she was a magician. Max reassured them, telling them not to be afraid, since they were of the lowest rank, urging them not to judge by first impressions. Realizing that they couldn't do it alone, they decided to ask Rue if they could help them on their difficult journey. It turned out that they were quietly watching their fight, and, emerging from the shadows, Max apologized for not being able to intervene and help them at that moment. Charlotte asked if there were any benefits to joining and helping them. Max began to explain that, despite their weakness, they had a lot of experience in the jungle and knew how to discover traps, treasures and secret passages, which their new acquaintances did not know how to do. Indeed, it was true that they did not know at all how to handle traps, find treasures and discover hidden passages in the jungle. The company decided to discuss all aspects of the situation and make a collective decision on how to move forward with this group. Max suggested that if they couldn't come to a decision, they could look at the magical items they had. The guy pulled out the Ring of Charge, which absorbs the magical power of the one who puts it on and stores this energy in himself. Rue's heart was touched by this magical item, and it was clear to him that this treasure would be useful to him in future adventures. As it turns out, the ring drained Max's magical power, but released a portion that did not enter his inner sphere. The next item was the body change medal, which, when hung around the neck, promised to protect against any attack. Kazak was not entirely happy about this because this pendant broke from a light attack. After Max suggested the next item, the main character broke down and gave them permission to join them on their difficult journey. The group was delighted with such news, because now they had a chance to survive in this dangerous dungeon with the support of experienced comrades. Charlotte wasn't sure that everything would be fine and was a little nervous about it, keeping a cautious optimism in her heart.
After this, the entire group, now united, went deep into the dungeon, ready for the new adventures and challenges that awaited them.
Max warned his allies that if they encountered a strong enemy, they had better run away.
As it turned out, the group's true intention was to take all the treasures for themselves. Having caught up with the main character, Max said that he had decided to talk about the jungle. It is better to be careful. In such a corridor there must be a trap, for example, spears appearing from the floor or arrows. At the very moment when Max was talking about the button in the floor, Rue involuntarily stepped on it. However, now everyone clearly understood what Max had warned about, looking at what happened with some uncertainty.
Within a split second, a huge block of stone appeared above the people's heads.
The main character undoubtedly felt guilty at this moment, realizing that it was because of him that all these events were developing in this direction. The main character turned to Max with a request to take action, because it was for such situations that they brought them into their group to solve such problems. Max instructed Melissa to take the lead since she was a mage, emphasizing her abilities in magic and the need to use them in this situation. The girl conjured a medium magic arrow and fired it straight towards the huge stone. Max slowly realized that in front of him was a stone devoid of magical power, and that's why the girl's spell remained ineffective. Max realized that in front of him was a stone devoid of magical power, explaining why the girl's spell did not work, remembering how the golden adventurer cut a similar stone. Hearing that the stone could not be broken with an ordinary stone, the main character flared up with enthusiasm and instantly ran towards it, sweeping away obstacles in his path.
Rue, after weighing the power of his meteor fist technique, decided to use it to break the mysterious stone, embodying power and determination in the act.
The Jackal group marveled when they saw how the guy actually managed to break that mysterious stone, joyfully welcoming success and absorbing the energy of his victory. Iris carefully asked the guy to show more reason in such situations.
They have not yet encountered many different traps and obstacles on their way.
Sometimes they faced situations where they needed to work together to overcome difficulties. Frederick noticed that they had already come a long way, but still had not discovered any treasure, causing him some concern. The main character said that there was an additional path deeper and suggested continuing research along this route. Maximum understanding may come when they discover a way out for themselves, or they may be able to invent a cunning plan that will help deceive everyone around them. Of course, he felt deep gratitude for the good fortune of meeting such distinguished comrades on this strange journey. Finding that vast spaces were opening up in places where they had not previously penetrated, the protagonist assumed that they were probably in the depths of the dungeon. Rue's gaze deepened into the distance, and his expression suddenly changed, acquiring a hint of fear and fear. Not seeing the slightest hint of a flying magic ball in front of them, they began to wonder if they were encountering one of the most treasured treasures hidden in the mysterious depths of the dungeon. It was difficult to guess what exactly was opening before their eyes. And suddenly, out of nowhere, the words of a mysterious voice were heard, who announced that he was testing vital reactions and was beginning to analyze the hero's genetic code.
Having successfully completed the operation, the process of transferring information to the two began.
Iris did not have time to react, and in an instant the main character seemed to disappear, dissolving into unknown spaces. With an additional shock, they discovered that not only the guy, but also Charlotte was missing. No one could understand how this could even happen. Max was also at a dead end, unable to explain what happened, because this was the first time he had encountered a similar phenomenon. Kazak wisely asked Iris to wipe away the panic, reminding her that calmness is the best ally in solving difficult situations. Iris immediately began to apologize to Max for her unrestrained impulse. Max realized that their disappearance resembled the magic of displacement. They were probably transported to another room.
Frederick had an unpleasant premonition of trouble.
Frederick noticed that the sphere examined them carefully, and then transported two of them. It seemed that it removed them, allowing us to continue on our way, but unfortunately, it left us. The sudden disappearance of his comrades under the influence of a magical sphere, which Frederick had warned about, finally penetrated Max's consciousness. The magical sphere surrounded the two, transporting them into the unknown, while the others remained outside it, unable to join. It was because of this irrepressible decision to end all communications with them that a mysterious rock statue appeared before their eyes, rising like a powerful giant from ancient times. The remaining group of people were confused, faced with misunderstandings, helplessly wondering about the next steps, because among those who left were those who possessed unrivaled strength and wisdom. At the same moment, the main character suddenly woke up, realizing that his face was blinding by an intense snow-white light. It was at this moment that it became clear to them that only the two of them had been transported to this mysterious place. Charlotte held out hope that the others were okay and decided they should be concerned for their safety. It was obviously much more dangerous here than in the previous place, and the girl, sensing the threat, instantly grabbed her sword.
The protagonist's gaze darted to the girl's hand resting on the sword. With caution, the guy took her hand and gently asked her not to resort to such actions, arguing that it was unnecessary and not required in this situation. In addition, he explained that he was with her to somehow calm her down. After these words, Charlotte suddenly became confused. Confusion flashed across her face, and she became embarrassed. She noted that she herself was capable of defending herself, but if he wanted, then so be it, she would agree. The guy did not argue about this and only added that he was ready to become her knight. A stranger in a rather strange and old outfit was wandering not far from them. Before they entered the ruins, there was no one here, and so this stranger became a mystery to them. With a sword in his hand, Rue asked who was standing in front of them. In response, he announced that he was waiting for those who would take on the hero's legacy and share his intentions. Explaining that he posed no threat, he politely invited them to join, silently inviting them to come towards him. With no other option, Rue and Charlotte decided to follow him. As they moved forward, they discovered something that left them completely shocked and surprised. In front of them lay an extremely ancient painting of historical significance. The painting depicted the majestic ogre hero, his appearance brought to life on an ancient canvas. The ogre was of the third generation, his powerful figure and expressive features remained in amazement of the audience. The stranger decided to answer all their questions in sequence. The answers amazed them, causing surprise not only at the results, but also sharpening their interest in what is hidden in the depths of this mysterious story. He sincerely admitted that his face was in a terrible state. He couldn't even remember his name, but it was because of his rotten face that he felt disgusted with his body. This was the place where Mr. Ogre's data protection was managed, where secrets and important information were kept. He had been waiting for a long time for the right people who could unravel the mysteries and penetrate the depths of the images represented in the work of art. Rue could not understand whether it was a decision to accept this position as part of this world or whether he himself consciously chose this path. The main character was right. The stranger decided to become immortal based on his own will. The stranger decided to share with the heroes of the park the story about the hero and his three faithful and true friends. The group is now faced with uncertainty, not knowing what to do without Rue, since he could easily defeat the monster. Iris was full of confidence that she could easily deal with the monster on her own. Feeling the strength and determination in herself to replace Rue, she decided to use the bloody spear, ready to fight back the monster. Unfortunately for her, this did not bring any results, and the spear simply broke on the stone golem. Max couldn't believe that the spear actually broke. It was the first time he had seen a stone golem. Realizing that magic was powerless against the stone golem, Iris decided to retreat with the group. Despite the difficulty of the situation, she decided to take a risk and try to strike the enemy. She put all her strength into this blow, concentrating on an instant attack with the hope that it might leave at least some mark on the impenetrable armor of the stone enemy. As expected, this did not help, and Iris simply landed back, realizing that her attempt to break through the golem's defenses had been in vain. In a split second, she had to rush to save herself from the monster. Fortunately, Kazaka intervened in time and saved the girl, strictly insisting that she stop getting into such dangers. Kazaka realized that they had apparently angered the golem and realized that they should retreat. To successfully win, they would need to attract more allies and join forces. But Kazak was saved by Iris, and she could not understand why she was saved, because her life could simply be sacrificed in this dangerous situation. The Kazak woman only laughed at the girl's reaction. Kazaka said that Iris herself knows perfectly well why the girl saved her. Iris could not understand what Kazaka was talking about, because the answer remained veiled in secret, raising only more questions. Charlotte was amazed, unable to believe that the man had voluntarily chosen the fate of a zombie. Rue felt that if he became a zombie, his life and memory would last forever. However, in most cases, others break down psychologically as they experience their body breaking down into a disgusting state. This only indicated that the man had been alone for 300 years. But he asked not to express sadness, since the fact that they came here is already his reward, bringing him joy and satisfaction. Then he decided to continue the explanation, revealing to them even more secrets and details of his amazing story. The fresco depicts the hero and 3 other people. This is the hero's team, which is considered the strongest in history. This reignited Charlotte's interest as unread pages of their story began to unfold. Information about them remains only here, but his memory seems to be starting to fail. The man decided to start with the one who is to the right of the hero. Her name is Fairy King Titania. There is a fairy village somewhere, and it is there that the Fairy King Titania appears to exercise his rule. Further, to the left of the hero, the king of the 3 worlds Bamung is depicted, who has power over the 3 worlds. Rue asked who the king of the three worlds, Bameng, was. The man couldn't remember, and it looked very strange. Charlotte could not believe what was happening and asked the man for an explanation. Bameng was the strongest fighter on the heroes team, giving their alliance incredible strength and skill in battle, making him a key player in their history. Rue decided that he would later ask Wolf about Bameng, and in the last position was the queen of Snakes Ikinda. The girl, as well as the guy, unfortunately, did not have the opportunity to hear about her earlier. Charlotte did not imagine that her generation would have to think about such mysterious riddles. Perhaps they were trying to keep it secret that he had allies not from the human world. There was probably a reason, but perhaps it was better not to feel too sad about it. Rue played the game of ignorance, masking his uncertainty about how and why he ended up here with the girl. He was lucky to be in a key place where, perhaps, it was possible to find the key to breaking the seal from endless hell. The man added intrigue to the conversation, giving a hint that he still had something unsaid. The man suddenly began to tolerate the hero's words. If someone in trouble needed support, the man should turn to his partners for help. Rue was faced with misunderstandings, unable to decipher which partners the hero was talking about. The man finally revealed his cards, sharing that their friends were being attacked by a golem. When he walked back easily, both of them had questions. This was all that needed to be told to the man. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but when it came, he suddenly felt lonely. Wrapping his arms around Charlotte, he expressed gratitude to her for everything. In parting, she said that he was a hero, even more outstanding than herself. The man said goodbye with his last words, noting that the blood of a hero flows in the girl. And then, literally, he seemed to crumble, disappearing into space. Having made up her mind, she decided to inherit his desire, as if a spark of determination had awakened in her heart. This meeting and everything that happened became an integral part of her memory. Kazak began to explain why she decided to save the girl. Iris still could not comprehend the meaning of the words that she herself knew why Kazaka made such a decision. Max suddenly interrupted their conversation, warning that it was time to run. And just at that moment, a golem attacked them, threatening to destroy everyone together. Max realized that his attack power was equal to that of an A rank. The girls were ready to escape, because they had the means to escape quickly and efficiently. However, despite their attempts, for some reason these methods did not work in this situation. Mila suggested at least standing silently in the corner of the room so as not to attract attention, otherwise they risked preventing their escape. Max glanced decisively at the girls, trying to assess the situation. Max's face expressed anxiety, indicating that he was lost in unknown circumstances. Iris realized that it was time to take the situation into her own hands, otherwise they were in danger of death. Then she decisively approached the enemy, preparing to attack. However, the golem's reaction was amazingly fast, and he easily identified the girl. Iris was already preparing for death, without even attempting to defend herself. But for some reason, like the mysterious hand of fate, the golem suddenly froze, and the expected moment for which she was preparing disappeared into an impenetrable mystery. The golem, as if immersed in the world of a mystical slug, is covered with an incomprehensible sticky mass that has changed its appearance. Max, with alarm in his voice, rushed to them and asked if they were carrying any misfortunes within themselves. Iris, with open eyes of disbelief, refused to believe that they could stand in the way of the golem. The sticky bomb, a mysterious tool of adventurers, had its own special magic, its effect lasting only a few minutes. Iris, with a mysterious smile, offered them a choice: try a drink that hid the secrets of magic, or use a potion. Mila, with concern evident in her eyes, began to deftly bandage Iris's leg. Iris, looking at them in bewilderment, did not understand why they stayed, because strategically it would have been smarter to just sneak away. Max, wisely deferring to Iris's better judgment, refrained from arguing as he admitted that she was indeed right. In fact, it had always been the case that they preferred to leave, but now, perhaps, something about Iris made them stay. They skillfully manipulated other adventurers, turning them into living bait, since they, in their weakness, succumbed to their persuasion. However, after seeing Rue, they wondered if they should embrace this lifestyle. Remembering his childhood dream, Max suddenly realized that he once dreamed of becoming an adventurer. After apologizing, Max stated that even if they themselves did not ask for help, he still decided to help them. The girls also got excited about the idea, eager to demonstrate their abilities and strength to everyone. Now they had a better chance of defeating the golem. The golem came to the idea that setting the sticky on fire could free him from it. Realizing that in this situation it was better for them to give in for now, the girls decided to temporarily retreat. At this time, Max laughed and assured that there was nothing worth fearing. Iris decided to trust the guy and saw him take out the slingshot. Iris flared with anger, realizing that he intended to use the slingshot in the battle with the golem.
Max, confident in the correctness of his choice of weapon, remained deaf to Iris's objections. Max boldly fired a smoke bomb, behind which he could hide his movements.
The girls were happy that Max would now join their battle.
Kazak gave Mila a mysterious potion. Frederick expressed gratitude to the girl and admitted that he did not count on their help.
Now they faced their final challenge, an all-or-nothing battle.
Max grabbed another smoke bomb and began taking aim. He resorted to using a slippery ball, which allowed him to maneuver around the golem and dodge its powerful blows. The partner used a special lubricant that made it difficult for the golem to move, and this really brought positive results. Mila assured Max that he could rely on her and then used her magic.
And, indeed, their joint efforts began to bear fruit. The golem slowly began to fall.
Max also realized that even an A-class monster would not be able to withstand such a combo. How powerful their combined actions turned out to be. But, alas, unfortunately, the monster was able to rise to its feet, as if its strength and tenacity allowed it to recover from the blows, causing a new turn in the battle. Max couldn't believe that their plan didn't work, despite all their efforts and the strength of their combined approach.
Luckily for Max, Iris was there and managed to save him.
Max couldn't believe at all that the girl saved him. Max said that he now owes the girl for his salvation.
But Iris simply did what came naturally to her.
At that moment, the girl remembered Kazak's words that she herself knew why she saved her. Iris began to remember how she was saved. She couldn't concentrate, all her thoughts were spinning in her head, and suddenly she realized that you don't always need a reason to save someone.
When she fights with someone, strength and feelings stir within her.
And so, now Iris is serious, preparing for a new wave of battles and challenges. Now it's time for her to teach the monster a lesson.
She was completely determined to defeat the enemy. Iris athletically dodged the monster's attacks and smoothly walked around it.
And then she resorted to using the bloody sword altogether. And she planted it right in the monster's eyes. With a precise blow, she chose the key point to strike.
This blow was undoubtedly strong and powerful.
To the girl's surprise, she noticed that the monster began to attack itself.
Iris really didn't expect things to turn out this way.
Max immediately ran up to the girl to find out how she was.
The guy gave the girl a regeneration potion.
Max started apologizing and calling himself useless. Iris, of course, began to deny this, expressing confidence that they would overcome the difficulty together. After all, thanks to Max, she was saved from certain death. And then, out of nowhere, Rue appeared and stood in front of the golem. Rue was glad that he could return to his friends. The main character immediately began using magical analysis. The monster managed to fight him off with the magic seal stones.
Now he understood why he could not win, and then he decided to finish him off with something interesting.
Rue was ready to launch his attack, creating an aura of determination in the face of this inscrutable warrior. His gaze was cool and confident. The guy used a technique called space cut, and, oddly enough, it actually worked, and the monster fell in different parts. Now, thanks to the guy, they were safe.
Rue immediately started checking to see if everyone was okay. Max immediately began begging Rue to share his knowledge. Rue was glad that Frederick and Kazaka were okay. Kazaka said that if he is going to praise her, then it needs to be done with Iris. Iris said that she always believed in Rui, that he would return.
He, in turn, also believed in Iris and thanked her for protecting everyone. And just at that moment Charlotte returned. Her appearance was unexpected. She said that Rue was great for being able to cope with the monster. Some weirdos always like the guy, like Max, for example. The Kazakh woman noticed that something began to happen and began to shake in an unusual way. Max shouted that the dungeon began to fall off. His exclamation pierced the air, a harbinger of a new danger and a call to action. If they don't get out, their dreams will be buried alive under a pile of unknown circumstances. They were surprised, because they knew that if they went through the dungeon, a way out should appear, but this time this did not happen. And suddenly the main character suddenly remembered something that turned out to be the key to the solution, opening the way out of dark hopelessness. The information that appeared in the memory turned out to be like a key to a closed castle. It was a dungeon, a building designed to store the hero's secrets, where a testing golem was waiting for those who entered. Suddenly realizing that it was not just a guard of secrets, but a double trap, the hero realized that his further path would be even more difficult. Max was interrogated whether he happened to have some object in his possession, and there was a shadow of suspicion in this question. Max had the item, but he understood that its use required permission from his partners. Max revealed the secret. It was a magic stone of movement. He explained that under the influence of magic this stone is able to transport them outside, opening the door from the darkness of the dungeon.
The stone's capabilities were limited. The main character had to carefully select only 3 partners, whose strengths and skills would make them a team. Consequently, realizing that Rue was unable to make difficult choices, he felt the weight of responsibility. The main character expressed gratitude to Max, but admitted that it was difficult for him to make a choice. The hero did not want anyone to suffer damage because of his guilt. In conclusion, he only asked to believe in him and began to create a magic ball. Kazak and Charlotte, with bewilderment in their eyes, could not recognize what decisions the guy was going to make. There was a knowing look on Iris's face, as if she had knowledge of what the guy was going to do. A beam flashed from the hands of the protagonist, framing his figure in a dark glow. Gathering all his strength, the main character offered all his energy, directing it to save his friends. Iris understood the whole point. This beam is capable of destroying magic, and if the dungeon is created from magical power, the hero could simply erase it with his unique beam, clearing the way forward. Exhausted, the guy exhaled and declared that now everything depends on the strength of the name. Kazaka proposed a plan. They could take off with the help of her 18-meter friend. Suddenly, an unimaginable creature took them, and they all took off together from the dark dungeon. Naturally, they were all full of joy, realizing that they were able to escape danger and escape from the ominous mysteries of the dungeon. Arriving home, they said a friendly farewell together, as if each of them had carried into their hearts a piece of the adventure that had bound them forever on this incredible journey. Rue noticed that sharp pains were piercing his whole body, as if every cell was screaming about unbearable discomfort, and at that moment, as if out of a fog, Kojiro appeared. Having learned from the head of the dormitory that he still had not returned, he could not believe that the guy had returned so shabby. The teacher asked if he had used his potion. Bewilderment flashed in his eyes, as he did not expect that anyone would pay attention to his mysterious experiments. The teacher, having fallen into experimental methods of treatment, used remedies that caused the guy to have a very strong tingling sensation. Surprisingly, the teacher was informed that his potion was really performing well. He was glad that the guy returned in perfect order. At the same time, he warned, saying that it is better for children not to do such things. Next, the main character had to arrange a bath for himself, lie in warm water, and sleep in the hope that all the troubles would disappear. Rua still couldn't believe that he was actually worried about him and was waiting for him, and their meeting in the forest remained a mysterious secret for him. Waking up, the guy decided to go in for sports, trying to awaken his body and get away from the memories of the strange events of the previous night. And at this time his good old friend the parrot flew to him, spreading joy with his bright feathers and cheerful cries, and in addition, with some exotic fruit in its beak. The main character was glad that they brought him fruit and thanked his feathered friend for the unexpected morning treat. But it was time for Rue to go to school, and she said goodbye to the parrot. Kojiro apologized for the suddenness, but announced that today was the last lesson with him. Although they spent little time together, it was definitely worth it, filling their lives with vivid memories and unexpected turns. Rue was slightly stupefied, because he could not understand why everything was happening this way. Charlotte immediately noticed the guy's strange behavior and curiosity flashed in her eyes. He was wondering why the teacher was in a worse mood than usual today, and he wondered about the possible reasons. He told the student to squeeze the sword when attacking, emphasizing the importance of reaction. He also praised the student that his stance was better than before. The guy was happy with what he heard, saying that the stand needed to be made even better, and decided to go practice to bring his skills to perfection. Next in line was Prince Yuri, and everyone around him was curious to see what lessons of skill and secrets the mysterious teacher might reveal to him. Deciding that it wouldn't hurt for him to learn how to wield a weapon either, Prince Yuri watched the learning process with fascination. He brought a staff to training, ready to learn not only the skill of wielding a sword, but also master other types of weapons. The teacher said that he would now attack, and Yuri needed to try to defend himself, following his instructions. Yuri was serious about this training, believing in every movement of the teacher an opportunity to gain a new level of mastery and improve his skills. The teacher noticed that the guy had a good stance and had a confident look. It is not clear why the teacher regretted him, because in his eyes one could read pride in the demonstrated level of training and the desire for improvement. The teacher decided to start sparring with his student, creating an atmosphere of competition and an opportunity for Yuri to show his skills in battle. Yuri was slightly alarmed by all this. Well, it's clear that Kojiro, in turn, was calm and confident. The teacher, rushing forward at the speed of light, threw his first attack. Yuri, with ease like the wind, would not give up his position and dodged the teacher's attack. Joy filled his heart for the opportunity to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, the teacher's gaze changed dramatically. He was overcome by a sharp rage, like a raging fire, and, realizing his impulse, he apologized to Yuri. Then, like a moment of immutable fate, he hurled the killing blow towards the student. After which, oddly enough, the guy simply collapsed on the floor. Everyone present was frightened by what was happening. A sudden shadow of fear enveloped them, causing their hearts to beat louder. The next thing the teacher did was put the sword to Yuri's head. Kojiro said goodbye to the guy, but there was no regret in this farewell. Rue came to the defense of his friend, who did not allow himself to easily kill the guy. He couldn't understand what all these events meant. Yuri's guard had already appeared, who could not understand at all how a man could allow himself to do this. He immediately flared up with rage after this, enveloping the growing internal fire. He promised to kill the man, his words carrying unwavering determination. The main character asked the guy not to give in to anger, warning against reckless actions. After Rue whispered something to the guy, he instantly calmed down. He then suddenly stated that he was relying on the main character. Finally, he only asked him to protect everyone. Rue got into a fighting stance, ready to fight the teacher. Literally a few seconds later, Iris appeared behind the guy. She could not identify a single weakness of the teacher, and the difference in strength seemed enormous. Wolf was furious, because he could not understand why in such a situation it was impossible to influence in any way. But Charlotte asked the guy to calm down, because he was not alone. It's a pity that it was dishonest, but nothing can be done about it. You just need to watch and remember. Charlotte silently begged for this to end without any bad news. Rue finally asked why the man did this. The guy said that he spent little time with the teacher, but he, worried about them, turned out to be real to him. Kojiro said that not everything is so simple, and they will not understand anything. He asked the guy to leave safe and sound, in addition noting that he did not want to harm anyone except the prince. The teacher's blow seemed fatal, but he needed to make sure the guy's breathing stopped. It is clear that the main character could not allow him to leave, injuring his friend, because he did not yet have a reason to attack the teacher. Rue was partially right, and it is not easy to understand why he needs to kill someone. However, he had his own reason for this. If he blocks his path, he will pass by force and thereby point the sword at Rue. The teacher was serious and wanted to end the guy, while now Kojiro simply had no choice and he needed to get rid of Rue. A split second later, he disappeared from the guy's field of vision, and in an instant it appeared right in front of him. This maneuver looked impressive. Rue had good reflexes and was able to dodge it without any problems. He began to repel all enemy attacks and did it skillfully and professionally. The teacher said that the guy was quite good because he could parry his blow. And all this was thanks to his teachers in the form of friends and sister and Rio. The guy decided to strike, but it was unsuccessful. But the teacher's blow had its fruits, and Rue even moved a couple of meters. The guy even had to use magic so as not to fall on the floor. He realized that he would not be able to hit the teacher at close range and he needed to move away. Then I decided to use a technique called Big Flame. The ball of fire moved closer and closer to the teacher. It was indeed a well-trained magic, but did the main character really think that he could take a teacher with it? Kojiro prepared to defend himself from such an attack. He needed to put in no little effort to do this. He then used magic and was still able to repel the attack. It is clear that the main character did not expect this and was surprised, but the teacher said that there was no time to be surprised. Doing what the enemy doesn't like is the basis of battle. If everything is converted into numbers, then there is not much difference between him and the teacher, but he didn't know that the guy was a difficult child. He was sure that if he continued like this, he would definitely be able to defeat the guy. Then the teacher realized that the guy was becoming stronger during the battle. In addition, he can remember its movement at incredible speed. Rue learned by memorizing from his little sister and Rio. Then the guy completely gave up on his feet and was ready to continue the fight. He wanted to move away and switch to magical attacks, but he does not have enough speed to move. Thanks to the shuffling of feet, it was difficult to predict the teacher's next move. He just needed to find his weak spot and hit him there. Unfortunately, the teacher was able to pierce the guy with his sword. It was very bad for the guy. The teacher has already said goodbye to the guy. The man felt some hot air around him. He couldn't figure out what it was or who it was. As it turned out, this was the guy's plan and now was his decisive act. The guy decided to use a space cut, as in the case of the stone monster. It was a good move, but only if the guy could hit the teacher. Kojiro, in turn, used a technique called the swallow's tail. After such a blow, the guy could no longer stand on his feet and fell, coughing in his own blood. The teacher was confused by the fact that he did not lose consciousness. He could not believe that he survived after his swallow's tail. Kojiro decided to check the prince's breathing and just leave. He pointedly said in front of the other students that he didn't like to kill without a good reason. If they leave, he will not harm them and will leave them alive. Charlotte asked if the man wanted them to calmly watch him kill their friend. Kojiro realized that he simply had no choice. Finally, he just said that it would be very painful for them. Rue was still able to somehow wake up and tried to persuade the man to stop. Either it was memories or he really was transported to endless hell,
but the very essence is that the guy was in endless hell. The girl said that the guy had become much stronger, but he still lacked something. This something was determination. If he gets into his world, he will have to face it. A situation may also arise when he has to kill the enemy. Rua said with a kind face that it is not necessary to put his life on the line. If we talk, he can understand him. The girl said that his kindness is his strength. However, if everything could be discussed, this would not happen to the warrior. Things that are important to him can be lost in an instant. Therefore, in this case, he does not need to get lost when he fights for life and death. Rue managed to whisper words of forgiveness from the girl, Rio, and then he began to get up completely in order to continue the fight and not let the man win. Rue found the strength and motivation to get up and continue the fight. Kojiro did not expect that he would have the strength to fight with such wounds. The guy is shaking all over, but is still ready to continue the fight with the teacher. Rue was determined. He wanted to put an end to this lawlessness. Kojiro apologized for treating him like a child and will now accept him as a serious problem. The teacher was ready to strike Rue again, but to the surprise of everyone, the guy was able to easily repel this attack without using a weapon, with his bare hands. Kojiro couldn't understand how Rue managed to do it so easily. He was confused, because his movements were very careful. Then the main character began to launch his attack. Kojiro will notice that Rue's number of hits has changed, which means that he has become stronger. The main character realized that he needed to use a third attack technique called Suranui. This blow was really strong and unexpected for the teacher. The man immediately fell to his knees after such a blow, and the guy immediately began to thank him because thanks to him he learned the horror of war and true determination. And with the help of this power he will overcome the teacher. Kojiro did not expect such a surge of strength from the guy. He was not ready for it. In such a small amount of time he became very strong. Kojiro couldn't believe that willpower changes people so much. The man noticed changes in the guy's face and was horrified by it. The main character's eyes began to change and took on a red color. Rua realized that it was not just like that and felt a surge of strength. The main character remembered how in endless hell, when they were training, she begins to defend herself faster than he begins to attack. The girl was happy about this, because it meant that the guy became stronger and that he noticed it. It's called the dragon's eye, and only the strongest of dragons have it. Unlike the magic eye, it also sees life and qigong, muscle tension and movement. With this you can understand how the enemy will attack. Rue was upset when he learned that only dragons could wield it, but the girl made him happy and told him that he could have it too. Her blood flows inside him, and thus he can also use dragon qigong. Rue was really glad that he too would someday have the dragon eye. He will appear when Rue senses real danger and is ready to fight with his will. Then the power of dragons will definitely save him. Rue was grateful for these words and Rio's lessons. For Kojiro, this meant that he had even more problems. He was sure that now he would definitely not lose and walked towards his goal and launched new attacks. Rue will not just stand there and began to defend himself. The main character had to jump back to avoid being hit by the teacher's blow. He hoped that everything would work out. On top of that, Rue literally managed to cut off the teacher's hand during his attack. The main character asked whether the teacher was ready to continue the fight, since he understood that he could no longer use the sword. After these words, Kojiro became completely furious, but he also has a reason for which he needs to win this battle. Even if he is covered in blood or dirt, he must win. But Rue also has his own reason. All his friends and people dear to him, he is obliged to protect them. This battle will go down in history as a legendary confrontation. And their swords collided with sparks. Kojiro, even without hands, could resist him. This gave Rue no rest. He was sure that he could quickly deal with it, but Rue must not lose at all costs. The main character began to use Dragon Qigong, the #1 attack technique, and immediately prepared the Dragon Star Fist Strike. Kojiro wondered if the guy could stop his ace up his sleeve. It was a magical blow, a giant general's sword. This is magic that only magicians with a general mark can use, but on the way to save Rio and her sister there will probably be even stronger opponents. Rue, with internal tension, gathered the last bit of determination in himself to strike the final blow. Rue, trained by the strongest, was ready to take charge again and protect Yuri and everyone. Kojiro admitted that the guy turned out to be much more complicated than he seemed at first glance. He sincerely regretted his actions, realizing that if he were as strong as that guy, he wouldn't have to do what he was doing now. Rue, feeling the weight of responsibility for his friends and loved ones, was ready for anything. In the end, he managed to avoid Kojiro's attack by breaking the general's sword, and he struck the blow he had prepared. And, as expected, the blow was too heavy for Kojiro, who simply passed out. Rue attributed his success to Rio. Thanks to her he gained the determination that allowed him to overcome all difficulties. The victory of the protagonist was inseparable from the support of his friends, who were always there.
After some time, everyone worked hard together to save Kojiro. Luckily, through their combined efforts, they were able to bring Kojiro back to consciousness. The guy apologized immediately after waking up, having previously warned that the next moments would be painful, asking the girl standing next to her, Lona, to begin the necessary process. Lona proceeded to use High Hill, providing the boy with the healing he needed to recover from the fight. The man was surprised to see how she was able to restore him simply by casting a spell, because even experienced healers usually need several hours for such a restoration. The girl asked if it hurt and skillfully continued her work. Kojiro expressed outright surprise at Lona's professionalism and skill in healing. Kojiro couldn't believe he was able to move his arm again. The teacher could not understand why Rue decided to save him after all the events that had happened and the actions he had done, but the guy also had his own question for the teacher. Rue asked the teacher why he gave in at the end of the battle, as if he was deliberately aiming for defeat. Then Kojiro was surprised that his deception had been figured out, and even the children noticed this cunning move. Having lost the battle, he realized that the most important thing now was to take the prince to the hospital. The chances of saving him were extremely small. Approaching him, Yuri asked him not to worry, trying to calm him down and support him, despite the current situation. In fact, the main character gave him a magical artifact, revealing a secret that could change the course of events. Thanks to the substitution medal that the adventurer in the dungeon provided him with, he managed to escape, avoiding the danger that awaited him. The blow was so powerful that he still temporarily lost the feeling of recoil, switching off from the intensity of the moment. The teacher could not believe what he saw and heard. Then Kojiro, realizing his mistake, knelt down and began to beg for forgiveness. After such an apology, I don't even want to respond to words, but it is clear that the upcoming punishment will not be easy. The teacher was ready to accept any punishment, he only asked to give him a chance to tell how it all came to this. Her gaze changed sharply, as if she was preparing for something big. A second later, the man fell to the floor, as if overcome by acute pain. Lona could not understand what was wrong, because she was treating, but the temperature continued to rise. After some time, the man felt better. The temperature is not going down because of this, Rue said, pointing to the teacher's body. As it turned out, the man had the mark of a slave. Rue noticed that he was not just a slave, because the seal was made in the wrong sequence. The man said that the guy was great, because he understood that this mark is prohibited by royal decree, being an illegal seal of slavery. It's only a matter of time before he dies due to his failure to kill the prince, but he wants them to listen. As it turned out, he has a 7-year-old daughter, but a year ago she fell ill with an unknown disease. His symptoms were the same as those of his wife who died several years ago. Many doctors were unable to cure his daughter. She was weakening day after day. Then 2 men came to him, offering a special magical item to alleviate the disease. In return, he had to carry out several assignments. He realized the severity of his sins. He no longer cared what would happen to him. Well, his daughter named Fuyu was sinless, and he begged them to save her. The main character asked if everyone heard the man, emphasizing that they were obliged to save his daughter. Just then, 2 strangers were sitting in the man's house, discussing that they had discovered a potential source of income. After all, it's enough to just keep her alive. They decided that they needed to make more money from that samurai, seeking to get rich quick. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by Rue, who spectacularly appeared by smashing the wall. The guy was really furious and was ready to deal with them. The men immediately took up knives in their hands, preparing to defend themselves. The main characters then commanded Iris to begin their plan. The girl began to crush her opponents with powerful blows, and then she took Fuyu in her arms, gently and decisively protecting her, creating a protective shield around her ward. The men realized that their secrets had been revealed, for they thought they were hiding safely. Wolf said that it was easy to find by smell. His sensitive sense of smell became the key to revealing secret hiding places. The guy said that he was the first to analyze everything. The man offered to measure his strength with him. The challenge was thrown, and tense anticipation of the fight hung in the air. The guy will not forgive them under any circumstances for disgracing the man's efforts and his strength. Then, as expected, he struck the enemy. With such a force of impact, the wall simply could not stand it and broke through, leaving behind a destroyed hole. Kojiro's prediction came true. The girl's body flared up with a huge fever. This was something beyond an ordinary disease, and healers seemed powerless in the face of an unknown illness that required unusual means of healing. Some unusual method was needed that could end the disease. Rue concluded that the first step was to let the girl evaluate Lone, and then urgently go to the palace. At this time, the girl and guy settled down peacefully awaiting the arrival of their friends. It was clear from her facial expressions that the girl was irritated and nervous. The guy gently asked the girl to calm down, reminding her to breathe deeper. The girl's gratitude went to the guy, and as if by magic, she felt much better.
The guy, in response, feeling his role in changing the situation, even blushed slightly from unexpected gratitude and attention. Happiness knew no bounds, and he rejoiced to see that thanks to his help the girl was able to find peace and tranquility. Then the guy conveyed the good news, saying that it seemed their friends had arrived. As the guy predicted, everything happened exactly like that. Friends really came. Lona decided that she would start with a simple attempt at healing, aiming to bring relief to the girl with her healing touch. Furia even managed to come to her senses, but, naturally, she was completely bewildered, unable to realize what place she had ended up in. Lona cautiously asked if she could talk to her about anything, then noticed that the girl had a rather unhealthy complexion. If the situation continued, the girl would not last long, which is why Ben felt an urgent need to find a way to recover her. The main character tried to solve the riddle. It seemed not a disease, but some kind of curse, and lowering the temperature turned out to be not a simple enough solution. Doctors and healers, it would seem, should have noticed something deeper, since attention must be paid not only to obvious symptoms, but also to mysterious aspects. Ben asked if the main character was attracted to something about her. It turns out that she has an above-average amount of magical power. Rue was slightly distracted and realized that if he started training her, the girl could become an outstanding magician. Ben discovered something fascinating. Her mother also had a significant amount of magical energy. The amount of this magical power meant only one thing: the potential of great possibilities and secret powers were opening up before them, ready to blossom. Ben asked to look out for unexplained fever, fatigue, and joint swelling, noting that these symptoms closely resembled her condition. Rue agreed that the symptoms were identical. It seemed like magic poisoning. Usually too much would lead to poisoning, and her mother had a body type that made it difficult to control magical energy. Her body is tormented by the accumulated magical energy, and if it is released, it will begin to accumulate again. Perhaps this is not an easy solution to the problem. Kazak announced that she had an idea. She offered to give them her idea for free. She begged them to try it on the girl. Rue waved his hand, inviting Lona to join him. The guy asked Lona to put it on the girl and use it when she felt tired. Lona announced that she had a gift, asking if the girl could accept it. Fuya tried to express her gratitude, but suddenly began to faint. The girl immediately began to treat her. The healing magic was summoned in response to the unexpected fainting. Her face instantly takes on a healthy complexion. Ben felt bewildered, could not understand whether it was the effect of the bracelet. This is a magical item, a charge bracelet, created to accumulate magical energy. When it is filled, the release of magical power will begin. However, to her, he always seemed to be draining her energy. The Kazakh woman asked to give her money instead of gratitude, explaining that she bought the bracelet at a big discount from Max, and simply spent the money for nothing. Wolf noticed that the girl blushed, which indicated her embarrassment. After some time, Rue decided to visit Kojiro. The teacher expressed gratitude for the guy's visit, announcing that the academy was closed for the holidays, and now he had free time. As the guy noted, the man seemed to be feeling great. Everything happened thanks to the fact that the main character erased the slave's mark. Kojiro realized that because of him they were sent on vacation, and he brought trouble to Legas. The man should have been severely punished, but Yuri took him under his wing. While he has not been removed from his post as class teacher, the educational institution has provided him with temporary shelter, allowing time to heal his wounds. Suddenly there was grave silence. A jailer recently told a man that the guy cured his daughter. He not only saved him from robbers, but also had a healing effect. The man couldn't even imagine how he could thank the guy for this. Rue stated that the man should not be grateful for this. After all, at the very least, he simply acted in a natural way, expressing concern. The man firmly decided that he would never forget his duty. Someday he would definitely return it. He swears by his commander's mark. At this time, Iris seemed alarmed about something. Although it was still early, the guy was extremely tired and decided to take a nap. But his attempts to sleep were interrupted by Iris, who at that moment entered the room. She immediately apologized for the late disturbance, explaining that she had a friend gathering information who came for a surprise visit. An interim report on the ruins of the hero has been received. When the girl tried to sit on her knees, he said that there was no point in doing that here. Iris felt like she had done something wrong. Then she snuggled as close to the guy as possible, trying to smooth out the previous awkwardness and restore communication on a closer level. She even wondered if it was all too fast. The main character realized that it was really too close. There were only two people in the room, and at the same time they were so close to the bed that it would be difficult for him to concentrate. The girl noticed the guy's worried look. Iris was annoyed that the guy didn't listen to her. Now realizing his mistake, he was ready to listen carefully to her. The girl decided to tell so that the information would not leak out. Since the guy didn't listen to her, she decided to get closer to him. He said that this couldn't be done. Reality interrupted their moment. Although he may have been attracted to it, the moment of intimacy left a mark on his perception.
Iris wondered if their relationship was a servant-master relationship. At first she showed him respect.
As the companion of the great demon king, she was content enough to help him. Spending time together, giving in to his strength and kindness, just looking at him, makes her soul warm. And then for the first time she felt the distance between them. She began to feel jealous of Charlotte. She realizes that it might not be worth it, but she decides to try anyway. Then she kissed the guy. This moment became decisive in their relationship, filling the space with new, unknown emotions. To my surprise, the guy didn't try to resist at all. At that moment he decided to indulge in the flow of feelings, leaving questions and doubts behind. He noticed that it was unusually pleasant. In this kiss he found something that he had been missing for a long time. The girl said that she was very pleased. Rue reciprocated. He was flattered that such a girl had feelings for him, and mutual recognition brought them even closer.
Iris asked if she could come down.
Rue said that this was not necessary, so he gave her freedom of choice.
In fact, she didn't tell him anything.
From their first meeting, she fell in love with his sweet face. She apologized for ignoring him the first time she met the guy because she felt embarrassed and insecure.
Then she thought that someday they would have to be enemies. Fate is a strange thing.
Then she did not think that their relationship would develop into this. She couldn't get enough of the guy's cute face. She found something in his features that made her heart beat faster. For a long time she wanted to make him blush, thereby she had less and less clothes left. The guy, smiling, only asked to be more gentle. Iris apologized that this time she could not obey the order, and she began to passionately kiss the guy, revealing reciprocity and her own passion.
Meanwhile, Charlotte was sitting in her room, unable to understand who Iris thought she was.
She didn't know what to do, because if she was attacked, it would still be difficult to hit her. She noticed a brochure from a harvest festival she had attended often as a child, and in this she saw some kind of sign from the universe. She understood what she needed to do now. While the guy was sleeping, it's time to enjoy his cute sleeping face. Using her long nails, the girl decided to sneak into the room. Carefully opening the doors, she immediately asked for forgiveness and wanted to ask something. To her surprise, she didn't notice anyone in the room, and only on the table did she see a note, as if the mysterious message had become her only guide in this quiet emptiness. It was a note from Charlotte, where she wrote that she had taken the guy and asked him to clean the room while they had fun. There was no longer any warmth left on the bed, so that meant they were long gone. She agreed and now takes her for a rival in love. Next time she will not give in to her. At this time the couple was running somewhere. The guy, waking up in the morning and finding that she was in his room, was scared. He would be grateful if she warned in advance that they would leave. And then the gaze of a couple of girls fell somewhere in the distance. Something attracted their attention in the distance.
This is Bloom's trading country, Charlotte told the guy.
They really use ships as homes. Sea travel has become for them not only a means of transportation, but also a way of life. A state city on the seashore, founded long ago by a great merchant, it is called the largest port on the mainland. Usually there are more people in the capital, but today there are a little more people here, all because today is the first day of the fertility festival. The main character was incredibly happy, because for the first time he came to some kind of festival. He immediately grabbed his girlfriend's hand and told them to go faster. Charlotte slightly did not expect such harshness from the guy. She noticed that the two of them had not gone on a date for a long time, and was glad that she brought him here. And then their journey into the world of adventure began. They both had as much fun as they could. Every moment at the festival became a reason for laughter and joy.
It's just time to have a snack. Rui really liked the food, as well as basically everything at the festival.
Charlotte said her fish soup was also very tasty, so she chose that for a reason. All the stores you showed were good, the guy confirmed. There were even magical objects that Max probably didn't have. Somehow they continue to appear to him. He, Wolf and Byrne also see each other often. I don't know what happened, but they somehow found a common language. Charlotte asked the guy not to worry, because she had already planned everything. To be honest, this made the main character laugh. He asked the girl for forgiveness after he saw her face. He just feels like an ordinary student when they walk him around so calmly. From the moment he decided to save his little sister with Rio, he only thought about how long he would have to fight alone to achieve his goal. He did not think that he would spend such a peaceful time. The girl kindly called him a fool, and the playful abuse became another link in their friendly relationship. They may indeed be a little unusual, but this does not mean that they cannot be satisfied with something ordinary. Maybe because they try so hard, they have the right to have more fun than others. Rue completely agreed with this. For some reason he really began to think too much. Charlotte suggested we go already, because she hadn't had enough fun yet. The main character looked at the girl and how happy she was with a smile on his face. They bought a lot, and Charlotte said that the guy, as always, bought something incomprehensible. The fun passed for him as if in an instant. He was wondering how many more stores they would go to, but suddenly all the fun in the guy's eyes ended after one mention of his name. Out of nowhere, Elena appeared behind the guy. Charlotte couldn't understand what was going on. Elena's mysterious appearance frightened her. The main character was clearly not happy about the girl's appearance. Her appearance disturbed his peace and caused misunderstanding. He immediately began to wonder where she came from here. Now she was convinced that it was Rue. She had been looking for him for a long time. She didn't think that he would leave the village and become an adventurer. Elena had clearly been preparing for this meeting for a long time. Her gaze expressed secret plans and long-hidden feelings. As an adventurer, you can earn money and travel to different countries. It was a very convenient profession. It took a lot of effort to find him, but she still succeeded. She quickly advanced to silver rank. Elena decided to invite him for a walk, and at that moment, on a magical night, she said that she forgave him for his previous rejection. She also added that she would protect him as before, which made Rue furious. The reason for the rage was that she was not protecting him, but rather manipulating him. His words caused a wave of anger in the girl, stirring up the inner fire of intransigence. If he desires misfortune, let him follow this dark path where shadows envelop the soul, for light and joy will be far from him. Charlotte politely asked if she could squeeze in on their conversation. Charlotte said that the girl need not worry about Rue. Now she takes care of him. Saying this, Charlotte kissed Rue. And continuing, she said that they were now on a date and that she should not interfere with them. Elena couldn't believe it. The lady turned out to be more than just a childhood friend. Previously, the guy mentioned her to Charlotte, but she did not imagine that he was dating such an unusual girl. If Elena wanted a fight, then Charlotte was ready, but if she was afraid, then it was probably best for her to return to her village. These words ignited anger in Elena, and she became ready for any possible action, despite the consequences. The readiness to kill Charlotte right on the spot pierced Elena's soul, clouded her mind and swallowed her heart with a dark wave of revenge. Politely addressing the guy, the girl asked him to look after her purse. Then, she reached out for her sword to go out to fight Elena. She said with determination that she was going to cut off all their ties. Elena lacked patience and began to attack first, releasing the inner flow of passion and determination. Charlotte easily parried this blow, sparks sparkling from the swords. At this time, the main character was still in a state of shock. He noted that Elena had gained considerable strength since leaving the village. Charlotte added that her sword was fast and had weight, but she uses the sword very weakly. After uttering these words, even greater anger flared up in Elena. She couldn't understand why each of her attacks missed Charlotte aimlessly. Charlotte decided to strike, as if summoning a force that could overcome Elena's resistance. Deciding to use the brave cherry petals technique, Charlotte created a beautiful and deadly whirlwind attack. Additionally, Sakura's aspiration acting as a powerful move enhanced the effectiveness of her attack. Elena screamed that she would never forgive Charlotte for anything. She didn't understand how Charlotte dared to seduce her with Rue. Charlotte felt like she could see herself in Elena before she met the guy. Boasting of her gift, Charlotte, when faced with failures, showed her hysteria. The main character changed her, and Charlotte felt gratitude to him for this. Elena remained perplexed, could not understand why Charlotte decided to put away the sword. The girl came to the idea that if Elena did not attack, this might mean that she was admitting defeat. Elena was losing understanding of how to clearly express her anger. She screamed die and began to attack again. Charlotte chose to use the brave cherry petals technique again. Only this time she resorted to a technique called petal flash. In this fight, Charlotte looked much more powerful than Elena. As expected, Elena was unable to defeat Charlotte and only suffered unnecessary harm to her health. Rue just watched all this in silence, overwhelmed by shock, trying to comprehend all the chaos. Charlotte clearly expressed joy that she was able to protect not only herself, but also her boyfriend. Then, with a smile on her face, she waved her hand to the main character. The guy admitted that the situation seemed scary, but Charlotte added that it was all over. Even after explaining what happened, they were still pursued, and it was lucky that they were somehow able to return to the capital. The girl began to apologize for disrupting his first festival, but the main character did not think that there was any problem. Plus, he added that she is truly amazing. She started training Qigong a long time ago, focusing only in front, and became stronger. He also admitted that when he saw Elena he was scared. It seems that in this situation it is difficult for him to find the strength to become stronger. Charlotte instantly grabbed the guy's hand and walked with him somewhere. Dragging him to the bed, she announced that she managed to become stronger thanks to him. Although the main character did not expect this turn of events, he felt touched by it. Just because a girl scared you doesn't change who he really is." With these words, Charlotte hugged him. Although it is difficult for him to admit, simply forgetting this girl turned out to be a difficult task for him. But Charlotte, undressing, said that she would help him with this. After that, she kissed him passionately. This is her first time going to do this with him, so she wanted him to really like it. Charlotte promised that she would try all day to make him finally forget what happened. The main character apologized for the fact that she constantly pays attention to him, but he does not. But Charlotte did not attach any importance to this, and they continued to do what they both really wanted. Elena, after the battle, still could not come to her senses and was ready to go to extremes, even to the point of thinking about killing Charlotte. She couldn't comprehend how Charlotte dared to defile her boyfriend. At that moment, a stranger approached the girl and asked if he could ask her something. The man introduced himself by the name of Thorn. He said that he was helping lost lambs find their way. Elena stated that he looked suspicious and did not want to talk to him. The man was still able to keep the girl, mentioning her hated enemy and the person she seeks to win back. The stranger asked to believe him, clarifying whether what he was saying was true. The man said that he knows all these details because he is a pastor and is able to sense people's weaknesses, claiming that they can help Elena. Elena could not understand what the man meant when he talked about saving her. Despite what he may look like, he is actually well placed in a large organization, and if she wants, they can help with solving her problems. Elena noticed that all this really looked very suspicious. But if, like today, she misses the guy again, it will be very difficult for her. In the worst case, you can beat them up and just leave. She is just going to use them, and nothing more. Her goal is to survive at any cost. Elena stated that she agreed to the man's terms, making a decision that she believed could ensure her survival and protection. Elena was curious what kind of organization it was. He said that he was a member of an organization called the Church of Genesis, confident that she would definitely like the name. The man was disappointed that nothing had been known about the Demon King until now. He reminded that a subordinate tries harder at his job, calling for greater dedication and diligence in performing duties. Since separation from Alice, Rue's sister, 300 years have passed, and he has aged greatly. However, after more than a century of searching, there is not a single clue, and there are very few who are looking for it seriously. A guy approached the man and asked if he could talk to him for a moment. He introduced himself as Jason and bowed before him. 300 years have passed since the mistress disappeared, and the inhabitants of the demon territory began to show dissatisfaction due to the long absence of their king. Recently, wars have begun. Demons, deprived of their ruler, fall into chaos and struggle for power, bringing with them destruction and anxiety. And this was just the beginning, foreshadowing even greater challenges and changes. The man was furious after the news that there was a new contender for the throne. The man is almost the only protector of the Demon King's family. The guy realizes that angering him is in vain, and it is probably better for him not to worry about the possible consequences. As he said earlier, due to the absence of a king, the inhabitants of the demon territory have a hard time. However, thanks to him, the country was not left without a ruler, and this prevents complete disintegration. But this still cannot continue for long, as if the pressure of circumstances and the instability of power are slowly but surely eroding the foundations of a demonic society. The man agreed that there was some truth in this, but it was wrong to assume that he was not looking for a replacement. Jason confidently declared that he would become the new king. It is clear that the man was not just angry, but simply furious after hearing what he heard. His emotions flared up and turned into a storm of indignation. Jason's gaze, on the contrary, was very confident and calm. He did not have the slightest doubt in his words and actions. The man said that the guy had simply wasted his time and asked him not to come into his sight again. Someone came up to the guy and said that he was great. Jason was asked how it went. He began to say that, as the Prime Minister said, he was too devoted to the country, and he was better than others in getting involved in this either. The man who appeared said that they would then ask them themselves. It was Minister Grand who overheard their conversation and suddenly intervened in the events. He was interested and asked for more details about what forces and influences are currently operating in their demonic society. However, everything that the guy tells further will become a big secret. He has one condition. He wants permission to enter human territory, raising the question of the need for cooperation and interaction between two different worlds. Indeed, if he gives him permission, he can pass. Long ago, when the hero ogre defeated the Demon King, a legendary story began about the struggle between different worlds and forces. There was a war between three races of demons, beastmen, and humans. She divided the territory where the Demon King lives and the territory where people and beast people live, and everything has remained that way until today. If they are caught, they may face execution.
Well, the guy couldn't understand what the man was waiting for and asked if it wasn't time to bring back the era when the demons were the strongest. And he added that he would become a hero who would save all the demons. The man was clearly fired up with passion that he would become a hero. Jason realized that a pawn had appeared in his game who would do everything for him, and he would finally take revenge for everything. Little sister shouted someone behind the girl. Turning away, she saw Rue in front of her and was very happy and began to hug him. Angered by Rio's actions towards the guy, Alice looked excitedly in his direction. She, embarrassed and confused, decided to defuse the tense situation and in a light mocking tone asked how much time she would have to spend on the guy's lap. Alice noted with displeasure that she had to sit on her lap more often than she would like. The main character, not paying attention to this, believed that there was no problem in this. Rio embroidered fun into every minute with the fabric of her mood. The guy asked if he had time to share the details of his adventure in the dungeon. On the canvas of the performance, where he was depicted surrounded by 3 faithful friends, the images of the Fairy King and the Snake King were spinning in his mind, and he believed that it was they, this trinity of mysterious rulers, who could reveal the secrets of the hero. Fairies in Lamia preferred to avoid contact with other races, and the girl had no idea where traces of their presence could be found. When they asked Rio what she knew about this, she replied that if Alice doesn't know, then she doesn't know either. The disappointed protagonists realized that even their own sisters did not have the information they needed. Rio supported the guy, assuring him that there was nothing scary on the unknown path, and that he would definitely be able to cope with the challenges facing him. In recognition of her confidence in him, she decided to give the guy an award. The reward was a passionate kiss, which became a sincere treasure. Then, as if transporting their feelings to a more intimate dimension, they easily found a more comfortable position. For Alice, this became a clear sign of the beginning of a war between her and her sister, in the struggle for the guy's attention. Rio, due to her own desires, asked not to interfere with the act of love. Alice, deciding to use a technique called higher fire, shouted that she would not forgive them. The next morning, the guy's whole body ached after a serious reception from the sisters. Iris, entering the guy's room, showed concern and interest, asking how he was feeling and how he managed to sleep after an unusual evening. Rue was surprised that Iris showed up surprisingly early this morning. Iris, having shown her caring nature, turned out to be so devoted that she was even ready to take care of even such little things as wiping up after a guy. Rue invited Iris to join them in the library. Iris had a meeting planned with friends who were collecting information from various regions of the mainland. The main character shared his desire to learn more about the hero's friends and expressed his intention to read something. Iris said that, as far as she knows, there is a vast amount of material in the capital's library archives that provides information about the 3 heroes' friends. He realized that this was a difficult task, but he believed that he could find all the necessary information. Still, it turned out to be really difficult, and the main character went deep into research, reading several. Ben and Lona were also in the library at the time. Ben felt anger as Rue constantly searched for subtext in their presence in the library, seeing it as something deeper than just a general search for information. The main character noticed that the serious Ben and the calm Lona suit each other. Without thinking too much, Ben expressed his willingness to help the main character. Rue expressed his desire to learn more about the Lamias and fairies, emphasizing his interest in expanding knowledge about these mysterious creatures. Ben advised Rue to read a specific book and went after it. Ben reported that there are no records of anyone seeing Lamia and fairies, but it seems that the book in question contains several hints and information in this regard. Lamia are a mysterious race with abundant abilities matched only by demons and a unique ability only available to them. Queen Lamia has a unique ability called the Third Eye, which allows her to see into the future several centuries into the future, making her the owner of an amazing gift of foresight. After treating his wounds from the poisonous snakebite, the Lamia instantly disappeared into the dense jungle. But if you think about the fact that their unique ability can be used for malicious purposes, then it is probably better for everyone to stay away from connections with these mysterious creatures. Unfortunately, Ben knows nothing about fairies. He doesn't even know if they really exist. Ben assured the guy that if he needed any more information or help, he could calmly contact him. Rue made the decision to put in the effort and focus on actively pursuing his goal. At this time, the stranger also seemed to be holding some kind of book in his hands. Before entering the gate, the guard demanded to stop and provide permission. The permit turned out to be genuine, but they also needed to check the contents of the carriages following behind. A colossal horse towered in front of the guy. 5 giant horses, rare even among demons, along with 10 carriages, were heading towards human territory. Jason said that the purpose of the visit was related to something outside human territory, and, to be precise, outside the capital of the Kingdom of Escator. Jason added, Jason asked the man if he understood everything correctly, clarifying the details and confirming his intention to head outside the capital.
The subordinate conveyed information to the commander that all other carriages also had permission to enter. The commander instructed the guy to tell Mr. Portofino about this just in case. A subordinate approached Jason and asked if he could have a conversation with him. He noticed that the boss was in a great mood, as he even raised a tune under his nose. Jason said that this book would be useful for his plan. The guy did not hesitate to express that for him this book looked just like an ordinary book, without anticipating any special attention. Jason claimed that finding this book was destiny and believed that the heavens were his sign to become king, paving the way for him to greatness. Nearby there was a small village, a small corner where life was located. Jason, the brilliant leader, decided to give his subjects something incredible. He planned to take over a neighboring village. He gathered all his strength and dealt a powerful magical blow to the village, causing the village to disintegrate and people began to flee chaotically. The guy told someone inside the carriage to get out. Spide was instructed to go down, and he, accepting the challenge, left the carriage reluctantly. The guy openly stated that Spide has the right to do whatever he wants with them, pointing at people. Spide was in shock, unable to believe what had happened and was very happy. He is well aware of how demons have been having fun lately, taking advantage of their sinister powers. Thus, this marked the beginning of a new, unpredictable, fun war. Spide enjoyed this, taking pleasure in destroying all the people who did not know where to run. It was great for Jason to sit back with a glass of wine and watch the fun war. The man flared up with anger, unable to understand how the guy's subjects could afford such a thing. This was not a problem for Jason, on the contrary, he enjoyed the chaos and unpredictability, seeing it as a source of fun and entertainment. Jason suggested that if a man was so afraid of being found out, the guy could arrange things so that there would be no evidence left. Then, in the midst of the devastation in the village, Jason himself joined her, adding his mark. In just a split second, there was nothing left of the village, it disappeared, becoming an entertainment field of destruction under the rule of Jason and his subjects. Indeed, Jason was a psychopath, capable of madness, and his potential to become a demon king was enormous. However, it seemed like it wasn't enough to cause chaos in just one small village, and Jason was already starting to think about how to expand his own. He hoped that the capital would be an ideal place for new entertainment. As a result, the main character did not discover anything about the Snake King or Fairy Queen, except for the book that Ben recommended to him. Suddenly Charlotte appeared in front of the guy, who was very happy. Charlotte said that she met the girl and Ben in the city, and they told her that Rue was in the library. If his work in the library was completed, then Charlotte suggested that he go home. He thought he had told Iris that he needed to visit the library and not told Charlotte. He did not share with Charlotte the real purpose of his studies at the academy, fearing that if he told the truth, she would not believe him. It would probably be a shock to her to learn that the ancestor she believed in was connected to his studies at the academy, and so he decided not to reveal this information. He discovered that his ancestor was the one who sealed the good demon and dragon kings. If Charlotte finds out that he is seeking to free the sealed good demon and dragon kings, it could put her in a bad spot. Charlotte also noticed that the guy was thoughtful and anxious, which caused her concern, but he assured that everything was fine and suggested not to continue the conversation. Charlotte stopped abruptly and stated that she did not know what he was hiding, but she did not intend to persuade him to reveal his secrets, respecting his decision. Charlotte once again emphasized that he may well not tell anything if he does not want to. Sincerely expressing her faith in him, Charlotte assured that she trusted him. If he thinks it is better not to reveal his secret, she is ready to simply listen to him. The guy was surprised by the girl's reaction, but at the same time realized that he could continue to manipulate her. Yuri was curious what happened, since his father had not invited him to his place for a long time. However, instead of inviting him into the common room, his father called him into his private room. A few seconds later, Yuri and his subject entered his father's room. Now it became clear who Yuri took after. They were like two peas in a pod with his father, reflecting the similarity of character and behavior, which could not help but attract the attention of others. The father said that he would now make tea and invited them to take a sitting position. A few minutes later the tea was ready, filling the room with a pleasant aroma and creating a cozy atmosphere for continuing the conversation. The atmosphere between father and son was pleasant and kind. Recently, there was a report that an envoy from the land of demons had arrived in the capital. After such information, both guys were in complete shock. Yuri was curious to know what the goals of the envoy from the land of demons were and when he intended to arrive in the capital. Yuri did not know where to put his nerves after learning that the envoy from the land of demons intended to arrive tomorrow. The father asked Yuri to remain calm, claiming that he hoped they could maintain composure when faced with the arrival of an envoy from the land of demons. Taking into account the risk of attack, you will have to invite the envoy to the palace and then move away from the city with him. This is all just guesswork for now, but, apparently, this is solely the decision of the minister. The father asked Yuri to carry out the evacuation, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to safely leave the possible conflict zone. The most important thing now is that the royal bloodline is not interrupted, even if something unexpected happens to the father. The man immediately apologized to the guy for his unusual request. The man announced that he was transferring responsibility for the future of this country to his subject. The guy assured that he would protect Yuri even at the cost of his life, expressing devotion and determination in protecting the future of the country and its leader. The father realized that he had raised his sons correctly, and there was nothing better for him than to see them show loyalty and responsibility at a critical time. He thought to himself that even if the demons attacked, his sons would still not let the country fall. Some guard at the gate expressed a desire to return home, expressing his feelings of fatigue or dissatisfaction with the current situation. The man asked Carlos where his energy had gone. As it turns out, it was a commander named Ekel, providing information about the identity of the one asking the question about Carlos' energy loss. Carlos was truly surprised by this meeting with Commander Ekel. The commander behaves with dignity even after being notified of the impending demon attack. Allowing highly skilled riders to enter the capital too quickly could cause disaster due to the potential for chaos and poor horse handling in confined spaces. The commander gave the order to assemble all the country's carriages in preparation for evacuation. Jason expressed his gratitude for his willingness to accept them and introduced himself as a subject of Minister Granz, named Jason. In response, the commander thanked them for the journey they had made, expressing recognition and respect. The commander introduced himself, oddly enough, as the commander of the Knights of the Royal Escator named Ekel. Having never expected a meeting, the man realized that the shield of the kingdom stood before him. He was well acquainted with the heroic deeds of this great military leader. Hearing the commander's confident words that he was well aware of the man's exploits, he suddenly asked him, wondering what he himself thought about it. Then, without wasting any time, we proposed to resolve the conflict by force right away, insisting on instant reconciliation. Jason intervened in a timely manner, stopping and offering an apology to the commander, to which he replied with a smile that he did not see any problems in this and was ready to forgive. The commander offered to take us to the palace in these carriages, leading our horses, and promised us his own supervision at the guard gate. Relieved, the commander expressed joy that they had managed to temporarily avoid trouble. At this time, the main characters, Charlotte and her companion, were in the classroom, immersed in the fascinating world of knowledge and discoveries. The girls were surprised why the guy knew nothing about demons, and began an interesting conversation. By the way, Charlotte was uncomfortable with the fact that demons had appeared in the capital, and she sincerely wished that her friends would quickly return to confront this evil sign together. By the way, before he met his sister, he himself thought that there might be good ones among the demons, but not everyone knows about it. No one knew that Iris was also a demon, and it remained a secret. When his sister returned from endless hell, he dreamed that people would be able to make friends with her, but he realized that it would be very difficult. At this time, the main character noticed that Iris was sitting nearby. Approaching Iris, he asked if she would be fine and if she was connected with demons. Iris said that vampires are able to change their appearance. She remembered asking at the vampire meeting the day before yesterday, and she was told that no one was sent to escape her. Only now she was informed that a demon named Jason was involved in the case, about whom there was a lot of bad gossip. The main character thanked for the information and assured that he would remember about this demon named Jason. When the teacher entered the classroom, the main character noticed that it was not possible to start yet, since Yuri and Ibuki had not shown up. The teacher announced that Yuri had health problems, so he was absent, and at the same time apologized for the brevity of lessons today, explaining that recent events had created certain difficulties in the schedule. The main character was very surprised because Yuri had never missed a lesson until today, and even had his lessons cut short, and all this happened right when the demons came. Although the time for the end of the lesson was a little early, the teacher announced that that was all for today, asking to be careful on the way home. Rue was finally free. He planned to go to the cafeteria and eat as always, and then go home. Charlotte offered to go somewhere with her guy if he was free. The main character, with wide open eyes, was perplexed, looking for an answer to why all this was happening again. Charlotte stood in bewilderment because she couldn't understand why Iris was with them, because she had only invited a guy. She explained her presence, claiming that it was her responsibility to be with her master, adding that if Charlotte doesn't like something, she is supposed to be free to move to another place. Classmates were happily informed that their order was ready. It's also worth emphasizing that all the food was truly appetizing. The main character completely immersed himself in pleasure,
fully enjoying the delicious food. Noticing that he was dirty, Iris immediately began to help him, showing care and friendliness. From the expression on her face it became clear that she was doing everything on purpose, peeping at Charlotte. Charlotte was sure that Iris was doing this on purpose and was very angry. After that, she decided to take action and was ready to tell the guy something important. Then she suddenly just licked it, creating a moment of confusion and surprise with her unexpected action. And after that she gratefully expressed her gratitude and said that everything was delicious. The main character could not understand what was happening here and was slightly alarmed. Everyone else present was also shocked by what was happening. Iris then offered Rui her pancake with a smile on her face. Immediately after this, Charlotte began to offer her cake. The guy was at a loss. He could not understand what was happening, because he saw how both girls were competing for his attention, and did not know how to behave in this situation. It was difficult for him to choose one girl, because they were both perfect in their own way. He then decided to use the escape technique, and by simply using the disappearing technique, he disappeared from that place. Charlotte sarcastically called the guy polite, insisting that payment could wait. After all these events, Iris apparently decided that it was time for her to go home, and Charlotte asked about it. She explained her move by saying that without the main character there was no point in being here. Charlotte couldn't understand why Iris always said that. The girl simply couldn't understand if she had done something wrong, and why she deserved such treatment from Iris. Iris understood that the Demon King had an ogre sealed, and his granddaughter had nothing to do with this, but she still felt some inexplicable emotions. Inside, Iris felt strong anger towards the girl, although she understood that she was not to blame for anything. Then she just decided to say goodbye and leave since she didn't have anything she needed to say. Charlotte considered the girl a fool because she kept grudges inside herself. The next day, the main characters told their friends what happened to them, sharing their impressions and worries after the unusual events. The guy sincerely hoped that the girls would find a common language and become support for each other. Wolf said that in this case they needed to eat meat, and asked the man for 3 large skewers. The man decided to please the guy and said that he would give him more. Wolf was confident that his meat was different from others, considering it the best among all, expressing pride and confidence in the quality of the product. Michael felt that there was some uncertainty in the city, and more mysterious events were happening every day. In addition, there is some kind of unpleasant atmosphere in the city, and he does not like it when it is so gloomy around him. Even the seller noticed that since yesterday the number of buyers has become several times smaller. There are also adventurers who fled the capital. He was interested in the question of what would happen to this country. Wolf thought it was strange not to be afraid of demons, expressing his surprise. He explained that beastmen are excellent at close combat, but have absolutely no magical skills. Michael couldn't understand why demons were considered so scary. The guy firmly decided that he would not allow magic to become his weak spot. His ideas for countering magic had just begun to take shape and were under development. Michael said that this is exactly what he expected from the guy, expressing that he was not surprised. Rui noticed that they were getting stronger, and he felt that he should not lag behind them, encouraging himself to constantly grow and develop. Wolf suddenly felt a vague anxiety, which caused him to sharply tense. Despite the absence of obvious reasons, his attention was drawn to something invisible. He explained his wariness by saying that it seemed to him that there was a strange smell around him. His friends couldn't understand what he was talking about. In addition, Michael reported that he only smelled meat and nothing else, clarifying that his sensations were limited to a specific aroma. Rui noticed that the situation had become strange, and accordingly, he was a little curious. Then the main character decided to try to discover magical power. The people who were around turned out to be really just ordinary. A second of cutting suffocated the situation, and the guy, with a wary gaze, turned his attention to someone. He noticed 3 people, and if he looked closely, their magical power was shaking strangely. Perhaps, of course, it seemed to the main character, but just in case, it was better for him to follow them. And, literally in a split second, they took off. Michael was abruptly stopped by the seller and said that he would not let them leave without paying for the meat. In the end, with incredible effort, they reached the 3 strangers. As long as they behave as usual, apparently they really are just ordinary people, and at this point there is nothing to suggest anything unusual in their behavior. Wolf noticed that the guys were hitting on the girls, and their smiles and joking conversations caught his attention. And then the guys started dragging the girls into some alley. 3 strangers reported that the girls are very brazenly resisting, and all because they think they are people. The guys were excited because they had never had sex with a person before. Rui could no longer stand it and decided to help the defenseless girls by taking action. He then asked the girls if they were safe, expressing concern and a desire to protect them from possible troubles. Of course, they were both very scared, but they said that they were fine. The main character told them to run away, warning that it was dangerous here. One of the strangers turned to the guy, calling his attention, and began asking questions. Because he ruined all their fun, one of the strangers promised to kill him. Michael asked if they were going to run away. The strangers were determined, and not understanding with words, they decided to explain their position to him through physical actions. But the main character and Wolf were also very serious and were ready to fight, preparing for a possible clash with determination. The guy had low magical power and weak defense, adding an element of danger to his participation in a possible clash. On the contrary, he will definitely not lose with an ordinary sword. And so it happened, in a split second, he simply broke the stranger's sword, demonstrating his strength and causing anger among his opponents. Wolf was very angry, because he could not tolerate this behavior from the guys. He swung at one of the villains, delivering a powerful blow that sent him to the ground. After which Rue himself decided to get into the fight to help his friend. He decided to use supersonic lightning to turn the tide in his team's favor. And this really helped, at least one of them received a serious blow. With the reinforcement of their friends and superior numbers, they felt confident in outnumbering the strangers. The main character pathetically asked if the last remaining guy was ready to continue. Having torn the chain from his chest, he became a symbol of possible surprise, causing everyone around him to wait tensely. And then demonic wings began to appear on him, giving this unusual situation an even more mystical and mysterious character. He said that it was too late to apologize and said that he would kill the guy. The main character noticed that the stranger skillfully hid his magical power. The chain he removed had the ability to hide his demonic essence. It wasn't perfect, but it was effective for most common people. The protagonist noted that this was indeed the case, emphasizing his insight and ability to discern subtle details in a situation. The main character realized that if he had not smelled the smell, he would not have paid attention either. Magic items weaken the magical power of demons. The stranger asked the guy not to think that he was still the same, and then he asked the main character to prepare for the blow. Of course, Rue was not going to just stand there and wait to be hit. On the contrary, he immediately delivered his blow, thereby preventing the attack and emphasizing his vigilance and skill in battle. The blow was really strong, and the enemy flew straight into the wall opposite. He just couldn't understand how the demons got into the city, and whether there were other demons in the city. Avoiding full disclosure, the stranger remained silent and continued to receive from Rue. The main character said that he was ready to bloody his hands to protect those who are dear to him, and asked if the stranger was ready for such a sacrifice. And then the guy gave up and began to say that there was no one else in the city except them. They were simply ordered to go out into the city. The guy could not understand what plan the stranger was talking about, but he couldn't say, because if he spoke out, his boss would simply kill him. Contrary to expectations and ambiguities, the stranger somehow managed to escape. To be honest, the main character could not understand how this could happen, but he had to act. Then he instantly remembered that there were many people on the main street, and under any circumstances, the stranger must be stopped somehow, otherwise big problems will arise. Just at that moment Michael came running, complaining that he had been left without paying. Michael came out of the corner so well that the stranger almost ran into him. Michael was then heard to stab the stranger. He didn't understand anything, but he got the gist that he needed to hit the flying guy. Immediately after this, his eyes lit up and the thought of a secret technique appeared. Next, a punch called an explosive fist was thrown, creating an epic moment in the fight and surprising everyone with his unexpected skill. Of course, the blow was even stronger than that of the main character. The stranger could not understand how this happened, because he thought that everything would go smoothly. When Michael asked if he had overdone it, the main character, on the contrary, replied that he was great. Michael still continued to yell about how he was left without paying. Rua said that the demons might be up to something, so they need to scout. If they have a plan, they must first find out who their boss is. But for this, the main character will have to use a little magical power. Rue then raised his hand to the forehead of the stranger, who could have a connection with his magical abilities or some mysterious ritual. To be honest, Michael could not understand what the main character was up to. An advanced version of memory control magic is magic that allows you to put an unconscious person into a trance and control him, opening the possibility of forcing him to tell all the information. Michael reported that it was truly terrible magic, emphasizing its power. The main character seemed to be able to take control of the stranger. As it turns out, the stranger's name is Irego. Still, it was true that except for the three of them, no one went outside. The stranger said that Jason made them sit in the hotel forever, and it really pissed him off. If what Iris said yesterday was true, then he is still that villain. The main character asked what they were going to do, expressing concern about the group's future actions and plans. He didn't know the details, only that they had to perform some kind of ritual, and they were going to use people from the capital as victims,
he was told that they would commit genocide, revealing the darker and more cataclysmic extent of the plot. And according to the plan, they were supposed to start this chaos. Today at 3 o'clock they were supposed to attack the city with the ringing of a bell. They were supposed to attack in 2 groups. Starting from the hotel, the freaks should not have destroyed the capital at once.
Of course, such information shocked everyone present.
The protagonist decided that he would make them fall asleep through sleep magic, taking decisive steps to neutralize the danger.
And then he began to run away somewhere.
At the moment it was 2:00 in the afternoon and 50 minutes, emphasizing the limited time before events occur and increasing the sense of urgency in the actions of the protagonist. They simply did not have time, because in 10 minutes the demons would begin to attack the city. They needed to protect everyone from the demons, but at the same time they needed to find out Jason's real goal. Friends reported that the guy was very strange, and he told him not to think about going there alone, because they were with him, they would do whatever he asked. To be honest, the main character was slightly shocked after such words, reflecting his surprise and, perhaps, an unexpected sense of responsibility for those who are ready to follow him. He decided that he would still rely on the guys and began to outline a plan of action. He, realizing that the demons would soon begin to attack, decided to rely on his friends and armed himself. The main character decided that he would go towards the hotel, where there would be many demons.
Wolf had to go to the gate, which he was very happy about.
And Michael had to go to the royal palace and tell the knights everything. If he says that he stands up for Yuri, they will listen to him. Michael was only interested in one thing, after he reported, whether he could act as he wanted. Rue replied that they needed to be careful, since any mistake could be decisive in the fight against the demons and to save the city.
The next time they will meet is after everything is over.
Under the weight of responsibility for the future of the city, they formed an unbreakable alliance, ready to confront the darkness and bring victory to the light. At this time, Jason was calmly drinking wine. He was calm and carefree in relation to the impending danger. Seeing this, the man conveyed the information that they should begin soon. Jason noticed that he was somehow anxious, and, as he found out, there were no platinum-class adventurers in the capital right now. When they got to the capital, they were already winning. It would be nice if everything was that simple. Now that the time had come, they needed to get started. The man couldn't believe that he just had to wait. Since he is a warrior, he could not just sit still while there was a war going on nearby. Jason noticed that the man was truly an old man with an old mindset. He decided to instruct him to deal with the commander of the Royal Knights, Ekel. At first the man didn't understand who Jason was talking about. After he realized who the guy was talking about, his eyes lit up. Jason said that he would leave him several subjects, he could use them. Jason nodded affirmatively, emphasizing his confidence and trust in the guy's ability to successfully complete the task. But he didn't care, because he didn't need the man anymore after he crossed the border. If he manages to distract the commander of the knight and the king, it will even be to their advantage. Although it would be best if they defeated each other, Jason's strategic move was to try to create a win-win situation for his side within the royal structure.
They better concentrate on their plan now.
He didn't think there were people who could stop them. He was confident in his plan.
Just at that moment, a giant horse went berserk in the capital.
At that moment, Max and his group were next to her. They tried to cope with this mad horse.
The girls intervened in this chaos, actively helping the victims and rescuing them from dangerous situations.
They had almost completed the evacuation, showing the efficiency and organization of the girls in a crisis situation. Max was fine, but he ran out of flash grenades. He just could not understand what the knights were doing at this time, where the adventurers were, and in general anyone would come from the Union. Max had already begun to lose hope that someone would help them. A feeling of helplessness and loneliness was eating him up from the inside.
And just when he was distracted, a giant horse attacked him.
And then he realized that he could no longer dodge, and simply decided to take a stance.
Luckily for Max, someone decided to help him and stop the horse. Wolf, who arrived just in time, quickly joined Max. Max couldn't understand what the guy was doing here.
He reported that the leader told him to protect the people in this territory, and they just happened to be here when this horse suddenly went berserk. They were able to somehow save people, but they themselves could not defeat the horse. Wolf, lavish in his praise, expressed his admiration, saying that the guys were real good at coping with difficulties. The guy instantly turned into a wolf and, claiming that he was now taking the initiative, said that from now on he was leading the case. The guy asked if Max was scared, because this was the first time he had shown his strength, demonstrating that he was capable of something much more impressive. Max was not afraid, but was delighted and said that it was simply incredible and added that he envied him. It never even occurred to Wolf that the moment would come when such words would be spoken to him, and he was pleasantly surprised. Having said that the demons were preparing to appear at the hotel near the royal palace, the guy said that the leader was already on his way, but he could use additional help in this difficult matter. Max only knew about the adventurers, noting that the platinum class, the highest currently, was not in the capital, but among the gold class adventurers there were probably still some left. Then the guy decided to take the issue with the horses into his own hands, while Max suggested turning to the adventurers. At that moment, Max seemed to suddenly lose his confidence and somehow awkwardly found himself in a state of confusion. Having overcome his inner fears, Max finally decided that he would definitely call for additional help. Wolf, who rose to the attack, moved into battle, filled with determination and passion, ready to face the unknown. Max stated that the adventurers did not trust them and the chances of success were extremely slim, as originally expected. Since they had already asked him for help, he readily took up the matter, trying to make every effort and help as usefully as possible. He could not bear the thought that his friend might die, and so he determined to do everything possible to prevent this fate. Of course, the girls agreed with Max, because he had an irresistible charm and the ability to win their hearts. They, of course, did not have enormous power, but this did not make them powerless. On the contrary, they were going to put in all their efforts and try to achieve their goals. Max told Jim to stay put and help the guy, emphasizing the importance of this task. And he persuaded another girl to go with him, assuring him that if he was beaten, she would be there, ready to provide the necessary help. Then he decided to do everything he could, relying on his strength and determination. And the girls, in due time, will show that they are not cowards, showing strength of character and determination in this situation. Michael ran towards the palace at breakneck speed and shouted to everyone on the road that if he ran into anyone, it was not his problem. He still had a little time left to the palace, and he relied on the fact that he would be able to meet Yuri. But suddenly seeing something ahead, he stopped abruptly. He saw Kazaka and Oscar in front of him. This was very unexpected for him. When he asked what they were doing here, the guy said that they were doing a little investigating of the situation. And the girl reported that her beetles have not been feeling well in recent days. After the demons arrived, they began to behave strangely, explaining that they had a strange feeling about the palace, which was why they came here. Michael was surprised because he didn't think both of them were so friendly. As it turned out, today classes ended earlier than usual, and Oscar suggested we go for a walk. Michael, to be honest, did not expect Oscar to seem like this, surprised by the new character traits. He, however, turned out to be not as shy as Michael thought, opening up in a more informal setting and showing himself from a new, unexpected side. Oscar accidentally let it slip that he doesn't love her. In fact, no one said anything about it, and Michael started laughing. Angry, he asked what Michael was doing here. Then, within a few minutes, Michael told them all the details and events. There is a high probability that the palace appears strange in the eyes of the demons, so it is necessary to quickly find out what could cause their unusual perception. Michael politely asked for their help, emphasizing his dependence on their support in joining forces in solving the mysterious situation. They then decided to go to the palace to solve the mystery. Not far from them, Michael noticed a guard. The presence of a guard could indicate something unusual in the vicinity of the palace. Michael shouted very loudly to the guard, trying to get his attention and ask him a question. But the guard didn't show any attention, and Michael decided that he would have to get closer to get his attention. Michael said that if they don't hurry, the capital will simply come to an end. But Oscar quickly stopped him, saying that something was wrong here. He then decided to use magical analysis, trying to penetrate the mysteries and energy of the environment in order to identify unusual phenomena. Oscar noted that this was quite high-class barrier magic, indicating the presence of powerful artificial barriers, perhaps created for the purpose of protecting or hiding something important within the palace. Mikhail said that not everyone is capable of creating such a powerful barrier, which is why the guard did not pay attention to them. This barrier seems to have a cognitive alienation effect. The guard cannot see or hear them. Therefore, even if the capital turns into embers, inside the palace it will look the same as usual thanks to this cold magic. Michael decided that he could just break this wall, and began to literally beat her. Yes, he decided to use the supreme bomb, with the hope that it would somehow help. But nothing helped, and the guy simply sat back, realizing that using a higher bomb or physical force had no effect on the magical barrier. But he is glad that he at least cracked it, leaving the hope that even small successes can lead to overcoming the magical barrier. Oscar once again explained that, most likely, this barrier was created by the forces of about 10 demons. If you don't use the latest fire magic on him, it is impossible to pass through, which means that Michael's blow was not strong enough, and a more powerful impact will be required to overcome the barrier. And he said that he tried to use the belt of magical power, but nothing worked. He didn't feel Yuri's presence from the palace, which added to the anxiety, since Yuri was usually easily detectable in the magical plane. Michael couldn't understand when Oscar had learned to search for magical power. Oscar still decided to look for Yuri, despite the complexity of the situation.
It is unclear for what reason, but he almost fainted. Then the guy said that he was in a folding area and felt Yuri's magical power in the gateway. If you get there, you can defeat the one who creates the barriers, and he will disappear. Michael agreed with this idea, because this proposal opened up the opportunity not only to discover Yuri, but also to get rid of the source of the magical barriers standing on the way to the palace. Just at this time, the guards received a slap in the face from someone. As it turned out, they were demons who beat up the guards. They laughed because their partner was worried about his friend, demonstrating his cruelty and indifference to the feelings of others. One of the demons said that if the surviving partner sat on his knees, he would let him live. The guard was not ready to let them into the city and considered it very cruel, expressing his displeasure and protest against the threats and violence from the demons. The demon said that he was a fool if he didn't want to come to an agreement, they would just kill him. When he swung, something suddenly stopped him, from which the demon was shocked. As it turned out, it was the main character who saved the guard. The guy immediately asked if the man was okay, expressing concern about his condition. To be honest, this guard looked very scared, because he didn't understand what was happening. The main character said that he would figure it out on his own, emphasizing his readiness to take responsibility and resolve the situation. And then he advised the others to be directed to the gate, providing specific actions for organizing assistance and managing the situation within the city. The guards couldn't believe that such a small boy saved them. One of them heard that he defeated the swordsman who attempted to kill the prince a month ago, spreading rumors about this student from the magic school. The guard said that if it gets dangerous, the guy should run away from here. The demon could not understand how he saved the warriors, causing him to wonder what abilities and skills allowed him to cope with such a difficult situation. Magic is the profession of demons, we will definitely win, the demon shouted while creating a magic ball. The main character knew about the power of demons, but he was very sorry that they used their magic for such sinister purposes. He simply could not let them into the city, expressing his determination to confront the demons and not allow them to enter the safe areas of the city. The demon then decided to use a supreme fire hurricane, sending it towards Rue. Rue was ready for this, showing confidence and a willingness to take on the challenge. With a light blow of his sword, he dispelled this fiery hurricane. The demons could not understand who he was who could cope with the blow so calmly. They promised him that he would not remain alive by making serious threats. The main character moved very elastically and professionally, demonstrating his skills and coordination in the fight. And he dealt with demons with ease, expressing his fearlessness and skill in combat. Next, the main character decided to use attacking technique number 3, emphasizing his strategy in the fight and his readiness for a variety of tactical approaches in the fight. This technique was really very effective and fascinating. The demons no longer believed that he was human, emphasizing the supernatural abilities and skill of the protagonist in the fight against them. The demons were wrong, as he was taught to fight by the Dragon King, revealing the secret source of his strength and skill in battle. They realized that they couldn't kill him up close, and decided that they would attack with magic. They noticed that he even saw all the feints, since he calmly dodged everything. It happens that he sees magic, but cannot control it. Then the main character decided to take matters into his own hands and finally start attacking. Rue used the highest dragon flames, instilling fear and wonder with his powerful magical abilities, creating the impression of incredible power during battle. It looked very impressive, and the demons simply had no choice when faced with the power and impressive strength of the dragon flames, which they were unable to survive. It was at this moment that they realized that they had already lost. They simply fell to the floor, demonstrating their powerlessness and defeat in front of the strength and skill of the protagonist. The protagonist again asked if they would continue, emphasizing their readiness and confidence in their victory, causing submission from the defeated demons. His gaze was calm and confident, reflecting determination and control in the situation after a successful battle. The guy promised that if they told him where Jason was, he wouldn't do anything to them, but they don't know what the boss will do to them if they tell, thereby finding themselves between two fires. Plus, they don't know where or what the boss is doing. Just at that moment, their conversation was interrupted by some demon who called the guy. As it turned out, he took one of the guards hostage and thereby threatened the guy, holding a knife to his throat. He set his own conditions for the guy to throw the sword, demonstrating his power in this situation. The security guard even told the guy not to worry about him. Nevertheless, the main character decided to throw the sword, showing his willingness to cooperate. Now everything was different, saying that he was really strong and the demons began to approach. But this time he was unlucky,
Immediately after these words he was hit in the face. They didn't think he would have such a look in such a situation. He didn't know how long he could hold out with so many demons. It will be difficult for him to endure the attacks of such a large number. He cannot let everything end here, he has a lot of things to do. Now this guy was left in a hopeless situation. He urgently needed to come up with something to prevent the demons from winning. "You are finished, little one," the demons shouted and began to approach, waving their swords. Rue closed his eyes and mentally prepared to die at the hands of evil demons. But suddenly out of nowhere they threw a smoke grenade, which quickly scattered throughout the yard. The main character stood in bewilderment, and at that moment who began to pull his hands. It was a man in knight's armor, and he told Rue to come with him quickly. The guy was shocked because he didn't know who it was and asked directly, to which the man replied that he was not an enemy and it would be better if he moved quickly. Having reached a calm place, Rue said thanks to his savior and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Laurent from the Silver Sword and added that he was glad to meet you. Pointing to Max, the man said that it was he who brought him here from the Adventurers Guild. Max was very happy because he made it on time and asked the guy if everything was okay with him. Rue still did not understand where all these people came from, to which he received an answer from Max that this was help, since Wolf asked so. They were all experienced adventurers and the demons were no match for them. The main character was very surprised at how famous Max is. Max was embarrassed by such words and began to remember how everything was 20 minutes ago. Max and the girl entered the building shouting listen. He continued that demons began to attack towards the palace. All the people who were in the building looked at them as if they were fools, and they began to laugh very loudly, saying what other demons could attack the palace. They told him that he should better come up with something else, which made the guy very angry. The guy fell to his knees and began to beg, saying that he knows that they don't believe them, but he is doing all this for the sake of a close friend who is in danger. At that moment, a guy named Manhwa appeared and asked him to stop this show. Max was very surprised when he saw Manhwa and asked to listen to him, citing the fact that they were colleagues. Manhwa asked our colleagues in surprise, and recalled how they began the journey of an adventurer together, but he, showing the general's mark, replied that he was of the gold class, and Max was only of the copper class. He continued, telling the guy to better be glad that he stopped him. This made the guy feel bad. He remembered that he had promised Wolf that he would bring help very soon, and suddenly a voice appeared, curiously asking what they were chatting about. Max immediately asked who it was, and the man introduced himself as Laurent from the Silver Sword and asked a counter question whether this was their first time meeting. Max was surprised as he knew that he became a gold-class adventurer at the age of 18. The man replied that he was pleased and continued that he also knew him, but not on the good side. Because of this the guy's face changed. The man in the night costume said that even if he rarely appears here, he still knows what the guy's reputation is, and saying that nothing can be achieved here with words, everything must be proven with actions, he pointed his sword towards the guy. This caused everyone who was inside the building to get scared and get up. The man said it is not necessary to defeat him, just showing readiness for the situation will be enough. The girl begged Max not to go to this if he didn't want to. Without thinking twice, Max also took his sword and pointed it towards the man, showing his readiness. The girl continued to tell him to leave this idea, since she still would not be able to defeat him. But Max was very determined and remembered how his friends saved him inside the dungeon, and he must also take risks for them. The man liked it and said he was glad to see his courage. Michael shouted who was the winner first, and rushed towards the man with his sword. This was expected. A moment later the man hit the guy on the shoulder with his sword. He said that he hit with the back of the sword, but still the blow was strong, which caused Max to fall. The knight, laughing, asked him if he was ready to continue, to which the guy could not even answer. Suddenly a girl appeared in front of the man and shouted that enough was enough. This did not stop the man, and saying that even if she was a girl it would not stop him, he began to swing his sword. The sword went straight to the girl, she froze in place and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. And then Manhwa intervened, repelling the knight's blow and looking at the knight to see if he had gone mad. The man said why he intervened, because they are Manhwa's enemy. Manhwa told him to shut up and put the sword away quickly, and the knight replied, since Manhwa is their friend, then they will all be his enemy. All those who were inside the building looked at everything that was happening, and at the last moment decided to help the guy. The man praised Max and pleased him that all the men were ready to help him. The guy and the girl didn't understand what was happening and looked at each other. And at that moment, something clicked in the guy's head, and he shouted and asked if this was all the plan. The man replied, of course it was. They wanted to find out if they really needed help. As if he was joking about demons, he would have fled long ago when the knight attacked him. Max thanked him, but due to the fact that his face was not visible, he did not know for sure whether he was sincere in saying all this. He also thanked Manhwa, to which Manhwa replied that he simply felt sorry for him, and this made everyone laugh, thereby solving the whole problem of not trusting the guy.
The knight stopped them and asked seriously about the demons.
Manhwa appeared from the smoke and showed the guard who was being held hostage, to which Rue was very happy. The guy began to thank them, bending down in front of them, to which the men replied, "On the contrary, you should thank them." The knight and Manhwa were very happy about this event, since they had not used their powers in a real battle for a long time. Rue, looking at Max, asked if he could rely on them, to which he received a confirming nod of his head.
The main character was asked what he was going to do. Rue looked at the clock tower and said, "I'll go fight the boss." Max asked in surprise whether the boss of the demons was really there.
Rue didn't know for sure whether the boss was there, but he felt strong black energy from there, which is what demons have. The guy was surprised how he felt this, since he himself didn't even see anything in the direction of the tower. Max said that he would go to the guys to help and so that Rue would not worry about them. They said goodbye. The main character immediately made a very loud whistle, and our large multicolored parrot appeared in the sky. It was clear from him that he was glad to see his owner. Rue asked the parrot if he was ready to take him all the way to the tower, to which he received a confirming sound. The guy, hearing the sound, said thank you and asked him to fly as fast as he could, and they flew towards the tower, not even knowing who was there. Prince Yuri and Jackson were sitting inside a barn at that time.
Jackson was very interested in what was happening there in the palace,
to which Yuri replied, no matter how much they wanted to find out, they were still far from the palace. The guy in the helmet still went on about the palace and how he misses him. He said how I wanted to go home to a warm bed and delicious food and immediately noticed. When they came here, the prince became very thoughtful. He just sat and thought, and Jackson was worried that he was not eating anything. And suddenly they heard footsteps, which made Yuri very worried, and asked Jackson if footsteps were approaching them. The guy answered something similar to this, and you could hear that there was definitely more than one person here. And they stopped, right in front of the barn. Most likely they thought that there was someone inside. Jackson opened the lid of the underground passage and said that if the prince heard something wrong, he had better run away without thinking about it. The guy closed the lid and wondered how the demons found them so quickly. He prepared for battle and took out his sword. He was ready to protect the prince at any cost. Having prepared himself mentally, he sharply opened the door, while simultaneously preparing his sword. When the door opened, he saw the prince's friends, which made him very surprised and did not understand why they were there. At this time, Michael thanked Oscar, who found the guy with the help of a magical action, and Kazaka also thanked her insect for taking them there. Oscar immediately asked why they were here and not in the palace. The guys told everything that happened, that the demons began to attack, as expected. Jackson was very upset by this, but he replied that he and the prince could not leave this place under any circumstances and was confident that the knights would cope with this. To which the guy replied, it seems the demons locked them with a magical barrier. The guy in the helmet was in shock and didn't understand what kind of magical barrier he was talking about. Oscar was also surprised why they didn't know about this and began to explain. When they approached the palace, they realized that the guards could not see or hear them, and from this they came to the conclusion that there was a magical barrier there. He added to his story that only Rue and Wolf were fighting the demons there, and he was afraid that they would not be able to cope, since there were a lot of demons. And at the end, Oscar asked them to help with the destruction of the barrier. And at that moment Yuri came out of the barn, asking if what the guy said was true. Oscar answered yes, and the only solution to this problem was to destroy the barrier. The prince asked them to go inside to continue their discussion. For them, this situation was worse than expected and they all tried to think of a solution. Oscar turned to the prince with the words that no one except him knew how to get into the palace. After Yuri's words, the guy's face instantly changed. The prince admitted that he could not help them in any way and this was not his decision. The guys did not expect such an answer and began to convince the prince, because they knew that the battle with the demons would become even fiercer. When Yuri advised them to run away from here, Michael became very angry. Jackson noticed this and immediately warned him that he would not let him get closer to the prince. This was his job, so the guys should understand him. Michael told him to shut up and remembered how they once helped Jackson. And he turned to the prince in the same way, wondering how he didn't care about everyone else. And the guy with the helmet, seeing that Michael was becoming uncontrollable, put him on the floor so that he would calm down. The strong blow made the guy feel bad, and he didn't understand why Jackson did this. Jackson, holding him by the clothes, shouted that he knew nothing about the prince. He told how the prince was suffering from this situation, and that he really couldn't eat or sleep. Jackson had no complaints about the others, but he really wanted to deal with Michael, and he literally begged him to apologize to the prince. Yuri's hand touched Jackson and when he looked at him, he said that everything was fine. He understood that Michael was not indignant for no reason. The guy with the helmet didn't agree with this, but he has no right to argue with the prince. Yuri picked Michael up, asking if he was hurt when he fell. The guy began to apologize to the prince, since the idea that the prince had his own problems came to him only after Jackson told him. The prince understood his anger, but he accepted the fact that he could not leave this place. They asked why the prince could not leave this place. His father, the king, ordered him to evacuate, which is why he ended up here. Now they understand the situation, because everyone understands that the king's order is the very last thing to be disobeyed. Yuri continued to suffer by saying that he was very sorry. Jackson became angry and asked the prince to calm down. He didn't like how the prince kept everything to himself, and it was time for him to start telling everything that was inside. Yuri didn't understand what the guy was talking about and asked him. Jackson answered no and began to explain everything. Since childhood, the prince was a very obedient boy. He always kept his feelings inside himself, without showing his emotions to anyone. From these words, Yuri got angry and shouted at Jackson. He wants to go to the palace to help the guys, but he cannot disobey his father's order. He knows that in the future he will become a king, but he was not mentally prepared for this, and his friends were confused by these words. Jackson immediately accepted his words and began to explain that there was still a lot of time before he became king, and he added that at the moment he is a child and disobeying his father, even if he is a king, is normal. Frank confessions from the guy continued. He said that he serves neither the country nor the king, but the guy, and he doesn't care what will happen to this country, he only cares about the life of the prince. The guy was shocked by these words. He asked Jackson if he said the truth. Even if they return to the palace together, the king will be very angry. But even if this happens, the guy is ready to beg forgiveness from his father together with the prince. So he asked the prince not to keep everything for himself, because Jackson was nearby. "Do you think he will be angry with both of us?" Yuri asked. And he admitted that he was the first servant who dared to tell everything to his master's face. Yuri immediately warned the guy that his father's lectures would be endless. Jackson didn't care, since he would do what the prince himself wanted. This conversation between the guys brought a smile to Kazakh and Oscar's faces. Having agreed on everything, Yuri quickly opened the door to the underground passage. The Kazakh woman, not understanding where they were going down, asked where this underground passage led. Yuri explained that this path would lead to the royal palace. The prince also decided to go first, since there are a lot of traps from outsiders. He thanked everyone for being ready to help this country in any way possible. At that moment, someone was standing at the clock that was on the tower. It was Jason, one of the strongest demons, who set out to conquer the human world.